and it gets really gloomy. So when they say we're having the weather, we're really expecting it by that.
As a diver, I also use the creatures of the sea. Surprisingly, they pick up the weather long before the media houses do. So we know that there's got to be something coming along. The problem we would have is that we have to wait now on the authorities to open up certain places or ports of entry for us. Even though you have to go there for safe shelter, they don't open to us, I would say, in a timely manner. Fortunately for us in Barbados, we haven't had a situation where it requires us to spring into action to help one another in terms of their vessel is damaged or anything. But we have a unity going on. So what we do, we help each other out in any eventuality.
In case of bad weather, we make sure that everybody is secured and have everything prepared. So that is one of the best things that, we can do, help each other.
I love the sea. Fishing is something I love it all in my heart. I love the excitement of catching a fish. You going on here though? Yeah, fishy, fishy. Come on, girls and boys, I'm out here. My great-grandfather, my sisters, my older sisters, my older brothers, my mother, my father, everyone was in the fishing business. Oh, these down here, my brothers and sisters, everybody you see down here. His brothers and sisters, sisters' children, sister children. She taught us that we would need more than one job, but always we can go back to the sea.
I love fishing. If I could fish every day, I would. To be honest, the only thing that stopped me from fishing would be the bad seas. For me, would like to pass it on to my kids, but then in the end of the day, if that is something that they're like how I love it, I have a passion for that. For fishing, I love fishing.
I just had to come on the beach by a certain time because I wanted to know what was going on. I wanted to see what the people caught. I wanted to see who's going out. This is amazing, It is amazing. Fishing, I just love it. I just love it.
What made me feel more proud about fishing is that I get a chance to to feed people. I love the opportunity to go and look for food, bring home and supply to households. I like that opportunity.
I get up in the morning, I just can't wait to get up on the beach. We can't select when it comes to fishing. Because I put in love.
For me, it becomes natural. I feel good to know that I could get out there among the guys and kill.
If you're giving up fast, this is the place for you. Because some days you go fishing and you go fishing the whole week. I went fishing the whole week already and didn't catch anything. But I ain't give up. All right. Damn, man. Man, don't they pulling out my bait all the time. I'm going to take off that hook and put on a smaller hook.
Like, it's got 3 different things. Then just want to teeth your bait. But you want to teeth them too.
I could remember one time I was going fishing and I put on the engine and everything, but I forgot to tie it. And I was going along very good, and I spin around, engine fall off. You know what, engine fall off, boat stop. I tie the boat, I throw off my creeper, and I went for the engine. I tie on the engine with the rope, there's some rope, dive back up, and haul it back up. When I pull the engine, it starts.
Some of my friends always just tell me about the Titanic and this and this and this and this. Put that aside and let me get going. Give it a try. I don't think that you will regret it, because for me, I had to give it a try first, and then it wasn't a stopping for me. This is the conga that got me playing the guitar.
That we need to teach more in school about fishing. The younger ones, they're not being educated enough. When we were small, some days at school you had to come to the beach. You had to come to the beach, and when you come to the beach and you see fishermen and things, you're excited. I see them bringing fish, and see them getting money exchange day and day. We had Fisherman's Day. I think out of Fisherman's Day we get 11 children that was interested in fishing. Because Fisherman's Day, we take them out on the boats. We take the fishing in the boats and to let them feed the fish bugged in. Some of them get big ones, some of them get small, but they were excited. At least 2 or 3 of them will come out of there. You understand? And that's what it will like. You ain't gonna get all. It is fishing and characterization. So much little boys that come out here that know there's men, they tell me, you remember you teach me how to fish? So much little boys just tell me, you can't remember me. You give me food for my mother. You help my mother. You help me. When it comes to fishing, once it comes to fishing again, the hooks, I got my lines in there. I got lines, a whole big reel of line in there, a whole set of hooks, a whole set of legs. If we see it come down there and look like a waterfish, I get back a rod for you. You're a little bigger, man. There you here, a little bigger. When I go fishing, I catch a particular size fish. Because I want when I come back tomorrow or next 3-4 weeks, I can get a bigger one. Because if you take out the small ones, there won't be no big ones. So when it comes to sustaining, that is a problem.
I think we need more fishing women, but I think that the women are scared. You just need to be focused, and you got to be serious. It is something that you just can't up and get into, and you about sport. You got to be very, very serious. When it comes to the sea, you got to be very serious. You got to be positive. You got to got good energy. You got to be able to, whoever the team is that you're going, willing to. You know, the good energy there. Always good energy is important to start the journey. In my 12 years on this lovely water, every single time I go on the sea, I come back home with fish.
I would just like to see more women in the industry, all women. Because in fishing industry, they say that fishing industry is dying. And I ain't saying that. Fishing industry is one of the biggest industries we have in Barbados right now. Fishing is bringing real money. You know, women don't know you. I remember till me left home and I take trips like break, I go to the beach and get some money today. I come to the beach, I clean fish. I do a lot of different things. I on board barracudas and things. When I went home in the evening, I have about $1,700. Now one day. You gotta work. You really have to work and you gotta be determined. But the industry isn't dying. The industry ain't dying at all. At least try to get more women into it. Men is driven by women, you know. Men is driven by women. Anytime a man say he don't want to go fishing and a woman say, man, I feel like going fishing, he going fishing. And 9 out of 10 times, that might be the biggest catch they get. If you give up, you will never know what the following week will bring. That's why you gotta be persistent.
Good morning, everyone.
You know, got the
So
drive.
to know that we will be starting this morning's session at 9:15, just to accommodate those who are on their way here. Thank you very much.
Got all in thing.
I'm third generation. My grandfather would have done a bit of fishing. My dad fished and was also a boat owner. That's where I got my passion, and it's all I know, all I think about, all I do. Fishing, boats is our life.
The Caribbean region is highly vulnerable to natural hazards. The fishing industry, in particular, is susceptible to impacts.
The closest experience I had was I was caught in Hurricane Island along with my dad and my grandfather. I'd never experienced things like that before. It actually had the boat spinning all around in different directions. We had to take the boat off a pilot and hand steer. Large waves, high wind, light rain, lots of rain. I guess you couldn't see probably 2 feet in front of you.
We was out to sea. We get the weather update late, so we had to ride it out. You couldn't sleep at night. You had to keep the boat facing up and just riding and riding the seas all night. The experience was not good.
With the potential threat of natural hazards ever present, reliable early warnings become especially crucial.
The major bad weather impact that we had was Hurricane Janet, and that was years ago. Since then, we try to get the fishing vessels within port at least 48 hours before the system impact. That will give enough time for the vessels to be taken out of the water if need be, or to secure in port.
All weather systems are treated with high importance and urgency. We don't take nothing for granted. Once we hear of a system, we put all things in place to protect our investments. The only way really to prepare for the upcoming hurricane season is to stay on top of weather news.
Communication we depend upon as radio station is 900 or 1400 as the thing not coming out. Station not coming out to Carco. We just tune into mostly 1400 and 900 because 900 is a Barbados channel, but we don't hear it good on the sea. Barbados short here and Grenada all the way southwest of it. And just pick up 1400 like you're home.
We get it around the same time as the public, wishing I guess we should get like a head start, being that we are actually closer and more out there in the elements. But if we get the information around the same time as the public, we ain't really got any more time to actually prepare yourself or get sure in time.
Other than technology, some guys would feel it in the atmosphere.
You see this pick it up first, the swells and the wind. The wind start to blow a little harder. The waves get a little bigger and the sea get choppy.
There's always a change in the wind direction and it gets really gloomy. So when they say we're having the weather, we're really expecting it by that.
As a diver, I also use the creatures of the sea. Surprisingly, they pick up the weather long before the media houses do. So we know that there's got to be something coming along. The problem we would have is that we have to wait now on the authorities to open up certain places or ports of entry for us. Even though you have to go there for safe shelter, they don't open to us, I would say, in a timely manner. Fortunately for us in Barbados, we haven't had a situation where it requires us to spring into action to help one another in terms of their vessel is damaged or anything. But we have a unity going on. So what we do, we help each other out in any eventuality.
In case of bad weather, we make sure that everybody is secured and have everything prepared. So that is one of the best things that, we can do, help each other.
I love the sea. Fishing is something, I love it all in my heart. See, I love the excitement of catching a fish. You going on here though? Yeah, fishy, fishy. Come on, girls and boys, I'm out here. My great-grandfather, my sisters, my older sisters, my older brothers, my mother, my father, everyone was in the fishing business. Oh, these down here, my brothers and sisters, everybody you see down here. His brothers and sisters, sisters' children, sister children. She taught us that we would need more than one job, but always we can go back to the sea.
I love fishing. If I could fish every day, I would. To be honest, the only thing that stopped me from fishing would be the bad seas. For me, would like to pass it on to my kids, but then in the end of the day, is if that is something that they're like how I love it. I have a passion for that, for fishing. I love fishing.
I just had to come on the beach by a certain time because I wanted to know what's going on. I wanted to see what the people caught. I wanted to see who's going out. This is amazing, It is amazing. Fishing, I just love it. I just love it.
What made me feel more proud about fishing is that I get a chance to feed people. I love the opportunity to go and look for food, bring home and supply to households. I like that opportunity.
I get up in the morning, I just can't wait to get up on the beach. We can't select when it comes to fishing. Because I put in love.
For me, it becomes natural. I feel good to know that I could get out there among the guys and kill.
If you're giving up fast, this is the place for you. Because some days you go fishing and you go fishing the whole week, I went fishing the whole week already and ain't catch anything. But I ain't give up. All right. Damn, man. Man, don't they pulling out my bait all the time, I'm gonna take off that hook and put on a smaller hook.
Like, it's got 3 different things. Then just want to teeth your bait. But you want to teeth them too.
I could remember one time I was going fishing and I put on the engine and everything, but I forgot to tie it. And I was going along very good, and I spin around, engine fall off. You know what, engine fall off, boat stop. I tie the boat, I throw off my creeper, and I went for the engine. I tie on the engine with the rope, there's some rope, dive back up, and haul it back up. When I pull the engine, it starts.
Some of my friends always just tell me about the Titanic and this and this and this and this. Put that aside and let me get going. Give it a try. I don't think that you will regret it, because for me, I had to give it a try first, and then it wasn't a stopping for me. This is the conga that got me playing the guitar.
That we need to teach more in school about fishing. The younger ones, they're not being educated enough. When we were small, some days at school you had to come to the beach. You had to come to the beach. And when you come to the beach and you see fishermen and things, you're excited. I see them bringing fish, and see them getting money exchange day and day. We had Fisherman's Day. I think out of Fisherman's Day we get 11 children that was interested in fishing. Because Fisherman's Day, we take them out on the boats. We take them fishing in the boats and to let them feed the fish biting. Some of them get big ones, some of them get small, but they were excited. At least 2 or 3 of them will come out of there. You understand? And that's what they will like. You ain't gonna get all. It is fishing and characterization. So much little boys that come out here that know there's men, they tell me, you remember you teach me how to fish? So much little boys just tell me, you can't remember me. You give me food for my mother. You help my mother. You help me. When it comes to fishing, once it comes to fishing, again, the hooks, I got my lines in there. I got lines, a whole big reel of line in there, a whole set of hooks, a whole set of legs. If we see it come down there and it look like a waterfish, I can make a rod for you. You're a little bigger, man. There you here, a little bigger. When I go fishing, I catch a particular size fish. Because I want when I come back tomorrow or next 3-4 weeks, I can get a bigger one.
A very warm welcome to all of you. If this is your first, I was going to say a visit, but if you are attending the symposium for the first time, well, of course, the welcome is offered to you. And if this is your second day, the welcome is no less warm. I'm Antoine Williams, and I'll be your presenter / facilitator for today's experience. It is always necessary to find ways as to how you can combine the arts and any other industry. But I, of course, have a bias, so I would always say through the arts, we can always learn. There are always lessons to be offered, whether it's through poetry, which is also spoken word, whether theater, visual arts, even graphic design, dance, song. The arts lead the way because there's always that avenue to inspire, to enlighten, and certainly to bring the message in a completely different way. Not necessarily clinical, not necessarily academic, but one that stirs your emotions. So I am pleased this morning to welcome an intern at the Barbados Fisheries Division. Her name is Kaya Knight, and she will now have the pleasure of favoring you with a spoken word. Please do welcome her.
Good morning. This poem is entitled Oceanic Perils and Paradise Predicaments. A vast emptiness swallowed the sphere's surface with a deafening silence, loud enough to rival the rave raging below. A serene sound yet to be interrupted. Plates collided, depositing subducted sediments in slapdash style. Coral clung tightly to the mounding millage like scales on skin, piling high, piercing the pristine peace of the surface. And from the depths she rose, glistening, shimmering, shining, a white diamond surrounded by sapphire seas. Life emerged from the limestone. Towering treetops cascaded into bearded fig tree vines, tumbling into the sea. Waves roar in opposition to the cliffs. In a battle of dominance, the sea claims to be victor. Swearing to wage conquest on the land it fought to devour long ago. Amidst the cliffside squabble, waters lay calm. Calcified marine monuments, a sight to behold, adorned in bold jewelry that change with the tide, inviting peering pescados to partake in the preening, existing in ecological harmony. Those sitting presently are fond of past tenses, trying desperately to grasp fading memories. Tremendously thirsty Hobie cats slurp speedily from 6 men's. Travelers' towers, blind shoreline drives, a sore sight for local eyes. Yet we have ourselves to blame. The greed of commercialization, a fatal flaw, but we crave the gambling game. Conniving companies diving at any opportunity, an ecological tragedy. Once bountiful blue basins, now steaming seafood boils. Stale soup bowls with scents of souring sea egg, the new normal. Another 1.5 degrees, and we will see. Fish flee the flaming seas, leaving frustrated fisherfolk for naught as they fume over failed flings of the net, only to be knotted with swimming sargassum, the best fresh catch of the day. If only we endured its sweet stench, a feast could be had, gorging on its abundance, our hunger satiated at last. Brick by brick, the thicket thins, marshlands into wastelands, dry and desperately desolate, misshapen microbes murdered in cold blood, slaughtered silently, trapped beneath towering timber. Mangroves mutilated by the materializing mountains of muck, perilously problematic polluting particles prancing, performing paso doble and pirouettes, dancing to our demise. A race to reverse the accelerating rate of reduced resources, to analyze, strategize, and allocate. A plan to put the seas at ease, to let them breathe, devising a design to divide marine materials meticulously, a break from the strain of humanity, a consensus of compatibility. Subaquatic supporters sleep soundly in sea sanctuaries. Riveting reserves rescue recovering reef dwellers. Coves of coral cradled by the calm. Cuddled by crabby caretakers, carefully cleaning sprouting staghorns. Nurturing nurseries foster flourishing communities. Reefs bursting with biodiversity. Biodiverse bounties burst into open seas, fully grown and ready to eat. Nets filled with flying fish, flicking flamboyant fins. Dazzling dolphins display illustrious iridescent scales as they dance beneath glistening glass waves. Tunas torpedoing tirelessly through the tides, letting lucky longliners lap up their loot. A bountiful harvest returned once more, the product of protecting both sea and shore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kaya. I encourage you to write and write even more. There's always pleasure in that. So yesterday, as we gathered, we were able to discuss and explore a number of areas based on the program and based on Shelley's comments. Disaster risk management, risk insurance. Then there was a reference to the blueprint, plotting a course for fisheries research in Barbados. We also had discussion on marine water quality research. Environmental Protection Department, they spent some time on the ambient air and noise monitoring programs. So, a lot of information. And I trust that it will not necessarily stay here, but beyond these doors and into the general public, we will make every effort to ensure that students and the general public are also aware of all of this information. So as we begin our morning session, the first session, Beyond the Beach, Conversations on the Blue Economy. And this will be presented by ontologist Senator Dr. Crystal Drakes and Mr. Clish Gittins. Please do acknowledge them.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, students. We'll be doing a presentation today entitled Beyond the Beach, Conversations on the Blue Economy. Presented by myself, Clish Gittins, and Senator Dr. Crystal Drakes.
So just to quickly go through the presentation's outline. First, we will establish the theoretical foundations of the book. The research was based on two concepts, cultural ecosystem services, which Clish will talk about, which is based on his research, and the blue donut economy, which was my research. Then we'll go into why we went about creating this book, Beyond the Beach. And then we will explore 4 articles that are in the book, just to give you a sample of the content that is in this book. And then finally, we'll give you a snippet of the launch that was held on June 6th. If any of you were not there, you'll get a snippet of what occurred on that night.
So, like any islander and people that live on islands, we use our marine spaces for various activities. And those various activities is defined in my research as cultural ecosystem services. So we will play a video to give a visual representation of these cultural ecosystem services. So visually, we saw representations of cultural ecosystem services, or what I like to define as cultural practices. So my research was grounded in theoretical foundations, as I said, in cultural ecosystem services. I'll give you a short definition. The intangible benefits that people obtain from ecosystems contributing to human well-being. So you may be wondering, what is this equation doing on the screen? Open brackets, S times C, close brackets, plus E equals I. S represents space, times capabilities, plus experiences equals identity. So I will attempt to explain it. Space, let's use, based on the video, we saw a popular space, Bathsheba. So that's the space. High wave energy, coastal is rugged. That's the space. That's the natural environment. If you learn to swim there, and from learning to swim, then you may learn to surf. You may learn to kite surf, paddle surf, windsurf. That represents the capabilities. So the space times the capabilities then gives you the experience. Surfing or swimming, you're out in the ocean, you have this experience. It's personal. And that, when you add it, equals and helps shape your identity. So the tangible and non-tangible things that we receive from the marine environment helps to shape our identity. We would define it as cultural goods or cultural practices. So the cultural practice may be surfing. And what you receive then is a cultural good. And using CES, I was able to do cultural, you could define it as cultural impact assessments. But for the purpose of this presentation, we won't go too heavy into that. But in coastal communities, identity is shaped by experiences and the capabilities in relation with nature. And that is where my research was grounded in. And that led to the creation of Beyond the Beach and some of the conversations.
Thank you for that, Klish. So having explained CES, I'll attempt to very quickly explain my research. We talk about the blue economy, and many times when we hear about it, we think about livelihoods, we think about investment. It's heavily rooted, I see some faces looking a bit confused. It's heavily rooted in economic language. However, when we think about the blue economy, we are talking about using the marine environment and extracting resources to transform them into goods and services. However, to assess the sustainability of the blue economy, we cannot use the traditional language of economics. We have to use something alternative, which is what I adapted from Kate Raworth's theory, donut economics, and I coined it the blue donut economy. Essentially what it does is it assesses the marine ecological limits and the social priorities of a particular space. For my research, it was Barbados. Having done that, outside of the usual metrics that we have in terms of GDP, income, investment, and as I said before, I found that when you looked at Barbados's marine ecological limits, 8 out of 13 of our limits have already been overshot. 7 out of 10 of our social priorities are either falling short or are not reaching their targets. You can see from the diagram all those things in red on the outer boundary, which is the ecological ceiling, things like our mangroves, fish stocks, water use, open coastal space, for instance, all overshot. In the inner circle, which is the social floor, things like our food and nutrition, the level of education found in the industry, our target reaching renewable energy, particularly as it relates to ocean-based technologies, we are not reaching that target fast enough. So the aim of all of this, assessing it in this way, is to bring us back to a safe and just space, which is that inner ring that you can see in the middle, the light blue line, that safe and just space where you would be operating in a sustainable blue economy. why is all of this important, and how is it linked then to CES? When I did the research and the modeling was done, a key systems driver and lever to bringing us back to a safe and just space was the integration of indigenous knowledge and culture. Without those two things, we cannot bring our blue economy back to a sustainable space. And that's where we saw the marriage, I would say, between the cultural ecosystem services that Klish talked about and the fact that we are currently outside of a sustainable space for the blue economy, and utilizing this idea of culture, norms, values, and customs. If they are not integrated, then we're in trouble. So, as I said, we then merged the two ideas of the Blue Donut and the ocean-based cultural ecosystem services to form Beyond the Beach, the book.
Beyond the Beach, the book, Conversations on the Blue Economy, is rooted in science, based in storytelling. The book attempts to unpack human nature and its relationship with the ocean. Using art, storytelling, the book featured persons that you might not necessarily associate with a blue economy. Because when we think of blue economy, straight off the bat, we think of sectors. The book features persons that are inspired by the ocean, persons that their day-to-day timing is set by the ocean. And in just over 200 pages, 33 articles, and photo essays, Beyond the Beach, the book was curated. And it gives stories and voices to the voiceless. We touch on areas, fishing, surfing, culinary arts, dance, sculptures, theoretical frameworks. The book, Beyond the Beach. And like any other book, we will attempt to show a few of the articles that are actually in the book.
So on the screen now is the first article, and I'll quickly go through this as well, is Can the Ocean Give Life to a New Economy? And this one was written by me. And in this article, I tried to simplify and storytell my thesis, essentially. And as was up on the screen just now, is because we wanted to extend the academic work to the everyday person so that they could understand what it is that is happening in the research community as it relates to the blue economy. So in asking that question and saying, okay, can we develop new principles that would allow us to have a more sustainable blue economy? There were three things that came out in the research that I articulated in this article. The first one is strengthening community-oriented ownership of our coastal and marine commons. That is critical because in doing that, we bring a lot of the targets that are falling short in our social floor up. That's the first one. The second one is how we measure the success of ocean-related activity by a new metric. So rather than, as I said earlier, those traditional metrics of income, GDP, investment, let's devise something that incorporates both ecological metrics and social metrics. It could be a blue donut, it could be something else. But if we are not tracking both the economics, the social priorities, and the ecological health, we will not have a successful blue economy. And the third principle I want to highlight here is using the blue economy as an empowerment tool to elevate cultural consciousness. There are many persons across the island that have a very strong relationship to the ocean. And can we utilize the idea of how we define the blue economy in our own coastal and marine spaces to have the emergence of a new identity that is Barbadian to us? So it would be somewhat of redefining or defining for ourselves what the blue economy is. Many of you in the room would know that the blue economy is also a term that is used heavily in the international space. But then when you get to your local communities, we have to truly understand what that means for us. The second article here is titled From Batsrock to Bathsheba, an interview with Damani Reed. And Damani is a special feature in this book. He does spoken word poetry, and he is also an award-winning chef. You can go to the next slide. And traditionally, he is not somebody that would feature in a blue economy conversation. Why? Because he's in the culinary space. However, when you have a conversation with Damani, you realize that most of his dishes are inspired by our marine environment. And that is not to be taken lightly because, as Klish mentioned earlier, these intangible assets or this intangible relationship that we have with the sea is then transformed into something that is produced and sold to others, and economic value is then placed on it. But unless you have that relationship, what Damani does in terms of transforming that inspiration to an economic output or product is not possible. And I want to just quickly state here and read for you something that stuck out to me when we had this interview. He says, "There's nothing more in tune than nature, especially the ocean, the body of the ocean. It brings you back to life." And that is the type of mantra that he has when he is devising and creating his dishes in Baobab kitchen. He is deeply, deeply rooted in the ocean and the culture of the ocean, and even things like ensuring that we continue to have public spaces and beach access so that people can go and enjoy our coastlines.
Can I go back? Yes. How many people in the audience recognize the rock in Bathsheba on that dish? Did you recognize it?
No.
It's inspired. So the dish is inspired from Bats Rock to Bathsheba. They're elements of our coastline, inspired, and it's very tasty too. So, back to the book and through the lens of culture. And this was one of my articles in the book. And I was examining blue spaces from an anthropologist's perspective. The gentleman that you can see in the picture, his name is Kevin Nichols, an NCC trained lifeguard, affectionately known throughout Barbados as Buju. Buju is a lifeguard. Buju is a surf instructor, an avid surfer. The equation at the bottom again, space times capabilities equals experiences, and that will shape identities. And I will attempt to explain how Buju ties into this. The spaces of these islands and their shorelines are unique. So remember earlier I was mentioning Bathsheba. Buju is a lifeguard in Bathsheba. I'm not sure where he's currently stationed now, but at the time when I wrote the piece, he was in Bathsheba stationed. And he made it his responsibility because of his identity that he would share the experience of teaching the younger members of the community to swim. And he thought, if he could teach the youngsters to swim, he could then give them the capabilities. And once they have these capabilities, he could prepare them to life. And as researchers, we tend to do a lot of surveys, we do a lot of spreadsheets, we do our CAP surveys, and a lot of this, what I call golden nuggets, is not translated in a survey tool. The space is natural, but what we take from the space is the cultural good. And Mr. Nichols is continuing to teach these cultural practices. And once he teaches these cultural practices, then the identity of the space has a high rating. So if we had to use like an Amazon rating, this would have 5 stars. Bathsheba would have 5 stars in terms of identity. And in his passion, he's saying Bathsheba is known for producing some of the best surfers on island, but he believes they're a dying breed because he believes that the capabilities are being lost and it's not being passed on, because a lot of the surfers, they use the space, get the capabilities, and have that experience. That experience now takes them on world tours. They go to surf other places. And a lot of the time they don't come back home, or they may not have an apprentice. And then the identity of the space is lost. So when we're having the conversations on the blue economy, we have to look through the lens of culture. And it's just not surfing. Sometimes it's places where people do yoga. Sometimes it's places where persons will just go to have that morning 5 a.m. chit-chat. And if you take that from them, they lose the space, or they lose that capability of going to the beach at 5 a.m. at dawn. They don't have that experience to say, hi, good morning, how are you? Their identity is altered. And what Beyond the Beach, the book, tried to do is highlight some of these aspects. And Beyond the Beach is just not a Barbadian story. It is an island story. It represents our islandology. And one of these stories in the book, during an interview, I interviewed a good friend of mine called Zyla. And the story takes one from St. Lucia to Hawaii. Zyla is a mental health social worker. She works a lot with the people in the prison, and she really pushes hard to make sure to help people in their consciousness and, as I said, their mental health. But the ocean plays a deep-rooted part of her everyday experience. She left St. Lucia, relocated to the United States, doing her same psychology work, but she was not around the water, and it affected her deeply. She got another opportunity, and she relocated to Hawaii. So this story, like a literary vessel, goes from the Caribbean Sea to the Pacific Ocean. Zyla now resides in Hawaii, and she can now function. So it goes back to the same space, experience, capabilities, and it takes you to help shape your identity. And Zyla says, and I quote from the book, I realize how desperately I need to go to the water, to cry to the water, to put salt water back into the water, to talk to the water, and to sing to the water. We are rooted with the ocean. We don't go too far without seeing the ocean. And this is what Beyond the Beach, the book, as we have these conversations with all of these various persons, we attempt to give voice to many different persons, to show all of these different experiences and how it's measured for identity. Beyond the Beach, rooted in science, told in story. Rooted in science, told in story. And that was how we got here. So now, we have a book. And we had a book launch on June 6th. And this is a short video on the book launch.
Very short, yes. But nonetheless, what you saw there in that short snippet was our attempt to bring the pages of the book to life. As you saw in the very short clip, Damani was there with his culinary expression, the artwork on the wall. There was a rock sculpture that is usually featured in Bats Rock. We had that installed into the installation into the Argentine embassy. So it really was an attempt to bring, as I said, the book and the pages of the book to life in artistic expression, so that persons who have absolutely no connection, no scientific understanding of what the blue economy is. I even had one of our invitees say to me, "I'm not coming, I don't understand half the things you say when you talk about the blue economy." And when she left, she said, "But you should have said to me that you were breaking it down so the dumb person could understand." And that's the type of night that we had. And she had a better appreciation as well of what the blue economy is about. And it's not just for those people somewhere talking about it, but understanding that it is a part of all of us, and how we express that sometimes is the key to communicating a lot of that scientific information. So thank you all for listening to us. If you would like to reach us, you can do so at beyondthebeachbb@gmail.com. And now we have a lovely website as well, www.beyondthebeachbb.com. And a short marketing plug, the books are now on sale at the Argentine Embassy, right there in after you pass the garrison. And just yesterday, we dropped off a package to the Barbados Museum and Historical Society gift shop. So you can also find the book there. And since you're here today, they're also featured in the back. So please, browse at the back. The bookmarks are free. If you want to grab one, please do. And thank you all.
Thank you very much, Senator Drakes, as well as Clish Gittins. Thank you. And you didn't indicate the affordable price of the books.
Still on?
Sorry?
Yes. So, no, I was making sure the mic was still on. Soft covers are $150. Hard covers are $180. Soft covers, $150. Hard covers, $180.
Thank you very
Barbados.
much. Yeah, that part is interesting. Right, so there you have it. Interesting enough, that was almost, when I spoke about the arts, it was a segue into your presentation. I was totally unaware that your presentation featured the actual working in the book and on the book. So it fitted in well. I congratulate you, and I sincerely trust that this will be a success. To those of you who've just joined us, a very special welcome to you. We want to return to a presentation that was set for yesterday, but for circumstances that did not take place. So now you will have the chance to hear from Mr. Carlon Worrell of the Environment Protection Department, and he's going to speak about antimicrobial resistance research. Please note this is also an opportunity for you to pose your questions, concerns, comments after his presentation. Please do welcome him.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for having me back again. My name is Carlon Worrell. I'm the Senior Environmental Protection Officer at the Environmental Protection Department, specifically in the water quality section. So today I'm going to present to you an overview of some of the work my section has done with respect to monitoring for antimicrobial resistance organisms and genes in the Barbadian environment. So the format I'm going to take today, we're going to deal with 4 main areas. I'm going to try to provide a background for our work and rationales for why we did what we did, our research approach in terms of the areas of the environment we dealt with, the results, and the way forward. So, let me first insert a bit of a caveat here. I'm not a health official. This is entirely from an environmental monitoring perspective. So just keep that in mind when you ask questions. Good. So, antibiotics. Most of us are familiar with antibiotics and what they're used for. They're basically used to treat infections caused by microorganisms, right? Good. So, The important thing about antibiotics is that we tend to use specific classes of antibiotics or antimicrobials to target specific organisms. And this is based on their selective pharmaceutical properties. They have been in use since the 1940s, but more recently, they have come to the fore because of the challenges with antimicrobial resistance. If you look at this table here, we see quite a few of pathogens and diseases that we encounter and the harmful effects. Without antimicrobials, we would have to face these head-on. And this is not very good. For example, think of things like cholera, leptospirosis, those kinds of things. We need to be able to treat those quickly and effectively. Okay. So this is a bit of a rationale for why antimicrobial resistance is important. We have these medicines, we have the bacteria we try to treat. However, when we treat bacteria and other organisms with antimicrobials, some natural selection processes come into play, where some of these organisms are able to survive the treatment. Right? This is not normally a big deal if you've gotten rid of most of them and then the ones that are left can't multiply and affect you further. But they're pretty smart and not intentionally so. When an organism is resistant, it has something called resistant genes. And then these genes are able to be transferred to other organisms in the environment and through the environment. And this is where the problem occurs. Oh, I just want to look at the right of this slide and also make it clear that when we speak of antimicrobials, we're not only dealing with drugs. It can be heavy metals that are used for treatment, or it can be chemicals that we use in the home to kill microorganisms. Okay. Another really important reason for why we as a department are involved in this is because of something called the One Health approach, which, as the slide makes very clear, recognizes that the health of humans, animals, and the wider environment are linked and interdependent. And this is really, really important. When we think of antimicrobial resistance, we normally think of hospitals. And if we have a bit more knowledge, we may think of a farm. But we don't necessarily think of the environment and the different interactions that occur in the environment between the hospitals, farms, people, or water supplies, or waste supplies, all of that important stuff. So this diagram on the right, or this graphic, shows that. I'm not sure if it's very clear from where you are, but just appreciate it is all interrelated. This just gives some more information based on what I said before. And if you look at the third bullet point here, we see that antibiotic resistance leads to higher medical costs, prolonged hospital stays, and increased mortality. And this is really, really important. It has an economic effect as well as a social and cultural and health impact. So we need to be really careful in targeting our work towards dealing with antimicrobial resistance. Okay. Another part of the rationale is to consider what is happening and what is projected to happen. So if you look at the diagram bottom left, this is showing the percentage of invasive E. coli isolates. Isolates are basically the bacteria and genes you've isolated from a sample that are found around the world. And if we see here, most of the resistant isolates are found in the developed world. If you look up to the right top hand corner, this shows predictions for resistance in all countries and territories in the world. It's a bit of a flip. We have the bacterial isolates being found in the developed world, but then we have the resistance migrating or affecting the developing world. And this is really important as well. Another rationale for monitoring is to bring it a bit closer to home. This is an article, I can't remember the date, actually at the top, March 22nd, 2015. Right. So this is an article that speaks to some of the challenges that the Queen Elizabeth Hospital faced with respect to antimicrobial resistance. And this bacteria was called Klebsiella. Okay? I'm not going to go much further into that because, as I said, I'm not a healthcare professional. One of the other reasons that we want to look at antimicrobial resistance in the Barbados case is that there have been studies that have shown there is some linkage between climate change and antimicrobial resistance. And as you would be aware, a small island developing state such as ourselves, which is surrounded by water, is quite vulnerable to climate impacts. So for example, on the right of this green graphic, you see rising temperatures being mentioned. And it's really important to see. If you have rising temperatures, these create an environment for bacterial growth and proliferation. It's as simple as that. So if you have rising temperatures, you're more likely to see more bacterial growth, more transfer of genes, more resistance in the environment. So that's a simple and straightforward example of why climate change also impacts antimicrobial resistance. This graphic presents some data we collected at Worthing Beach. And it basically shows the standards we use to monitor bacteria in bathing water. The top two are for enterococci, and the bottom ones are for fecal coliform. We can see that we have rarely exceeded the samples for the microbiological quality of nearshore water. However, it does show that the organisms are present. So if they are present, it is likely and possible that these organisms themselves can become resistant to treatment if somebody were to be impacted by them. We also mentioned in the rationale dealing with wastewater treatment systems. At the Environmental Protection Department, we are acutely aware of the challenges that wastewater treatment and handling poses in Barbados. And we also want to note that the disposal of wastewater and the treatment of wastewater are important in terms of antimicrobial resistance, because most of our wastewater is sent to the environment in an untreated form. And the disposal of wastewater is quite widespread. Of course, we have legislation and policies such as the Groundwater Protection Policy, which try to deal with the impacts of wastewater on our drinking water. But we also want to consider that the treatment standards we have here are not necessarily addressing dealing with resistant organisms. For example, to remove some of the genetic material which may transfer resistance, you'd have to consider treatment or polishing methods such as ozonation and the use of blue light, which is a special light that's able to kill the bacteria and, for all intents and purposes, get rid of the genetic material. Okay, so now I can deal with what I'm comfortable with, which is the environment perspective, right? Right. So this is a simplified hydrogeological profile of Barbados. And this just summarizes some of the things I've mentioned before. If you look to the right, you have infiltration, which could include wastewater. We have underground groundwater flow in the limestone, and it goes out to sea. So straight away we can see here the linkage and the impact on the entire environment. It is quite clear. No confusion, right? This little house to the bottom is right by the sea. So that wastewater can definitely impact the coastal environment, and it is unlikely that if it's not treated, the impacts will be quite immediate. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the research approach that we took at the Environmental Protection Department. So, although antimicrobial resistance has come to the fore in the last few years, work has been going on for quite some time. And we at the EPD sought to work in conjunction with the Public Health Laboratory, specifically Ms. Gail Trotman at that laboratory, to do some assessments. Our first one was a pilot study, which was completed in 2011. In this pilot study, we focused on groundwater and nearshore water, or bathing beaches. We then followed an expanded national assessment, And then we had a full and a wider scoped national assessment in 2020. And I'm going to give you a bit more detail on each of these. This is the pilot study. We focus on E. coli, Enterococcus, fecal coliform, and Klebsiella organisms. If you look at the map of Barbados, you can see the distribution of the sampling sites. It was not very widespread, but it was still very critical work and very important work. We did also try to do some work in agricultural wells and drinking water wells and bathing beaches, as I said before. We found 103 E. coli isolates and 149 enterococci isolates. That doesn't mean much to the average person, but again, it shows that the organisms were found in the environment. This is the national assessment here. And you can see we included sewage treatment plants, some surface water sites, and polyclinics. If you look to the table on the right, it shows some of the classes of antimicrobials and the target organisms and how they work. What is really important here is that we were able to sample 1,018 water supply sources. This is some more information from that second national assessment. You can see that the resistance to some of the antimicrobials was quite low, and then some were also intermediate. From my perspective, this just shows that more work must be done. I'm not going to try to interpret it. 2020, the expanded national assessment. And this one was really, really important because we moved away from just water and swabbing in healthcare institutions to farms, soil, that kind of stuff. And again, this goes back to the idea of the One Health approach. So myself and my officers, we literally went around and collected soil samples. We had some help from the Barbados Water Authority as well, and again, some public health officers to collect these samples. 48 sampling locations were included. The main takeaway here was that this was a well-expanded search in the environment, as you can see here. There was quite good coverage. I'm not sure why St. George was left out. Okay, so one of the main things we did as a department was try to collaborate with some international partners. And this occurred from around 2017, if I remember correctly. So basically, there's this university in Denmark that was doing some work which is funded by the World Health Organization. And they asked us, would you be interested in collecting sewage samples, freezing them at minus 80 degrees, and then shipping them to Denmark? We said yes, of course. So this is some of the work that was done, and these are some of the results. These graphics can be quite intimidating, but I will try to break down some of them. The one on the top right basically shows the classes of antimicrobials that were found in the samples. The one to the bottom left shows some of the sampling sites, and the one to the bottom right shows the relative abundance of antimicrobial resistance genes in those at those sample sites. So you see Africa, again, remember the graphic of the world maps, a bit high. South America, a bit high as well. Asia, Europe, Middle East, North America, Oceania, different degrees of resistance. This program was quite interesting because as time went on, we did about 3 years of sampling here. And it started with sewage. We were like, okay, fine. We can don our PPE, follow our procedures, and get this done. And then it was expanded to different types of waste. One really impactful event was sampling waste from an abattoir And this is waste from a well. So you can imagine, I've never seen bigger worms in my life. I literally came back to the office with this stench on me. I had to change my clothes and shower and just leave. It was that impactful. We took some interns with us, and I'm sure they're still scarred to this day. I cannot describe the smell. I cannot. But it was very, very important work. If you look here, I'll be appointed today. This is Barbados. We have seen an increasing trend of antimicrobial resistance in the 3 years of the sampling we did. Wait, hold a second. Something's missing. Okay. Well, basically, I had added some slides to the presentation, which are not in this one. But we had a map which showed Barbados. And it basically showed that we and some other countries were considered as special contributors to this work. So I think that's really important. We might not have been able to go into the level of detail and sampling as larger countries, but we were able to help out and do our part. And it is also often quite challenging for small countries and small agencies such as ourselves to divert resources to this kind of work. But once again, we saw the importance of it, and we did our best. We went to the storage plants, we went to the abattoirs, and we got it done. Okay? So yes, thank you so much for listening, and I hope that this has been quite informative. Okay.
Thank you very much, Colin. Here's an opportunity now for you to pose any questions or offer any comments. I invite Senator Drakes, as well as Clish Gittins, Linda Chapman, who presented yesterday, and Colin is already here. Just to refresh your memory, yesterday, Linda Chapman from the EPD, her presentation was on ambient air and noise monitoring programs as offered by the Environmental Protection Department. And this morning we were treated to a presentation by Senator Dr. Crystal Drakes and Clish Gittins, Beyond the Sea, Conversations on the Blue Economy, and you just heard from Callan Worrell. So now is your time to speak. Any questions, comments?
Question from the back. Hi, good morning all. Name is Brian Payne.
And before you pose, you can identify to whom you are posing the question.
Hi, good morning. Name is Brian Payne. Ministry of Health and Wellness, National Nutrition Center. Again, thanks all presenters for the presentations. I just want to say I know Carlon many, probably too many years now, for both commemorate and also K-Phil. Carlon, again, thanks for the presentation. You said something which I thought was quite interesting, and you talked about the disposal of wastewater and the potential, I guess, release of antibiotics into the water system. I found that very interesting. My question is, how, from your perspective, does this affect coral reefs in any way? And if possible, what is your entity doing to kind of alert the public or alert the Ministry of Health as it relates to kind of trying to manage this in a systematic way? Thank you.
Yes, there is definitely the possibility of affecting coral reefs. In fact, I think it's happened in Barbados before. Antimicrobials have been used to treat coral diseases. So there is a possibility of an impact. I am not sure the level of that impact or the mechanism via which it would happen, but there is a possibility for that to happen. Yeah.
Question?
Yeah, Carlin, Trevor Thorpe, CBC Business. You spoke about disposable, and what concerns me is I've seen within recent years an upsurge in folk walk around with a bottle drinking water. It hasn't caught me yet. But how safe with what you have researched? How safe is our drinking water?
My director's here, and I think that's a question for him.
And Callum will be referring to Anthony Headley, who is the director of the Environmental Protection Department, who's always ready to answer any question.
Good morning, everyone. I think there were two questions that were asked, one with respect to the safety of our groundwater, and the other one with respect to the impact of antimicrobial resistance on coral reef systems. Carlon clearly indicated that yes, there can be an impact on coral reef systems, but also we have a disease which is actually spreading throughout the Caribbean region, started in the North Caribbean region known as thorny coral tissue loss disease. And right now the Coastal Zone Management Unit is trying to manage the disease to ensure that the coral remain healthy, and they're actually using antibiotics. In terms of clearly understanding the impact of the existing antimicrobial substances, because it's not just antibiotics, but it's a range of substances that we use in Barbados that result in this antimicrobial resistance effect. So it's not just pharmaceuticals, they're part of it, but there's also the disinfectants that we use. And when COVID hit, there was a surge. We actually, when you look at the import statistics, we increased the import and use of antimicrobial resistant substances. It doubled. So it moved from around 500,000 to over 10,000 or something like that in terms of the import volumes of substances that we use. With respect to the issue of safety of our drinking water, most of you should be aware by now, the government of Barbados updated the groundwater protection and land use planning policy, which is incorporated into the physical development plan that's managed by the regulatory agencies. And that include the Planning and Development Department, Environmental Protection Department, Water Authorities, Coastal Zone Management Unit. And basically what that instrument does is it regulates disposal in Barbados from housing development. What I would wish to add here is the issue of the existing antimicrobial resistance planning committee, which reports directly to Prime Minister. As you know, the Prime Minister is the chair of the global leaders group trying to address this issue that we've presented at the global level. We participate in that through this national committee that is looking at the whole issue of antimicrobial resistance, and they've established a national action plan. That national action plan was updated and presented, I think, in 2000 or 2001, to remember the exact dates, but it sets out a series of actions that the government is actually undertaking to reduce the use of antimicrobial resistant substances. So this is across the medical field, the polyclinics, etc. There are guidelines that the WHO issued to doctors worldwide, just providing some guidance, simple guidance as to how to use antimicrobials in human beings. The area where we have to do a little bit more work, particularly in Barbados, is the issue of looking at the use of antimicrobials in the agricultural sector. The human sector is fairly well controlled, but the agricultural sector is one where there needs to be a little bit more control in terms of the use of antimicrobials in animals, etc. And we're now designing between ourselves, the University of the West Indies, and the Ministry of Agriculture. We're looking at an expanded study to go across now the entire spectrum of potential areas where we can be exposed. So we've dealt with water, and this new study is going to look at this new study will look at food, which is another area of consumption and area of potential impact from antimicrobials. Right? What Carlon didn't mention in the presentation was the issue of the resistome. And certainly we have to build up our capacity. And the resistome is basically looking at the full spectrum of resistant antimicrobials. And from the graph that you saw, it basically categorized the regions in terms of the multi-drug resistance effects across the different regions, the Caribbean region and the Latin American region, despite the fact that we may have, in some instances, for the whole region, relatively high, but in terms of multi-drug resistance, it's relatively low, and that's something that we want to keep. Barbados, when we looked at that global data set, was ranked number 18th at the bottom out of 190 different countries that analysis was done on. So we're still fairly low. We have an opportunity to ensure that we manage this potential very dangerous threat. So there's still the opportunity to manage it. So from those policies that have been implemented, and certainly there's a little bit more work to be done, I can clearly say that our drinking water, water that you receive from the taps, etc., that water is safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Still your opportunity to pose any questions, or if any members of the panel, if you would like to offer any comments, you can do so.
Yes, although I'm a panelist, I had a question. I walked out of the room, so I don't know if it was shared when you were doing your presentation, Mr. Worrell. What I was unsure of is you showed a map where the bacteria was present in the north, but the resistance is showing up in the developing or global south. Why is that?
One of the main factors could be that people travel quite a lot, so there could be some transfer there as well. So I think that, from my perspective, that is one of the main possibilities and one of the main likelihoods.
And just a very quick second question. Given how you've presented the issue, in that action plan, is it more of a reduce the contaminants that are showing up in our wastewater, et cetera, or is it a solution based of removal? So I'm trying to understand where we are in terms of how are we going to deal with this? Like, where is the science leading us to? Is it entry point or is it?
Yeah, the main approach is the entry point and the proper and judicious use of antimicrobials in all sectors: health, farming, the environment. Yeah.
Good. Members of the audience?
One more comment. Good morning. I am Dr. Kurt Douglas, the director for the Center for Biosecurity Studies at UWI. Kaylon, thank you very much for a very insightful presentation. Also to the director, Mr. Headley. I just wanted to pick up on a point that you mentioned about people traveling and being able to capture that. I'm part of a pilot study that's going to start in Barbados looking at AMR. And one of the key areas that we're looking at is wastewater from incoming aircraft, to be able to look at what people may be bringing into the country. What you find in the wastewater treatment plants will be a mixture of people who reside in Barbados, but also people who travel to Barbados. And so at that point, you'll be able to definitely see what's being introduced into the country. So after you guys are finished, we definitely will have to have some conversations.
Thank you very much. That does sound like some very interesting work.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Well, if there are no further questions, I'm going to invite you who are sitting at the table, if you have any final comments, perhaps another plug at the book, Krista?
No, I think we're doing a good job with the dissemination of information. If there are no questions, I hope that everyone understood our attempt at translating a lot of the scientific information that's coming out of research on the blue economy and putting it into the hands of the average Barbadian.
Yeah.
And I think that's the real aim of our book. I don't know if Klish has any insights.
Please buy the book.
That is very direct.
But on a serious level, I believe that there is a story or an article for everybody. It is not designed for you to read from front to back. I think, and from surveys. Oh, okay, sorry. Technical difficulties, right. So from the feedback so far that readers, they have said one day they go surfing with Brian Talma. Another day, they're in a culinary exhibition with Damani. Then another day, they're in a very technical conversation with Professor Mahon. Or looking at climate change with Avinash Prasad. So it's designed in a way that every day you will pick up and you will find something new. So please, buy the book.
There's a question.
The books are available at the back, and they're on sale today, yes? Okay, so there's enough for everybody here, I think.
Thank you. And Linda, I know you presented yesterday. Do you have any comments?
Hi, thank you. Yes, yesterday I presented on air and noise monitoring programs. But no, I don't have any additional comments at this point in time.
All right, good. Well, thank you.
Yes, I do want to. He just reminded me of something. Yesterday, I highlighted a recently launched public awareness initiative. It allows the public to go online 24/7 and to see what is the status of the air quality at our monitoring sites. So it basically looks like a speedometer. You go on, you would see whether the air is good, poor, or moderate, very poor, extremely poor at the various monitoring sites. It's based on 4 pollutants: dust, PM2.5 and PM10, there's different size dust, ozone, and nitrogen dioxide. And if you want to go on and see the quality of the air is updated every minute to 5 minutes depending on the internet speeds, you can go online to epd.gov.bb/AQI, and you would be able to see the status of the air quality based on our equipment all during the day and night. epd.gov.bb/AQI. Thank you.
Thank you also. Thank you. Please. Yeah, Anthony, just before you go.
I just want to stress the point that Leander made with respect to the AQI, the Air Quality Index. We're having an increased frequency of Sahara dust, and certainly this is one of the reasons why we have tried to put this tool out. It allows individuals to access the site and get information about the quality of the air during the event. That allows you then to make decisions about your health. Should I wear a mask? Should I go out and I exercise during one of these storms? This is very important. Dust can have a significant impact on your health. The very fine particulates, the 2.5, they're so small that they can pass the blood barrier and get into your bloodstream. So it's very important that you have this type of information so that you can protect yourself during those storm events, those dust storm events. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Klish?
Yeah, so this is to the director. So our colleagues at the Met Office, they're doing a fantastic job, big them up, with the updates. With the guy, he uses tagline, Francois here, let's get right into it. Will EPD use something similar, a communications package like that, when the dust storms are happening? Or is that something you are thinking about?
We certainly still have to do a little bit more work in terms of how best to present it to the public, but right now, this is the initial steps in terms of launching it, trying to get it out there so that persons are aware of it. We don't have all of the resources that we require to really communicate at the level and intensity that we would like to communicate at, given our large mandate, but certainly we will try.
Thank you very much. Trevor?
How effective is the rainfall on the presence of dust and the times of the year that we have greater problems where the dust is concerned with relation to rainfall, especially the hurricane season that we are in now?
Hi. With respect to how the weather affects air quality, yes. Weather does affect air quality, but interestingly enough, even during the rain, we do get the dust is still in the air. It doesn't automatically wash it out of the atmosphere, but if there's a dust storm and there's rain, there's still a dust storm. We do have to do a little bit more research into how the rainfall, and we do need to have some better weather equipment set up with our for stations, and we're looking to change that. We try to get Met Office data, but the Met Office equipment is not always near to our stations, so sometimes that can be a bit of a difference. But that is something that we're looking at. But just to say that automatically once there's rain or rainy season, it doesn't automatically wash the dust out of the atmosphere. And we tend to get most of these dust storms around this time, like leading off from the end of the year into the beginning of this year, end of a year into the beginning of another year, up till only recently we had some dust storms. So usually up to about, even into summer, sometimes we can get them. So we do get dust storms, yes.
Go to school and things happening, you run around and you get in the school bus and come home afterwards. But now you're hearing all this stuff about dust storms and all these things that to panic people. My mother even asked me what was happening when she was at school. They used to say if dust didn't used to blow or the Sahara wasn't there then.
Well, I remember some research I read with respect to the origin of the dust, which would be in Africa, the Saharan coast. And with climate change, droughts, and especially in years when there's a drought in Africa, you tend to find more dust here. I've seen research such as that. So it is not only what's happening in our country, but this is transboundary pollution, i.e. it's coming from one country onto Barbados, because if you didn't believe that transboundary pollution and pollution could travel far, just remember the St. Vincent episode with the La Soufrière volcano and how far dust traveled, and it was not just a little bit of dust, it was a lot of dust. So transboundary pollution is real, and weather effects in another country can have impacts, especially on things like dust, where a drought in one country, less water there, the dust is able to transport or less likely to stay. But there are many climate change effects occurring, and this could be a possible reason.
I just want to comment to follow up on the air quality. We know that EPD has established their tool to monitor air at the university as well. Within CBS, we've set up about 20 remote air pollution sensors across Barbados. You can go on purpleair.com and look at the map, and once you toggle to Barbados, you'll see all the remote air pollution sensors across Barbados, and you get real-time air quality data there. We are in the process, however, of working on two things. One, the expansion of the remote sensor network, and we want to work with EPD on that, and also DEM. We've just brokered a partnership with the Barbados Meteorological Services, so with the director, Mr. Best, and the intention is that we're going to expand that network. The BMS already has remote weather stations across the island where they're already collecting almost real-time weather data, and we're going to outfit all of those weather stations with the air pollution sensors. So this is for PM 2.5, PM1, and I think PM10, sorry. So I think we will start to have a better idea, coming back to the question from the gentleman over there, in terms of the impacts of weather on not only dust, but other generators of particulate matter 2.5. And so I'd say by September, we'll start that process. And I think we'll have a better idea of the localized impact of dust, not only Sahara dust, but when you have wildfires. Because you've seen, I think, let's go back to March, this year, some schools in Bridgetown, some businesses in Bridgetown had to close because of the smoke from fire that emanated from all the way in St. Philip. But because of the trajectory of the wind and the northeast trade winds coming across the island, the movement of that smoke comes down and it impacts people across particular localized areas. So not in St. Lucie, but definitely in some of the adjoining areas like in St. Michael and St. George as well. So suffice to say, there's work going on behind the scenes. It's just that we have to connect to make it a reality.
Thank you, and of course we can always work together. I'd like to add that we did see that during the fires, there were spikes too, and we did see the same thing mostly in the St. Michael region, even though they happened in St. Philip, because we even called the fire service when we saw the equipment spiking, wanting to know what was the issue, and they did confirm, and the times that they indicated that, they would have an estimated time of the fire. It linked up with the time that we saw the equipment spike. And just on a note, in addition to particulate matter, this was in the presentation yesterday, our equipment looks at PM 2.5, PM10, similar as yours, but in addition to that, it also looks at ozone and nitrogen dioxide. So it's not only dust that the air quality index, EPD's air quality index is based on, but it includes dust as well as nitrogen dioxide and ozone. But I'm sure that we could all work together still. And yes, you are correct that sometimes you do see how far pollution travels.
Yes, and I just forgot to mention as well, we have just created a predictive model showing, we are trying to predict the number of asthma cases going into the accident and emergency department of the QEH based on climate data and based on particulate matter 2.5. And so far it's been pretty good given the limitation in data, because we only installed these sensors last year. But even just using last year's data, we have quite robustness in terms of the predictive power. So I think what would also be useful is looking at some of the data, cross-referencing it with the equipment that EPD has, and also looking at incorporating some of the parameters, for instance, ozone, because it will be useful for the management of A&E, and we've seen in the news the challenges that the A&E department has. It also help the public at large as well. So we are looking to develop an app and also look at how we can do some public awareness. So I know that you guys may have some challenges personnel-wise in terms of getting the amplification of the voice, but UWI stands ready to help in that regard.
Thank you very much. Colin, you made a note of that, right? Yeah. Thank you. If there are no further questions, allow me to express thanks to those at the head table, Colin Worrell, Linda Chapman, Senator Dr. Crystal Drakes, and Clish Gittins. Do give them a round of applause. Thank you. It is at this point that we move to another interesting topic and presentation, waste characterization study, as presented by PMCU. Perhaps you may be wondering what exactly is PMCU, the Project Management Unit at the Ministry of Environment and National Beautification, Green and Blue Economy. So the presentations are somewhat back to back. Neil, you're presenting on both? Right. So Neil Jilks, he will be presenting on waste characterization study, as well as a comprehensive recycling policy for Barbados.
Thank you. This is the, all right, just me practice it. Are we working? Good morning, everybody. I seen some familiar faces that I went to school with. I just want to know if you put in down your hair, because I know you're my age. Yes, I am Neil Jilks. I'm a technical officer, Project Management Coordination Unit within the Ministry of Environment, National Beautification, Green and Blue Economy. And we can talk about a very exciting topic, recycling, comprehensive recycling policy in Barbados. It's not going to, I want to make it kind of interactive because this topic is one that we all relate to, but I find persons don't respect waste management because it's never an issue. So when is waste an issue for you? When is solid waste management an issue? When the garbage is not getting picked up, right? Rats running around. So there's always reactive. And that's really the problem. The problem is it needs a proactive approach to really move things forward. And it's good timing now relative to, me coming here and talk to you all, because finally recycling seems to be moving forward. I can speak about some of the elements that will be involved in taking it forward. And I hope we could just appreciate, some of the reasons behind the approach. So we can get right into it. So it's not a long presentation. We can speak about the objective and the aim of the recycling policy. We can speak about why recycling can work in Barbados. We can speak about the role of the Returnable Containers Act, the stakeholders involved, curbside recycling, and its implementation. And at any point, you could stop, ask some questions. You've got a bit of time, so we can get into it. So, policy, y'all. It's policy. Everything is policy. Everybody, does anyone know what policy actually means? You use it all the time, but you know what it means? It means that you're taking an approach that should work for now, and then hopefully it will work in the future. So it needs to be very well informed, right? And what we are doing is that we're looking to really improve the way or execute recycling. So we started with what's called the Integrated Solid Waste Management Program, and that started in the 90s. So they realized that in the 90s, that was supposedly an affluent period for Barbados. Things were going well. I've never really experienced any affluence. I've always heard after the fact that was a good period. But what happened with that period is that we started to generate a lot of waste. So the ad hoc approach wasn't working. They had to come up with a structured way to deal with waste in Barbados. So they came up with the Integrated Solid Waste Management Program. And it was created to design a modern, dependable, and efficient solid waste management system for Barbados, for the residents, for now, and for the future. And at that point in time, waste was given some importance, but it was still reactive because we were just looking to, build landfills and whatnot. But we realized that approach can't work anymore. So recycling was being pushed a lot in the more modern parts of the world, and it's funnily now being embraced here. So one of the fundamental changes that you have to make as it relates to your waste is that it's not a waste. You have to really see it that way. I understand when you're finished with something, all of a sudden it loses its value. That's just how we are. But when it comes to our solid waste, we have to change that way of thinking. So waste has to be embraced as a resource. It has to, right? You're seeing it in increments in various sectors, but it still isn't enough where, the plastic bottle, the metals, the glass, we have to see it as a resource that we can use. And then finally, because no one really goes and visits the landfill, you don't really have an appreciation of how much waste we produce daily. So how many people have an idea as to how much waste we produce daily? Not someone for sanitation, no. Someone else. Just take a stab, but in tons. In tons. How much waste we produce daily? Per day. Yeah. 50, I wish. No, a lot more than that. Keep going up. 200? That's a factor of it, I guess. Keep going up. 1,000. That's a lot. No, it's 1,000. Not 50,000. 1,000 tons a day. And that's like how much garbage trucks, Christina? That's 150. Yeah, you see it. You know, I can hear you. No, per day. Per day, not per person. Per day, yeah. So you could get a scale of the problem. I'm not sure, actually. Well, Christina, she's going to come and talk about that a bit more for SSA. But I want to get you an understanding of the volume. It's a lot of waste. If you were to go up to mangrove and just see the landfill, it's like, you know, we used to time lapse on your phone, but you're watching it in real time. Every time you go back, it's like space gone, space gone. It just keeps going up and up. And that's the problem. We can't really appreciate it. And no one wants a landfill like that. That's the reality. But Barbados is what? 2x3 island. You know? So the only sensible approach, while seeing waste as a resource, is that we have to reduce the amount of waste we send there. There's no other way. So in terms of the recycling policy, we recently got approved the comprehensive solid waste management policy. So recycling was like a subset of that. And we're just going to look now at discussing a bit more about the recycling policy itself. And then we're going to talk about developing the curbside recycling program for Barbados. And again, it's timely because we're at the stage now where we're going to be actually doing some things to get that going hopefully pretty soon. And that involves some strategic sensitization, monitoring, evaluation, collection, transport, and so forth. And I can talk about it, about the key elements of that. Right. So the objectives of the policy itself. So we didn't just show up and decided that, you know, we're going to go about recycling however we feel. There's actually an approach that we use. Does anyone know of the waste management hierarchy? Ever heard about it? Of course, my colleague does. The 5 R's. It was the 3 R's, then it was the 4 R's, now it's the 5 R's. For a little bit, it went to the 8 R's, and it came back. So the R's. Give me a R. We're speaking of one of the R's right now. Reduce is an R. Reuse, recycle. So you got the 3 popular ones. What about the others? The other 2? Repurpose. No, not repurpose, sorry. Another one. That's kind of getting popular now, huh? Which is the same as you. Repair. Repair is popped back up. Things being fixed right now, again. And the final one is recover. That's not an obvious one because we're looking to recover energy from waste. But the main thing to understand is that we've taken a logical approach to how you should look to manage your waste. So first you want to reduce the amount of waste you generate because if you don't create it, you don't have to manage it. Then what you do produce, you want to do what? Reuse. Perfect. Without changing the state. Then, because you can't always reuse things, then there's a recycle, correct? And also recycle and repair the kind of like at the same level. It depends on what you're speaking of. So some items can be repaired. And then finally, if it can't be repaired or recycled, we then look to recover energy from it, usually in a thermal way. Not optimal at all. Right? So that's one of the objectives, to develop an overall recycling framework in Barbados using that very much logical approach. Then we want to reduce the quantity of valuable recyclables going to the landfill, which is very important. That is an outright objective. Then we have this thing called extended producer responsibility. Fancy. What is that? If you want extended producer responsibility, what do you think we're saying with that? I wish it would tax everybody. But what we're saying is that if you are a business making money from the sale of items that have impact in terms of waste, you should be responsible in the management of it. Coconut vendors. You want to get me locked up? No, please. You're speaking more like the retailers, the appliances and stuff like that. All of them. I agree with you. I mean, you're making money and you have no responsibility to the impact of your waste at the end of it. So we're looking at that possibility. And then I dare be you, Anthony, polluter pays principle. I mean, this is 2025. I don't have to tell you that illegal dumping is bad, is wrong, is deplorable. Why are we tolerating it in a way which is not commensurate to, violent crimes? There's a straight linkage between when you do these things and the impact on your health. But somehow it isn't valued. It's absolute nonsense. We need to start seeing it with a certain level of seriousness, and then the attitude and the behaviors will change. That's what the laws and the courts are for. So I hope that this part as well, is seen to come on in the future. So, anybody disagree with that? You don't agree? You do agree. Very good. So, again, we're not pulling stuff out of a hat in terms of why we want to look to recycling in Barbados. It is based on some empirical information. Barbados is the only country in the Caribbean that actually studies its waste every 10 years in a real structure where we go, and it's happening right now. We're actually doing a waste characterization study right now, 2025. Every 10 years, we look at the composition and the quality, composition and the quantity of the waste, and we're actually looking at the energy content this time relative to any recovery. So back in 2015, after that study, they realized that 75% of the waste stream in Barbados has recycling potential. So you see the pie chart there. So which ones do you think have the recycling potential? Organics, paper. What's that? I don't know what others is either. But we're not recycling others. The plastics, the glass, the metal. Yeah, a lot of the waste stream has recycling potential. So that's why recycling can work. It's just to determine the strategy to go about it. And this is a list of what is currently recycled in Barbados or some of the waste brokers, so that for anyone that's interested, they have the opportunity to do it. So we have used vegetable oil. That's biodiesel, so Paradise Green Energy, they're doing that. The organics, we have Sustainable Barbados Recycling Center. We also have, we used to do quite a bit of home composting workshops. So if any of you all, you want us to come and give a talk about how to set these things up, we could do it quite easily. Recycling in general, I remember, I was involved with setting up recycling with Republic Bank, all of their units, going to explain how they could do the plastics, the cans, and so forth. It's nothing that's really complicated. It's just to ensure that you have everything set up properly and somebody to collect it, right? So from a perspective, again, of organics, we have SBRC. Then in terms of what is exported, so a lot of the recycling does not occur in Barbados itself. There's a lot of waste brokering, yeah. So the items are collected, and they're put into containers and they're sent overseas, and they pay for it, foreign exchange. And I'm not a representative of Bees, but he's expanding. He got a good company. So there's a genuine business model, in waste brokering and recycling. So from the perspective of glass, it's Bees Recycling, paper and cardboard, Bees again. Okay, Bees again. Ace Recycling does some of the paper. Glass, plastics is mainly Bees. Ferrous metals, we have Scrapman, Recycling Preparations Inc. Automotive oil, BNOCL. Automotive batteries, again, Bees. And then the items that, not currently recycled, but we're going to really have to find a way to deal with it, is the tires. What's the big issue with the tires? Huh? Burning, yeah. And the carcinogenic, it's just, they're stubborn. And I think that, pardon me? Yeah, the complexity of it, still, I think we could find a way to get that sorted out. We've been in discussions with different entities, and it's always a stumbling block, but the reality is every summer, because they have to be stockpiled at landfill, we get pretty much Huh? I ain't saying it, climate change saying it, that the heat is just too hot, you know? So hopefully we could get the tires dealt with. But right now we can stick with the more traditional recycling materials. Is e-waste in metals? No. E-waste is another complex one because of the components involved, and persons have tried to get into involving e-waste, recycling, and it seems to be challenging because of the different types of materials, And the volumes don't seem to be that high as well. So you need volume as it relates to waste brokering. The Returnable Containers Act. So I would imagine a lot of y'all know that we already have legislation that allows for materials to be returned, right? And it was very much, it was a lot more active when it was growing up. I don't know why all of a sudden I feel old. Is it interesting? I'm 45. And I was good till I was good at 44, but then 45 feels like close to 50. That's the difference. But when I was growing up, you had a lot of glass bottles, and I would take the bottle to the shop and you return it when you're buying a drink, right? That was part of our culture, And we shift from glass now to plastics, and you don't really get so much of that. And then as well, the cost for the plastics is not where it used to be. But we still have legislation to facilitate, to help with recycling. And it's been revised to include other materials as well, to support the recycling approach that we're speaking of here right now. And as well, the hopefully upcoming curbside recycling program, which I'm going to speak about after this slide. So in terms of sustainable recycling, this is just to show you who's involved. And every stakeholder really is important, and as it relates to their understanding and the role they play in hopefully making recycling a reality in Barbados. So from a generation, we got obviously manufacturers, the retail, sector, the hospitality, civil society, ourselves. Then from a policy development perspective, project management coordination unit, ministry of environment, and all of the other stakeholders involved there. The waste brokers themselves. We have the regulators, EPD, Ministry of Health, the Fire Service, and then from a collection perspective, collection and transportation, we have the SSA and the private waste haulers. So this is just to show you who's involved in the waste sector really, and as it relates to recycling. This is the exciting stuff here. I really want to see this happen in Barbados. So we've been planning this curbside recycling program for some time. And it seems like we know going forward with the steps that need to be taken to make it a reality. And it was a commitment that was made as a part of the Residential Waste Collection Improvement Program. So it has these 4 elements. There's the curbside set out, there's the collection and transport, there's the processing, and there's the education element. So I want you to be clear about the elements of it. The main thing to understand ultimately that when we start to do curbside collection in Barbados, the materials must be put out clean. It's a must. Because when things become jumbled and dirty, it literally causes the program not to work. Because they have to segregate, it has to be segregated so they can easily put the recyclables where they need to go. And it really is that simple. So that first step, understanding how to properly set out the material in a clean way, is going to be our role in making sure that it's a possibility for it to be viable. Then we got to make sure that we don't bite off more than we could chew. That comes in the next slide as it relates to the collection, right? So you want to make sure you got the appropriate vehicles to come and collect the recyclables when you put them out in a timely manner, so you don't think you're wasting your time. So that's another part of it. Then we have to make sure that there's a processor that is going to handle these materials properly to ensure that you can keep the system flowing. And I wish it was actually more complicated than that, but it actually isn't, along with some level of PR and education and reinforcement so that we understand how to go about it. But the thing that at its core was kind of frustrating, I know it's not complicated, but it still seems as though there's a lot of obstacles along the way. But what I hope this talk, if anything, reinforces is that if we really play our role, understanding that recycling is something that we could do. We're not a big country, we don't generate that much waste, and we go about it in a proper manner, we could get this working. We could be a beacon. We would be the only country in the Caribbean doing recycling in a structured way, and that would be something to be proud of. So again, it's going to be phased. So don't think that, it can be in your neighborhood right away. So we're going to start with, areas that want to work with the collections and have the right attitude and doing the right thing. And use that to get the information to go about phasing it to the other areas of the island. And as well, that would impact how we go about the whole behavioral sensitization component of it. So there's going to be an actual campaign that is going to support this entire initiative. You're going to be seeing all types of information, explaining how you go about recycling and so forth, right? And obviously there's going to be the necessary monitoring and evaluation to see how it's going as we go from phase to phase. And that was it. So again, just to reiterate that it's a good time right now. We are at a stage where we should be seeing some actual activity as it relates to implementing some recycling nationally in Barbados. And we need your involvement, we need your patience, we need your understanding, we need your questions to get this most valuable initiative going. And I think that, again, once you don't skip any fundamental steps, once we be patient, once we keep the perspective that waste is a resource, once we remember that we want to keep the landfill filling slowly, that we could get it done. And within the whole thing is a full policy approach to do it. So we're not just doing it randomly. So if there are any questions right now about how we're looking to go about recycling in Barbados, waste characterization, my colleagues are here. We can answer any questions you may have. Yes, brother?
Oh, morning. Just had a question regarding the emergence of the renewable energy sector within Barbados and the growing futures of the lithium-ion batteries.
Yeah.
And I know you mentioned about recovering. What is the current thinking around that at the moment?
It's Anthony. He can, yeah.
Morning. Again, in terms of looking at the renewable energy sector and trying to address the potential issues that one would expect down the road in terms of dealing with two main components when you're looking at the renewable energy sector, which would be the PV panels, in terms of management of that potential waste 10, 20 years down the road after those systems have been installed, and addressing the issue of the lithium-ion batteries. We've given that some thought, and under the Basel Stockholm Convention, we are working with the IDB and the Basel Convention Center for Technology Transfer out of Trinidad. Currently, there is the Jeff Islands project. I don't remember the exact numbers. There are several, what they classify as child's projects. And they're addressing a couple issues which we've asked them to address, and that has actually started this year. One is looking at the potential of establishing businesses to deal with chemicals and trying to address that particular issue in terms of recycling, repurposing, and reuse of the lithium-ion batteries. Unfortunately, Barbados has not submitted any of the proposals to the IDB within that particular area. So this is a carrying call to all those young entrepreneurs who may have ideas to submit to the incubator program under this Jeff Islands project. We can provide details at a different point in time. Another assessment, again, dealing with the lithium-ion batteries and the PV panels, is to basically just do an assessment as to what are the options that will be available to us in the future. We will then be able to judge how best we can approach that after those studies have been completed.
Hi, Neil. Thanks for your presentation. Really good. Just a quick question, and it's related to me. We agree that every household generates waste, but we can also appreciate that the large businesses, hotels, etc., they would generate significantly more waste than myself. So what can be done to kind of cajole them or motivate them to actually take, maybe they do already, to take recycling more serious because they're a significant stakeholder in this process?
Well, we actually don't really anticipate that we can have too much issues from like corporate Barbados, because within the entities, they're going to be able to streamline how they collect things, and the main thing is that we're going to start small. So we're not going to be looking to recycle, a whole bunch of plastics, cans, metals, everything one time. We're going to start with a singular waste item and go from there. But we actually more anticipate the issues to occur at the individual household levels, where there's a lot more lack of control. So once management, we think, understands clearly relative to corporate Barbados that actually shouldn't create as much of a problem relative to getting their support and behavior relative to the collections. So.
Okay, following on from what Neil said, Thora Lord, Waste Management Coordinator, we've already been in contact and talks with the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association, BHTA, so we are working with them in that respect too. Okay?
Yeah. Thanks. Yep. Go ahead.
I think I have to stand.
Yes.
Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
I think you touched on an area that I'm trying to clarify in my mind. Again, clarifying question. At the moment, we do have an issue with consistent garbage collection. We are now stepping into the area of recycling and converting these materials to something useful or exporting for something useful. When you had the slide up with the stakeholders, my question came up then, because if at the moment SSA is assuming constraint for whatever reason for regular garbage collection, then who is then going to be responsible for the recycling of the material?
Well,
is it the private sector?
We lean in.
Because, okay, I see the hand up.
Because
it's an implementation question, essentially, given the constraints and resources of the
I can let Thora
SSA.
comment, and then I can comment as well. Go ahead, Thora.
Thank you so much for your question. I just want everyone to know that these are things that we have taken under consideration. We understand that, yes, transportation is something that has to be looked at specifically, as well as processing, as well as education and the things that we're doing. When we get to the point, let's just say that it is being considered, it's being worked on. We don't want to talk much about it right now, but it is being worked on.
Yes, that's all right. It's a smart question, because you think in detail, if the SSA is already inundated, how the recyclables will be collected. So that is very much under consideration, because we understand that it is fundamentally important that the materials must be collected consistently if y'all are going to believe it's happening. So we're not going to use an avenue that will break down shortly after. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that.
Yeah, Neil, before you go, just one thing. I know that the current dogma around waste is the polluter pays. That can be challenging from several different points of view. We have fines within our nation for littering, for dumping, yet dumping, littering persists.
Yeah.
So I think it may be useful to consider maybe a different approach.
Such as?
The university, we had proposed an incentive model. The incentive model, we call it by trash to cash. And in this model, persons are actually remunerated for their waste. So it is leveraging the policy that is currently in existence with the, is it the recyclable container? Returnable container policy. And the reason why that worked quite well, as we know in the 80s and the 90s, is because people actually saw revenue, something that would enhance their cash flow and also reduce cost of living. Anything that reduces cost of living, I think now and I think in the future, will be something that's going to be very attractive. And even for recycling, I think that one of the hindrances or maybe the barriers that you may face is that people will not want to necessarily go to that length and mile to wash, separate a container just for the sake of it. You're going to get a good proportion doing it, but there's going to be another proportion that's going to say, this doesn't benefit me, and this is only going to eat in my time. But I think if you can find a way where persons are incentivized, they get green credits, and in the model that we were proposing, it would actually be maybe credits to your light bill or credits to your water bill. And therefore, and this is monthly. This is not at the end of the year, because if you want people to stay engaged in a program like that, then they have to see some tangible benefit. So is there something to consider?
That's a real good point there, Kirk. You know, we're not going to only look to use the stick approach. There's a carrot as well. And there's a mechanism that things like that can be done. We will look to assess and investigate. The main thing right now is that we just need to start. That's it there. We have been what's called analysis paralysis for too long. So finally, we have a behavioral change component. We know the volume of the waste. We got a possible collector. We have opportunities for processing. Let's start and see what happens and build the culture and learn. But I do agree, it can't only be punitive to get persons to do the right thing. Yes, please.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Really enjoyed every moment of it.
Thank you.
I'm Ann Harding, and I'm just winding up Clean Up Barbados. It takes a long time to wind up because we did a lot. But I just want to give a little plug here for a little crazy little thing.
Absolutely.
A crazy little thing. You might have heard of it. It's called zero waste. Yeah. It's like, oh my gosh, that's so crazy. Who in the world could produce zero waste? I don't think anybody can, right? So the zero is a target, and it's like a sport, and you don't hit the bullseye every time, but the more you practice, the better you get. And I got to tell you why you should try. You save money, you eat better, your garbage bin in your kitchen doesn't stink, and if everybody did it, the garbage truck wouldn't stink either. So I think it's a matter of really, I'm not trying to put you out of a job, seriously. I can, personally, I'm like known for being the rubbish lady, and I don't like it. I want to be something else, and I'm sure you do too. Be an association. I like biodiversity a lot better than I like rubbish. But, it's just something I volunteer to do for the Future Center Trust. But our theme this year was Stopped a Waste, Saved a Place, but that was sort of a way of popularizing this concept of zero waste. And what got me started, because I really did think it was crazy. First time I heard somebody, oh, what? You think this? You can't. But what did it for me was, Nicole Garofano. A lot of you would know Nicole Garofano.
I know Nicole.
Well, she was doing her PhD, and she came to Barbados to collect some data on domestic garbage generation. And she was looking for people to volunteer to save their domestic garbage for a week for her to analyze. And out behind the Future Center Trust, she spread out this huge tarp, you know, and all week long I've been trying really hard just to go ahead and do my normal thing, you know, not change because I knew Nicole was going to look at it. So here I was going to bring my garbage out for her, and she dumps it out on this huge tarp, and she starts piling it in little piles, and she's going to wait, little piling. And just that was so traumatic for me to have Nicole Garofano sift through my garbage. After that, every time I would go to put anything in my garbage bin, I'd be like, no.
So what?
Surely you don't have to do that, you know. So it really started me on this path. And then when I started doing it, I thought, wow, you buy better food, you buy local food, you buy fresh food, you don't buy this packaged stuff that's been shipped in from overseas. It's better food, and it costs less. And it doesn't come with a lot of this packaging that you then have to worry about. You know, well, you know, your plastic recycling bin's overflowing. You've got to get to bees. You know. So I think there's other benefits too, but that this is a very small island, a really tiny rock out in the Atlantic, and it's gorgeous. Where are we going to put our next landfill? And how much is it going to cost?
Not by me.
So why are we racing to fill the one we've got?
You're totally right. You know, this is a good example here of an individual that the word that comes in is extreme, but in a good way. She has this awareness of her impact from a waste management perspective on Barbados. And we are not stating that we want to go that far, but that is actually possible. And what we're seeing is with cooperation, with education, with that true awareness of the impact that you are having relative to the beauty of your island, the health of your island, just its overall state and sustainability, that we do have an opportunity. We're small. That's the difference. We're small. We already got the structure. We have a very well-managed waste management authority in the SSA. So it's just to put these things together and get it going. And hopefully, you know, while I'm still living, we can have more individuals going towards zero waste. It's a possibility, right? So the main thing is that it seems as though it's very optimistic right now. We're going to start, and I know for sure from the faces we're going to have full cooperation for everyone, and you can spread the message. Be not longer just talking, we can be doing, and you know, we're looking forward to it. Any other questions? That's it. Full time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil. Thanks. And thanks to all of you who commented, and I can clearly tell that there's room for partnerships. So let's explore. I'm sitting over by that door, and I heard this noise, and when I looked around, there was a trolley with food. And if you're like me and you left home this morning without having anything at all, then that was timely. So we're going to take a 10-minute break now. 10 minutes. Then when we come back, we will continue with our deliberations. I'm sure that you will be equally excited to hear what Connor and Chad, what they have to say. And Anthony, you're saying 5? The director says 5. In the event that when on resumption and you're not back seated, we will still continue, but you'll still get a chance to hear because we have to catch back some time. All right? So 5 minutes, refresh yourselves, and then we come back. Thank you very much.
Because if you take out the small ones, there won't be no big ones. So when it comes to sustaining, that is a problem.
I think we need more fishing women, but I think that the women are scared. You just need to be focused, and you got to be serious. Is something that you just can't up and get into, and you about sport. You got to be very, very serious. When it comes to the sea, you got to be very serious. You got to be positive. You got to got good energy. You got to be able to, whoever the team is that you're going out willing to. You know, the good energy, always good energy is important to start the journey. In my 12 years on this lovely water, every single time I go on the sea, I come back home with fish.
I would just like to see more women in the industry, all women. Because in fishing industry, they say that fishing industry is dying. And I ain't saying that. Fishing industry is one of the biggest industries we have in Barbados right now. Fishing is bringing real money. You know, women don't know you. I remember till we left home and I take trips like break, I go to the beach and get some money today. I come to the beach, I clean fish. I do a lot of different things, like on board barcoders and things. When I went home in the evening, I have about $1,700. Now one day. You gotta work. You really have to work and you gotta be determined. But the industry isn't dying. The industry ain't dying at all. At least try to get more women into it. Men is driven by women, you know. Men is driven by women. Anything a man say he want to go fishing, and a woman say, man, I feel like going fishing, he going fishing. And 9 out of 10 times, that might be the biggest catch they get. If you give up, you will never know what the following week will bring. That's why you gotta be persistent. You know, got the drive. Got all that thing.
I'm third generation. My grandfather would have done a bit of fishing. My dad fished and was also a boat owner. That's where I got my passion, and it's all I know, all I think about, all I do. Fishing, boats is our life.
The Caribbean region is highly vulnerable to natural hazards. The fishing industry, in particular, is susceptible to impacts.
The closest experience I had was I was caught in Hurricane Island along with my dad and my grandfather. I'd never experienced things like that before. It actually had the boat spinning all around in different directions. We had to take the boat off a pilot and hand steer. Large waves, high wind, light rain, lots of rain. I guess you couldn't see probably 2 feet in front of you.
We was up to sea. We get the weather update late, so we had to ride it out. You couldn't sleep at night. You had to keep the boat facing up and just riding and riding the seas all night. The experience was not good.
With the potential threat of natural hazards ever present, reliable early warnings become especially crucial.
The major bad weather impact that we had was Hurricane Janet, and that was years ago. Since then, we try to get the fishing vessels with import at least 48 hours before the system impact. That will give enough time for the vessels to be taken out of the water if need be, or to secure in port.
All weather systems are treated with high importance and urgency. We don't take nothing for granted. Once we hear of a system, we put all things in place to protect our investments. The only way really to prepare for the upcoming hurricane season is to stay on top of weather news.
Communication we depend upon as radio station is 900 or 1400 as the thing not coming out, station not coming out to Caracou. We just tune into mostly 1400 and 900 got 900 in Barbados channel, but we don't hear it good on the sea. Barbados short here and Grenada all the way southwest of it. And just pick up 1400 like you're home.
We get it around the same time as the public, wishing I guess we should get like a head start, being that we are actually closer and more out there in the elements. But if we get the information around the same time as the public, we ain't really got enough time to actually prepare yourself or get sure in time.
Other than technology, some guys would feel it in the atmosphere.
You see this pick it up first, the swells and the wind. The wind start to blow a little harder. The waves get a little bigger and the sea get choppy.
There's always a change in the wind direction and it gets really gloomy. So when they say we're having the weather, we're really expecting it by that.
as a diver, I also use the creatures of the sea. Surprisingly, they pick up the weather long before the media houses do. So we know that there's going to be something coming along. The problem we would have is that we have to wait now on the authorities to open up certain places or ports of entry for us. Even though you have to go there for safe shelter, they don't open to us, I would say, in a timely manner. Fortunately for us in Barbados, we haven't had a situation where it requires us to spring into action to help one another in terms of their vessel is damaged or anything. But we have a unity going on, so what we do, we help each other out in any eventuality.
In case of bad weather, we make sure that everybody is secured and have everything prepared. So that is one of the best things that, we can do, help each other.
I love the sea. Fishing is something I love it all of my heart. I love the excitement of catching a fish. You know what here though? Hey, fishy, fishy. Come on, girls and boys, I'm out here. My great-grandfather, my sisters, my older sisters, my older brothers, my mother, my father, everyone was in the fishing business. Oh, these down here, my brothers and sisters, everybody you see down here. His brothers and sisters, sisters' children, sister children. She taught us that we would need more than one job, but always we can go back to the sea.
I love fishing. If I could fish every day, I would. To be honest, the only thing that stopped me from fishing would be the bad seas. For me, would like to pass it on to my kids, but then in the end of the day, is if that is something that they're like how I love it. I have a passion for that, for fishing. I love fishing.
I just had to come on the beach by a certain time because I wanted to know what's going on. I wanted to see what the people caught. I wanted to see who's going out. This is amazing, It is amazing. Fishing, I just love it. I just love it.
What made me feel more proud about fishing is that I get a chance to feed people. I love the opportunity to go and look for food, bring home and supply to households. I like that opportunity.
I get up in the morning, I just can't wait to get up on the beach. We can't select when it comes to fishing. We gotta put in love.
For me, it becomes natural. I feel good to know that I could get out there among the guys and kill.
If you're giving up fast, this is the place for you. Because some days you go fishing and you go fishing the whole week, fishing the whole week already and ain't catch anything. But I ain't give up. All right. Damn, man. Man, don't they pulling out my bait all the time, I'm gonna take off that hook and put on a smaller hook.
Like, it's got 3 different things. Then just want to teeth your bait. But you want to teeth them too.
I could remember one time I was going fishing and I put on the engine and everything, but I forgot to tie it. And I was going along very good, and I spin around, engine fall off. You know what engine fall off, boat stop. I tie the boat, I throw off my creeper, and I went for the engine. I tie on the engine with the rope, there's some rope, dive back up, and haul it back up. When I pull the engine, it starts.
Some of my friends always just tell me about the Titanic and this and this and this and this. Put that aside and let me get going. Give it a try. I don't think that you will regret it, because for me, I had to give it a try first, and then it wasn't no stopping for me. This is the conga that got me playing the guitar.
That we need to teach more in school about fishing. The younger ones, they're not being educated enough. When we were small, some days at school you had to come to the beach. You had to come to the beach. And when you come to the beach and you see fishermen and things, you're excited. And seeing the branding fish, and seeing them getting money exchange day and day. We had Fisherman's Day. I think out of Fisherman's Day we get 11 children that was interested in fishing. Because Fisherman's Day, we take them out on the boats. We take them fishing in the boats and to let them feed the fish biting. Some of them get big ones, some of them get small, but they were excited. At least 2 or 3 of them will come out today. You understand? And that's what they will like. You ain't gonna get all. It is fishing and characterization. So much little boys that come out here that know there's men, they tell me, you remember you teach me how to fish? So much little boys just tell me, you can't remember me. You give me food for my mother. You help my mother. You help me. When it comes to fishing, once it comes to fishing, again, the hooks, I got my lines in there. I got lines, a whole big reel of line in there, a whole set of hooks, a whole set of legs. If we see it come down there and it look like a waterfish, I get back a rod for you. You're a little bigger, man. There you here, a little bigger. When I go fishing, I catch a particular size fish. Because I want when I come back tomorrow or next 3-4 weeks, I can get a bigger one. Because if you take out the small ones, there won't be no big ones. So when it comes to sustaining, that is a problem.
I think we need more fishing women, but I think that the women are scared. You just need to be focused and you got to be serious. Is something that you just can't up and get into, and you about sport. You got to be very, very serious. When it comes to the sea, you got to be very serious. You got to be positive. You got to got good energy. You got to be able to, whoever the team is that you're going, not willing to, you know, the good energy. Always good energy is important to start the journey. In my 12 years on this lovely water, every single.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in session. Our next presentation, well, there are 2 actually, both offered by Connor Blades of the biodiversity section of the Ministry of Environment and National Beautification. And Connor will focus on field surveys to confirm status of Barbados striped snake, a rediscovery of lost species, And he will also be looking at an analysis of ashfall on body condition of Barbados's leaf-toed gecko. And that is titled, what you would call a good old Bajan term, between a rock and a hard place. Connor, I now invite you to offer your presentations.
Hello, good morning. Everyone's fine? Everyone's good? Yeah? Perfect. All right, let me make sure I understand how this works. Okay, so my name's Connor Blades. I'm a consultant technical project officer with the biodiversity section. We deal with, as the name suggests, biodiversity conservation and land resource management. We work with restoration of degraded lands, and we try and get the Bajan public aware and appreciative of local biodiversity and our ecosystems. We manage a couple of MEAs, multilateral environmental agreements, CBD, which is the Convention on Biological Diversity, CITES, which is the Convention on the International Trade of Endangered Species, and Ramsar, including some others. To do a lot of our work, we do it through projects. Quite a lot of them we work with partners like UNEP and CABI, working with ABS, access and benefit sharing, using traditional knowledge of fauna and flora. We do LDN work, which is land degradation neutrality. We try and get biodiversity legislation and policy developed. And two of the big things that I'll talk about today are IAS management and in situ conservation. So, segueing into the projects, we're currently undertaking a project called Conserving Barbados's Endemic Reptiles. It has two components. The first is strengthening policy and governance, which is not my area at all, so I'll only mention it. But what I am a lot more au fait with is the ecology of reptiles, which takes me to the second component, which is targeted conservation efforts, intervention to try and conserve these species into the future. We'll be developing a biosecure facility, which is a enclosed area with a fencing, and the fencing is specially designed to keep out invasive species, cats, rats, mongooses, maybe centipedes if we can get it right. We'll be setting up an educational center to teach local Barbadians and visitors about the endemic reptiles in Barbados and hopefully other species too. And we'll be doing population status and threat assessments for, there are a couple different target reptiles, but I'll be talking about two today. And exploring financial sustainability options to make sure that the benefits of these initiatives can benefit our endemic reptiles long-term, post-project. So I'll start with the Barbados thread snake. So there's not a whole lot known about the Barbados thread snake. It's very rare and cryptic. Records are from 1889 to 1918, 66, 97, 05, and 06. The 89, 18, and 66 records are most likely describing the same specimen. So that means that 1, 2, 3, 4, it's been seen and confirmed on island 4 times in the last over 100 years. Records have been all from secondary tropical forest. Our thread snake was once considered the same species as the Martinican and St. Lucian thread snake. At the time, they were all called Leptotyphlops bilineata. 2006 was when it was last collected by Professor Blair Hedges. He discovered the snake. At the time, it was a big thing. He named it after his wife, Carly. I hope she was in on that plan. Bilineatum is the St. Lucia thread snake, and Brueli is the Martinican thread snake. They're all endemics, which means that they're only found in their locations. Our species still is the smallest thread snake known. They're believed to feed on termites and ant larvae. They are essentially the physiological limit for how small a snake can get. It has because of its small size, it has a very small dietary breadth, and it has a very small reproductive output. They're a sexual species, so they need to find mates to reproduce. They produce a single egg that has an offspring not much smaller than the adult, to be honest. So 2006 was the last sighting. It was the target of a couple different searches for it, more recently by a gentleman named Robert Boyd. He is a Nat Geo storytelling fellow and Fulbright scholar. In 2022, he came. I helped him look for thread snakes for about a year, and we were not successful, unfortunately. Now, you may be looking at this and thinking, oh, I've definitely seen that in my house. Just come to my house and you'll find 10 of them. But we have 2 thread snakes on island. The Caribbean is home to about 44 different scolicophidians. They're a very ancient group of snakes. They're basically global because they've been on Earth since Gondwana was a single supercontinent. So they've distributed all around the world over time on land masses. We have 2, the Barbados red snake, Tetrachylostoma carle. Yes, it had a genus name change too. But they are distinctive. They're a bit difficult to tell apart if you don't know what you're looking for, or if you don't have a hand lens. Again, they're very small species. Even when I would have first seen mine, I wasn't entirely sure it was a thread snake. So the illustrations here kind of show the differences. The thread snake has eyes on the side, whereas the blind snake has them on top. There are these sebaceous gland lines on the flowerpot snake, which are absent in the thread snake. And I guess most visibly is the difference in color. The flowerpot snake is kind of a charcoal black or gray, and the thread snake is this reddish brown with these quite clear yellow lines down the back. The flowerpot snake, unfortunately, is an invasive species. They're an all-female parthenogenetic species. Do you know what that is? Do you know what that means? They're all females. They don't need to waste time finding a mate. So they actually have the capacity to outcompete our local thread snake because they don't have to waste time and energy looking for a mate. And when you have a small species with a potentially very low density, then something called the alley effect comes into play, where you might have a population at such a low density that they can't find mates at the right rate, and the population essentially will crash. So I talk about surveys. This project, CBER, started last year, 2024. I've been doing surveys on about 20 different sites in that time. A lot of these surveys just consist of walking around and turning over rocks, putting them back, and looking in their habitat. They're fossorial primarily, so they tend to live in soil, under logs, under rocks, in leaf litter. And obviously, because of where we've seen them before, we kind of looked back at areas where they were recorded in the past and connected forested sites. There was also some eDNA surveys. We had a student from UE collect soil samples from around the island and use primers that he designed in silico to look for markers for the thread snakes. And after surveying 20 sites for a year, I was really beginning to lose hope. Yes, they're very cryptic, they're very rare, but for 20 years of surveys, you kind of think you would find at least one, which is finally what happened this year. We found one at Turner's Hall Woods. Me and my colleague, Justin Springer, who is actually here in the white with the fawn and the glasses, there we go. We turned over what felt like 200th rock in Turner's Hall Woods and found two what looked like worms, but one was not a worm, thankfully. So we collected it, and from the time that we saw it, we were unsure because it looked Not quite like the one that we've been seeing reports of time after time after time again, the flower pot snake, but it's very difficult to confirm with your naked eye, and you kind of need to have like a hand lens or a dissecting microscope to confirm. I say dissecting, we didn't kill it, we released it the next day. That's only what it's called. So this is the dissecting microscope here on the top left. These are some photos that we took of the thread snake. You can see quite clearly that it has these like pale lines which come from the nose and extend right the way down to the tail. This one is quite small, about 10.1 cm long. And the bottom right is the flower pot snake. It's very different once you compare the real images close next to each other. So that's the story of how we rediscovered a species that hadn't been seen in 20 years. It was on Rewild's list of lost species, and we're now working with them to kind of create a media blast to get more people aware of the thread snake, its status, and some of its threats. A lot of our forests, though we've been regreening, still face some issues like habitat loss, degradation, pesticides, herbicides, waste, and invasive species. So it's quite a lot of issues facing this very, very small snake. So what are our plans moving forward? We'll be doing some more surveys, obviously, trying to do more eDNA sampling, and then ground proofing where we see markers of them in eDNA. We'll be collecting environmental data and mapping it, and then hopefully producing a species distribution model that basically predicts where a species may be based on the known environmental characteristics that they're associated with. And hopefully we can soon conduct a action planning workshop to have a 10-year plan of ways to preserve this species into the future. Because this is Barbados's currently only endemic snake. The racer is most likely extinct, and extinction is forever. So if we lose it, we're losing the world's smallest snake species. That'll go to somewhere else, which I don't want to happen. Thank you. Do I just hit it again? I have another presentation, but I don't know how to get to it. Okay. Any questions in the meantime? Yes. Yeah, we do have an invasive species management plan, and the biodiversity section invites members of the public to call in things that they see that they think are unusual, and we'll come and investigate. On island, I know that we do have Anole sigrii, which is the brown Cuban brown Anole, and we think that they're potentially competing with the Barbados Anole. Yeah.
Question over here. Yes, please. I just want to know if there are any other variations of the thread snake, because I remember many years ago in Mahal Gully, there was a camp there, and I remember someone caught a small green snake. So I'm just wondering if they're
quite long, or?
No, very small, like roughly the same size as the thread snake, just green and with a, if I remember correctly, with a diamond pattern. A bit yellow, I'm not too sure. If you.
I would have to see a picture of it. I'm definitely interested to hear more about that, though. That's unlike what I've heard is on island. Yeah, but to my knowledge, I don't know of any variation from the description I have provided today for the thread snake, the Barbados thread snake. All right, thank you. Yes. Okay, yeah, okay. I was interested in the eDNA aspect of your research and wondering whether you were partnering with like a group or a university to do that.
University of West
Maybe if
Indies,
you could
yeah.
speak a little bit about, more about that in terms of like, how did you even have like, you know, previous markers in terms of, you know, from the snake to actually look for in your samples?
Good. Excellent question. So we're partnering with UE. Dr. Darren Brown has a student, Mr. Kwame Adridge, who did this eDNA work as part of his degree. He would have gotten the sequences from Dr. Hedges when he did the reanalysis of the letotyphlopids in the Caribbean. And he described formally Tetrachylostoma carli. So those sequences are available, I think, on GenBank. Research was done with UE, yes. Yeah. He found markers of thread snakes at only one site that we sampled. But that's like finding a needle in a haystack. So chances are they're around there. So now it's just a matter of going back and actually doing some follow-up surveys. But the issue is that they're so cryptic that even if you're in an area where you know they exist, it can take like 23 surveyor hours to find one. So it's a real challenge to study them. There isn't really any other way to study them in a non-invasive way, because even if you were to dig them up, you don't know if you're killing them in that process, and you're potentially destroying habitat for them. All right, so go on, okay. So between a rock and a hard place, the next species that I'm looking at under CBER is the Barbados leaf-toed gecko. We know a bit more about that species, thankfully. It was described in 1830, although there's possible reference in 1750 from Rev. Griff Hughes in his Natural History of Barbados in 10 books. He refers to a gecko that's very thickly speckled with feet that differ remarkably from other lizards, which kind of lines up with the leaf-toed gecko. Little was known about the species, except that it was nocturnal and arboreal, and by the 70s, it was actually thought to be possibly extinct. There were some sightings in the 90s by Professor Horrocks, but a subpopulation was found in 2011 on Culpeper Island by Damon Corey. Since then, following that, field surveys were done by Robert Williams, a student from, I think, Brighton University, and a conservation action plan and workshop was done in 2014. So the top one is our leaf-toed gecko, Phylodactylus pulcher, and then these other four are the other Phylodactylus in the Caribbean. We don't have a whole lot of Phylodactylus diversity in the Caribbean. Juliani is, I think, from Aruba, Martini is from Curacao, Wershingi is Puerto Rico, and Hispaniola is Hispaniola. Leaf-toed gecko is the only leaf-toed gecko, the Barbados leaf-toed gecko is the only leaf-toed gecko in the Lesser Antilles. So we have kind of a unique species here. And it's endemic, obviously. Again, you may be wondering whether you've seen it before. A lot of what Bajans are familiar with is the house gecko. The leaf-toed gecko have these very distinctive lateral projections on the ends of their toes. They have a unique long-term pattern also, this thickly speckled russet and white pattern. And they, to me, stand erect, kind of like an anole, whereas house geckos tend to like cling to surfaces. And the house geckos, they have quite different lamellae, and they have claws which terminate each toe. Their pattern is subtle and changing, so a lot of the ones you see in the house where we have light-colored walls are quite pale, you can kind of see their blood going through their vessels, and they're quite flattened, yeah. But then we also have another species of house gecko on island. We have two, the Asian and the African. The African house gecko has the same kinds of features as the Asian, but the Asian can vocalize. I had a video clip here, but I don't think I can play it. They kind of click, they go. So if you've heard that, please let me know, because I'm mapping them on island right now. You have? Perfect. You have? Yeah? Okay. I'm guessing you've only noticed them in the last few years. Yeah.
Yeah, so that is the relatively newly introduced Asian house gecko. And the only other way that you can tell them apart physically is the lamellae on the fourth toe extend to the palm. This is the house gecko. They kind of end here. The Asian house gecko, it goes straight down to the palm. So they're kind of hard to tell apart. And most recently, in the last 2 months, I recorded the mourning gecko on the island. It's also an invasive gecko. This one, like the thread snake, is an all-female parthenogenetic species. They don't need to find a mate. They have very unique lamellae. They're a bit smaller than our house gecko and the leaf-toed gecko, but they also vocalize. They just do single chirps like, so if you hear that, please let me know also. So following William's work, he found that they were insectivorous, eating spiders, cockroaches, moths, caterpillars, that kind of thing. Their peak activity is between 7 and 9 p.m., and they're only along this very thin coastal strip of cliff-top habitat. They have a very low density of about 0.04 geckos per meter squared. There's a congener in the Pacific that has double that in natural habitat, so it's quite low here. And Williams would have extrapolated a population estimate of about 12,000 individuals based on the density and the range that they're known in. Based on that very small range of 0.3 kilometers squared, they were listed as critically endangered. And then I came along. I did my master's on the leaf-toed gecko. I looked back at their range. I did some expanded surveys into gullies and inland sites where there's exposed rocks. They live primarily around limestone where there's lots of crevices that they can hide in the daytime. I found that they had a very small range, even smaller range than Williams did. I only kind of drew polygons around where I found geckos, whereas Williams would have extrapolated a little bit between confirmed areas. I found density was quite variable depending on the quality of habitat. The closer you are to human development, the lower the population density is. And the closer you are to natural habitat, the higher it is. So we're having an impact on them, not just from habitat destruction, but habitat degradation. And I extrapolated an estimate of about half of Williams' 6,000 geckos on island. I looked at their body condition, which is, I can talk about it now. Body condition is essentially a measure of body reserves. So it's like animal BMI. I can't explain it any differently than that. It's kind of a measure of their length against their weight. So obviously, if an animal is quite long but quite skinny, it's probably not doing too well. And one that's maybe smaller but heavier is doing very well, eating a lot of food. And I spoke a little bit about the patterns. I noted that they were long-lasting. So that's really useful in monitoring because each gecko can essentially have a fingerprint. You can take a photo of the dorsal pattern of the animal, kind of straightening it using software, and create essentially a fingerprint file, which you can compare individuals and match and track individuals long-term for as long as they live, since the patterns don't change. Part of the reason I did this was to make sure that Williams's assumptions about his marking method were okay. He used a temporary mark on the dorsal surface, which, if you're going in and out of rocks constantly, could be rubbing off. They're also obviously reptiles, so they may shed their skin and get rid of it. And if you're marking individuals and doing a capture mark recapture, that's playing your results. And then in April 21st, 2021, we had a little event where a volcano very nearby erupted, and we got a lot of ash fall. This photo on the bottom was at 3 p.m. Doesn't look that way, but it was at 3 p.m. So a lot of ash fall fell on the island, and there were kind of anecdotal reports of impacts on vegetation, on crabs, and lizards, dead animals being found all around the place. So, as I always like to say, never bring an anecdote to a data fight. I wanted to kind of follow up on that and look at the actual impacts of the ashfall on the geckos. So I did surveys following the ashfall in 2021 and 22. I looked back at their range to make sure that their range wasn't being too badly affected. I looked at catch-mark recapture at a couple of sites and their body condition, quite importantly. And the kind of simple results are displayed here. So this is body condition. It's quite good with the baseline data. Obviously, the year the ashfall happened, it decreases quite a bit. But thankfully, in 22, it jumps back up. So the immediate impacts of the ashfall on your body condition are not long-term, which is fantastic. It was interesting to see that there were fewer females gravid, which means egg-bearing, in 2022, but it never returned to normal in 2021, but that never returned to normal in 2022. And the females that were bearing 2 eggs rather than 1 doubled the next year following the ashfall. So we put together our data and did a publication where we basically provided evidence that the geckos can forego reproduction, so they don't reproduce the year of an event happening which is impacting them, so that they can devote resource gathering and body reserves into reproduction the following year when conditions improve. And that way they improve their fitness and fecundity, which is their reproductive output long term. And I did this poster for UE, and I never used it, so now I'm using it. Oh, and this is the publication down here, published in Oryx this year. So the range didn't change that much, thankfully, but the density did. So College Savannah was the site first surveyed by Williams in 2014. I would have surveyed it for my master's, and I would survey it again following the ashfall. And you would remember that the numbers kind of fluctuate. At first it was 0.04, then I estimated 0.05, and now it's 0.03. So it's declined a little bit following the ashfall. And that resulted in a population estimate of about 4,300 geckos. So that's even further lower than what I estimated in 2019. And that's all that's a third of the population kind of unaccounted for in a single event, essentially. So that's a real cause for concern. But the leaf-toed gecko, as we know, is a small island population, and these small populations are quite sensitive to what's called stochastic events. So it kind of gives you an idea of how tenuous their population is. So future work, I discussed before about having a biosecure site. 2 of these sites will contain leaf-toed geckos, and we'll be monitoring them to look at any changes in their density and condition at the biosecure site to kind of see whether, in the absence of invasive species and grazers and whatnot affecting habitat, whether their kind of morphometrics change in response. We're doing another conservation action planning workshop. The last one was done in 2014. It's been 10 years now, so probably need to do an updated one. And obviously, the educational facility will also raise awareness of the leaf-toed gecko. A lot of Bajans still don't know about the leaf-toed gecko, so I'm looking forward to kind of seeing more Bajans see leaf-toed geckos and hopefully appreciate them. We don't tend to appreciate lizards very much in our society, but I'm really hoping that the facility will kind of change attitudes towards reptiles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very informative presentation. And what I'll do following the next presentation, I will invite Connor to the table, and if there are any questions or comments you may have, then you'd be certainly welcome to offer them. The Arteries of Barbados. So when we hear that title, we probably think of the Ministry of Transport and Works, correct? Well, it actually takes a completely different twist. We're looking at integrated gully ecosystem management and restoration. The Ministry of Environment and National Beautification is also working on this as a major project in terms of identifying gullies across Barbados and restoring them, the management of it all, and of course, bringing it as far as our cultural heritage. The one who's chosen to speak, he can do so better than I can as far as this topic is concerned. So I wish now to invite Chad Barrow, who will speak on the arteries of Barbados. And we're talking about gullies.
All right, good morning, everyone. Well, afternoon by now. My name is Chad Barrow. I am a consultant project coordinator specifically for the Gullies project within the Biodiversity, Conservation, and Management section. Right, so just to give you a brief outline of what I'll be covering, we're introducing you all to gullies, then we're going to look at what gullies were like then, what they are like now, and the way forward with regards to the Integrated Gullies Ecosystem Management Program. So just to give you guys a brief background, a study would have been conducted in 2003, which looked at gully ecosystems across the island. This was known as the Gullies Ecosystem Management Study. Going forward, referring to it as GEM study. And they would have described gullies, primarily in the local context, as any natural conduits which are greater than 2 meters wide and 2 meters deep, through which rainfall runoff generated from rainfall is directed to coastal areas and ultimately the sea. Now, based on their research, they would have described gullies using a profile, and they would have highlighted the various characteristics, such as having steep walls. They often have slopes leading to the gully floor, where the water would generally be transported downstream. And because of the steep walls, which at the top are generally larger than at the base, you tend to have a V-shaped profile, VRU-shaped profile. Now, these gully ecosystems oftentimes were heavily wooded, as the definition states, at least 2 meters deep and 2 meters wide, and generally they were dry. Now, this lends to their common name as dry valleys. However, they can often have flowing water during periods of heavy rainfall. And there's a couple exceptions where you may actually have water flowing throughout the year, such as Pori Springs, as well as Jules River. Now, the GEM study would have reported on ecosystem goods and services for the various gully ecosystems in Barbados, and these would have covered quite a few different benefits that we can get from gullies, and these include the augmentation of aquifers, contributing to stormwater management as well as acting as a safe place or safe haven for a lot of biodiversity in Barbados. And they also can help with disturbance protection. So with the presence of the various native species which are well adapted to the various environmental stressors, such as storms, flooding, droughts, they are able to resist and bounce back from such stressors and can help to protect neighboring communities. They also help with the control of erosion and sediment retention, and they contribute to climate regulation as well, both at a local scale and to a much lesser extent, global scale. And last but not least, they can also help with the provision of food. So they have some fruit trees within gullies, but also they would have documented some small-scale agricultural practices in the past within gully ecosystems. So they would have noted that there were several threats which were affecting the health and the various services that gullies provide us here in Barbados. And these would have included the destruction or loss of the various gully habitats, as well as agricultural runoff, the presence of both liquid and solid waste, as well as the presence of exotic species which have the potential to become invasive. Now, gullies today, the Integrated Gullies Ecosystem Management Program now would have been kick-started again in 2022. And I would have came on as a field assistant, basically shadowing Mr. Blades in the field, now taking over leading a team of several research assistants. But we are basically trying to determine what the current state of gully ecosystems are here in Barbados right now, and basically how climate resilience can fit into that. And with respect to the various ecosystem services mentioned just now, some of the key ones that can help with building or contributing to climate resilience, include stormwater management, contributing to recharging our aquifers, the preservation of biodiversity, so acting as reservoirs for biodiversity, and as well as food supplies. Now, the study that I'm going to go through right now would have commenced in 2023. We would have started our field work in October and completed it in April 2024. The study was done through a partnership between NOAA and CERMI, so NOAA being the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration and the Center for Resource Management and Environmental Studies, and the Ministry of Environment was the host organization through which I would have conducted my fellowship during that one-year period. Now, the assessments were done within several gullies that were selected based on a criteria on how they can contribute to building climate resilience. So the focus was primarily on those habitats that still maintained the natural state as before. So we looked at forested habitats, but we also looked at gullies that were within specific water catchment areas. And the primary one of focus was the bell catchment. So that's why we have a lot of the gullies focused in St. Michael, St. Thomas. And last but not least, some of the gullies were selected based on their outlets into the nearshore marine environment. Now, we would have conducted about 114 assessment points across 30 gully segments, and these accounted for roughly 14.5 kilometers of gully across the island. And note that this is just a small fraction of the number of gullies that we have here in Barbados. So as I mentioned, we had a team which would have been responsible for documenting flora and fauna. We noted the presence and the coverage of invasive plant species. We noted solid waste and liquid waste that was encountered during our surveillance, as well as the presence of any disturbances or habitat loss. And we would have used not just in-field data, but for the habitat disturbance and loss, we would have used satellite imagery to help confirm some suspicions because everything wasn't quite evident when we were in the field. And then we would also look at the presence of agricultural practices within and adjacent to gullies. With regards to the flora and fauna, we would have documented 128 plant species within gully ecosystems, and out of these 128, 45 or roughly 35%, 45 plant species, which accounts for 35%, were actually exotic species. And of this list of plants, we would have narrowed it down specifically for the invasives based on the list provided by the GEM study in the past. So they would have already identified the presence of specific exotic plants that have the potential to become a threat to gully ecosystems. With regards to animals, we would have documented 82 animal species. And within that list, we would have had the regular invasives, such as the giant African snail. We also documented the presence of the Cuban brown snail, Cuban brown anole. But notably, we would have documented what is a recently introduced invasive species, a New Guinea flatworm, known as Platydemus manacori, within 2 of the gully segments that we would have assessed. Moving on to the invasive species. So I mentioned that the previous study, they had a list of exotics, and of those exotics, there were several that showed tendencies to be invasive, not just in Barbados, but worldwide. And we would have narrowed down that list to just about 6 based on our scoping visits before we started data collection. And these included species such as ackee, arrowhead, climate cherry, flamboyant, MacArthur palm, as well as mother-in-law's tongue, which is depicted on the left, also known as snake plant. So of the 114 points that we would have assessed, collectively, these plants were identified at 109 of those assessment points. And this accounts for roughly 29 of the 30 gully segments that we would have went through. With regards to how widespread they were, ackee was more widespread within the segments that they were in, being at 77 points within 25 of the segments. MacArthur palm was the most widespread throughout the segments, as they were found within 26 of the segments. They had the second highest distribution within those gullies, as well as mother-in-law's tongue and flamboyant. So those four are the key ones that we are primarily focusing on, especially when we consider the need for controlling and managing such invasive species. Next, we focus on solid waste within gullies. We would have developed a solid waste assessment tool which takes into consideration both litter index as well as a dumping index, and we have categories going from very clean to very dirty. And because we utilize this, we were able to basically determine the state of various gullies with regards to how much illegal dumping has occurred and still exists present within these ecosystems. So within the 114 points, 108 of these points, we would have actually documented some form of solid waste. And this graph just goes to show the distribution of the various waste types across the assessment points. The most common of these was plastics, occurring at 107 of the points, but we also had metals, bulky waste, and ceramic and glass, taking up quite a lot of space within the gullies. But I chose to show that it's not only present along various habitats, but also the gully floor. So if you consider how gullies are, I mentioned that they're kind of V or U-shaped. You have the landowners at the top, and then you have the slope of the gully. So oftentimes it's not necessarily a steep drop. So when persons dump stuff illegally at the top of the gully, it's not going to just stay there. Because of the rain and over time, the solid waste will make its way to the gully floor. And when we have the water now channeling through during periods of heavy rainfall, then it can transport that waste from that initial source site further downstream. Of the assessments completed, only 17% of the sites were considered to be clean or very clean, so meaning that there were less than 5 pieces of solid waste documented within the assessed area. And that 70% means that there's only 19 sites out of 114 that we recorded very little waste. The points behind residences or developed areas tended to have a lot more solid waste than areas which are much further away. So we used a distance of roughly 100 meters to do this analysis, and it just showed that areas where you have communities, you would tend to find a lot of the waste behind the households, whereas in areas that are isolated, you won't tend to see solid waste present. There are a couple of exceptions. For example, bridges, which we know are primarily used as dumping areas. And the key one here in our study would have been the Jack-in-the-Box gully. Also noteworthy was that throughout our study, we would have encountered a lot of solid waste items capable of holding water. And we would have seen that they were actually acting as breeding grounds for mosquitoes. And the next image just goes to show the types of solid waste we would find, as well as the amount of water that we would often see in some of those containers. So this is the whole fridge. I think this was early in 2024 when we documented this. We passed by a couple months later and it still had water within it. So it just shows that the presence of solid waste can just promote the breeding of mosquitoes potentially throughout the year. We also focused on habitat loss and disturbances. The image, sorry, with the fridge, that was actually taken in Cane Garden. And once again, this image on the left with the clearance is within the same gully. We would have confirmed these disturbances and habitat loss through field assessments as well as through satellite imagery. And from combining the both of those data sets, we would have realized that roughly 21.5% of the 14.5 kilometer stretch of gullies assessed would have shown some signs of habitat disturbance or habitat loss between the period of 2019 and 2024. And Cane Garden was actually the most affected with respect to habitat loss. There was a couple segments within Trent's Gully in St. James which showed no signs of habitat disturbance or loss, which was one of the few segments throughout the study that was not affected. We also looked at agricultural practices. We would have identified, similarly as with the disturbance and loss of habitat, through field surveys as well as satellite imagery. And there were signs of agricultural practices along just 2.2% of the 14.5 kilometer stretches of gully that we assessed. And these were primarily small-scale agriculture, but the most affected area would have been Retreat Gully, Maynard's Retreat Gully in St. Peter, with a total of 3 sites. On average, there were at least 2 sites per gully that we assessed. Image just shows some of the animal waste that was allowed to flow and settle within the gully in Jackson, in St. Michael. And the next slide actually is a video of that same site, just showing some larvae within that liquid waste along the gully floor. Now, it just shows that the threats that were identified in 2003 during the GEM study, they still persist today, even after 20 years. These include both the presence of liquid and solid waste, primarily. We would have been able to confirm that pollution is still a very significant issue in Barbados' watercourses, and it continues to grow. And I can give an example of this. We would have been working alongside or partnering with Cleanup Barbados, who would have conducted some cleanups based on the findings that we got from this study. We would have done that in the Bell Gully. We also worked alongside Nation Publishing Green Team. They did a cleanup at Jackney Box. And shortly after the cleanup in Jackney Box especially, we did a return site visit, and once again, there was additional dumping. So basically, the treatment of gullies continues to contribute to our vulnerability to climate change. So because gullies can offer various ecosystem services, as I mentioned in the beginning, those should have been able to contribute to us building our climate resilience. But the way in which we cause the degradation of gully ecosystems, they can't provide the services to the level that we would need, especially in the event of various climate change impacts. So the way forward now, we're looking to continue our field assessments, mapping species distribution, both of native and invasive flora and fauna. We're mapping key biodiversity areas within the network of gullies, and we're looking to determine where is in need of conservation action, as well as the type of measures that will be needed to help enhance climate resilience within gully ecosystems. We are also seeking to increase our public awareness through engaging with the youth, through school engagements, but also by increasing our presence within communities that we do our assessments within, as well as on social media. Earlier this year, in January, we would have launched the Gullies Our Life project. The ministry would have launched the Gullies Our Life project, and the primary focus there would have been the removal of solid waste within gullies. And as part of that project, we're also seeking to do some form of removal and control of invasive species. And we would have started primarily with one particular plant species, which was mother-in-law's tongue, or Sansevieria. And so far it's shown to be quite challenging because the only way to remove them safely is by mechanical removal, so pulling up by hand. Alternatively, we would have to use chemicals, which is not the way we want to go, especially considering gullies contribute to our groundwater resources. We're also looking to do some reforestation in areas that were severely degraded, so where we would have had some clear cutting of vegetation, and those ecosystems are no longer providing the functions that they would have provided in the past when they had forests. And lastly, we are partnering with various entities. We are looking to continue with partnering with Clean Up Barbados campaign through the Future Center Trust, as well as the Nation Publishing Green Team, trying to get more outputs and increasing the level of activities with regards to cleanup events across the island within gully ecosystems. And lastly, we would have recently partnered with the Barbados Boy Scouts Association, and they are also looking to not only do cleanups, but also to assist with reforestation activities within gullies as well. I'd just like to thank you all, and we'll now hand back over to
All right, thank you very much. We'll have a chance to have a chat with Chad during the Q&A. I am now, right, so we move on to our next presentation. There's been a lot of talk about turtles, the conservation, ensuring that Barbadians have discipline as far as the conservation of turtles. And there's one voice that is always out there who sees it necessary to keep the message going. And so we now will have a chance to hear from her. So I invite now Carla Daniel of Wild Isle Trust to speak on the presentation, Impact of Coastal Armoring on Sea Turtle Conservation. Please acknowledge her.
Good afternoon. Okay, so it's my pleasure this afternoon to talk to you a little bit about the impact of coastal armoring on sea turtle conservation in Barbados. So I'm going to start by just giving you a super brief background. So some of you might be aware that we have 6 species of turtles found in the wider Caribbean region. Of those 6, we have 3 found in Barbados. We have the pleasure of hosting at the top the leatherback sea turtle, the world's largest sea turtle. And on the bottom right, we have the green turtle. They are exceedingly common in our waters, and they are an important part of our tourism product. They're the center of the swim with the turtle attractions. We primarily host juvenile green turtles in our waters. And then over on the left, we have the critically endangered hawksbill turtle. And this is the most common turtle on the beaches of Barbados, and they return here to nest during the months of June to November. So all 3 of these species are endangered. In 1998, the government passed a moratorium on sea turtle harvest, which essentially protected the species from us. And of these 3 species, we have the hawksbill, which, as I mentioned, is the most common. The work of the Barbados Sea Turtle Project has centered primarily around the hawksbill. They nest on the west and the south coast in those little yellow boxes that you'll see there. Those are the high-density nesting beaches. The work of the Barbados Sea Turtle Project centers around a 24-hour hotline, which we provide an emergency response to, as well as day and night patrols throughout the season to monitor the nesting activity. And we also have saturation tagging on our index nesting beach. This hotel is actually on the index nesting beach for Barbados, and this stretch of coastline from Needham's Point to the South Coast Boardwalk hosts the highest density of hawksbill nesting on the entire island. There has been significant amount of work done over the last 20 to 30 years. There are actually many people in this room who've contributed to hawksbill conservation on the island during that period. And as a result of their hard work, we now have the largest nesting population of hawksbills in the insular Caribbean. So to sum it up, we went from around 50 individual turtles around 1997, and we have over 600 to 700 nesting annually now. Okay.
So there are a lot of threats facing Barbados' coastline. We've heard lots of talk about climate change and climate impacts. So we're facing threats from sea level rise, increased intensity and duration of swell events, as we would experience with the very rough seas. We're having more frequent and intense extreme weather events, so more hurricanes, more storms, and they're a lot stronger than they were before. And of course, we're facing severe erosion. Now, the results of these things has been loss of lateral access along our coastline. There are persons who would talk about being able to walk on the beach from Spikestown all the way to Bridgetown and back. That is no longer possible. In fact, many of our short bays have been cut into sections as a result of erosion. So there are many areas where persons are unable to pass. There's been property vulnerability with every storm. A lot of the properties on the coastline, villas, hotels, etc., feel exceedingly vulnerable as those large waves come in and remove the sand and in some cases undermine their property boundaries. We have unattractive beaches because there's lots of exposed roots. They're extremely narrow. Sometimes there are a lot of rocks that are piled up on the beach. And we have an impacted tourism industry. Of course, the loss of beaches negatively impacts nesting turtles as well because these nesting beaches are crucial for their survival. So these are just some examples of erosion. So erosion can be lateral, where you have the beach narrowing, but you can also lose the depth of sand as well. This is Sandy Lane Beach. This is an example of Gibbs Bay, for those of you who are familiar. This was a few years ago when we were conducting some surveys. It was an exceedingly wide and healthy beach. And this is just after one event where you can see that about 3/3 of the beach was lost. Our beaches are relatively resilient and some of this sand does return, but this beach has never returned to the state it was before this particular storm. Here's another example. This is Emerald Beach House. And it was never a very, very wide beach, but it was always relatively healthy, lots of turtle nesting, often had beach chairs and so on out front. And this is Emerald Beach House after a storm event. Now, the property owners felt as though this was not enough security for them. They were a bit worried. So if you go to this beach right now, there is a massive boulder wall. They've provided lateral access. Well, you can climb over the boulders to get across the beach, but there is no longer any dry sand at this location. So these impacts, of course, affect turtle nests. When the sand goes, any nests that are incubating within the sand goes as well. And when the beaches are narrow, turtles have reduced space to lay their eggs. So there's reduced space available for nesting, and then they are squeezed at the edge of the road. This is Clinkits in St. Lucie, a very, very narrow beach, which is loved by turtles. And every single year we have turtles in this exact same position, nesting half on the beach and half on the road. So what is it that we want? We want a resilient coastline. We have the Coastal Zone Management Unit, who has been working very hard for a long time to maintain the coastline of Barbados. But persons who have properties on the coast, who own properties, they want their results now. They don't want to wait for a long time. They want everything to be fixed tomorrow. Barbados has prides itself on managing its coast. This is the vision of the Coastal Zone Management Unit here, so that we have a coast to be proud of, which is valued, appreciated, and safeguarded as a place to live, work, use, relax, and so on. Where the natural environment is protected and enhanced to keep it an essential and unique place in the Barbados heritage and economy. But in order to maintain this vision, this requires adaptation to these changing climate-related environmental conditions. And this is, of course, hard because it is a very complex issue. Some of these adaptations have included setback enforcement, trying to get persons, when they develop properties, to build further back from the coastline, to modify their designs to things that are a bit more resilient, and to install some engineered infrastructure. This infrastructure typically takes the form of boulder revetments, which reduce wave energy as the waves come on shore, seawalls to protect infrastructure, breakwaters and groins to maintain beaches and the presence of sand, and in some cases, concretization of gully mouths to accelerate land runoff and to prevent flooding. There's also been renourishment or recharge of beaches with sand from external sources. Much of this work is done by private property owners and landowners who submit their proposals and get approval to maintain their properties and to maintain the beach in front of their properties. So this is an example of some of the work that is done. This is just a causeway that is being built to go out so that a breakwater can be put in place, and that breakwater will essentially act and fulfill the ecosystem services that a coral reef, a healthy, thriving coral reef would, in terms of breaking the force of the waves as they come on shore and reducing the erosion potentially at that particular location. Persons, as I said, when they see a problem, they try to fix it. Sometimes they do so without permission. There's no consultation with the relevant agencies. They pay a man, they get a tractor, and they go on the beach and they try to safeguard their properties. This is an example of a breakwater. Breakwaters are sometimes connected to shore in this case, and in other times they are out to sea and they're performing essentially the same functions. Here's another example of a breakwater, but this time you see in the picture an image of a turtle trap. This turtle came up and she tried to return to the sea via the breakwater, realized she couldn't get over the boulders, and turned around and went another way. Barbados has also had some innovative installations. Two of these have been coastal developments in the form of boardwalks. We have boardwalks on the south coast and the west coast of the island. These have served to reduce a lot of the problems I mentioned before. They have provided lateral pedestrian access so that persons are able to traverse the coastline to get from one part of the coast to another. They also protect coastal infrastructure, buildings, and so on that are in those zones. And the addition of headlands to the boardwalks has allowed for the creation of small and highly dynamic beaches, which have attracted turtles to nest at these locations. This is an example of the South Coast boardwalk here, and you can see that there are some groins. That is the line of boulders attached to the shore, and then you have the boardwalk structure itself, which essentially is a seawall with a boulder revetment at the front. It's another example of one of the headlands at the boardwalk. So these adaptation measures can be considered risk resilient, and they're focused primarily on protecting infrastructure and managing beaches, which is really important. We are a tourism-dependent economy, and we need to protect the beaches on the island. Stable beaches, of course, benefit sea turtles. Without beaches, turtles cannot nest. So it is essential for turtles that beaches be protected and maintained as well. However, these structures have posed both direct and indirect challenges for sea turtles and for their conservation. In many cases, when properties build seawalls, it results in very narrow strips of beaches. These are extremely common along the West Coast, for example, and there are many areas where we've had historic beaches that no longer exist. Some of the issues that we have experienced as a result of seawalls is that, one, there's significant erosion at the base of the wall. So turtles will come up, they will nest in these narrow strips of sand, but as soon as we get rough seas, those eggs are exposed and often washed away. Sea turtles do try desperately to get as high as they can on the beach, but if the beach is only about 4 to 5 meters wide, they simply cannot go any further. Nesting females have also fallen off of walls and become severely injured or have died. And in some cases, because it is often more convenient to have construction during the summer, which is the off period for the tourism industry, that happens to be in the middle of the nesting season. And then you have turtles encountering these construction projects, getting trapped, hatchlings and eggs becoming damaged or killed as a result of the heavy machinery on the beach. This is an example of an ongoing construction project happening right now at Paynes Bay, and we are approaching the peak of the nesting season. So there are things that can be done to help to safeguard these. We've tried to work with developers to ensure that they at times try to barricade the sites to keep nesting turtles from falling into the pits that are dug and interacting with things like the exposed steel and so on. But because of the scale of some construction sites, it has not been possible. We also provide material and information on what to do if they encounter nests, and these workers have been extremely good. They've called us multiple times because they've managed to uncover a few nests during the course of this work, and the team has gone down and relocated those eggs. So when there is work that is ongoing, we do try our best to work with those persons to mitigate the impact as much as possible. Sea turtles are not used to boulder-based structures on the beaches of Barbados, and often when they come onto the beach, they simply turn and head straight back to the sea. When the boulder structures are connected to the shore and they're low enough that turtles can get onto them, they often become trapped within these structures. This can be a death sentence for a turtle because unless it is seen and rescued, it will die from dehydration or starvation. And in some occasions, there is mechanical death because the animal can break its neck. And if it happens to go into the boulders upside down, it can also drown as its head is trapped under the rocks. So this has become a problem as we have had to utilize boulders more and more along the coastline. It has become an ever-increasing problem. I would like to shout out the Barbados Fire Service, who have been instrumental on quite a few occasions in helping us using the jaws of life to shift the boulders to get some of these animals free. It is not only boulders in the form of breakwaters that cause a problem for sea turtles. At some properties, there are boulder walls as well. And this particular animal got trapped trying to nest as she pushed her way underneath the boulders. So it looks like you could just pull her out, but she's actually wedged in with a boulder underneath her body and the two boulders on top. Boulders that are half buried cause problems also. This is a situation where for some reason, turtles love to come up in this corner. This is on Accra Beach or Rockley Beach, and they often get trapped on top of these boulders as they try to come over. So they become they get perched on their plastron and their flippers are unable to make contact with the ground and they're unable to move. So these are obstructions that turtles are not used to encountering, and unfortunately, on many occasions, these interactions have proven to be fatal. This is a situation where a turtle almost drowned in a boulder revetment. We were very fortunate. It took a very, very, very long time. And as you can see, for stretches of time, she was completely underwater. Sea turtles like us need to surface to breathe. They cannot breathe underwater. So if they are deprived of oxygen, just like us, if we were in the sea, they will die. So we talked a bit about invasive species this morning. Invasive predators have also started to utilize boulders. I'm speaking here specifically of the mongoose. The mongoose was brought to Barbados during colonialization times to kill rats, but they are an extremely smart and savvy predator, and they will decimate turtle nests. We've had situations where a nest is laid the night before, and by the time we find it in the morning, 7, 8 a.m., every single egg has already been eaten. These predators prefer vegetation and covered areas. However, they have started utilizing boulder walls in places where vegetation is not present, which provides them with the cover they need to go out and collect the eggs from the nest and return and eat them in relative safety. There's also buried revetments and walkways. Now, these revetments are often created in front of walls. They act to break the force of the waves as they come on shore, and they're quite effective. Often, they become covered with a layer of sand, which gives the appearance of a continuous beach. What happens is that when turtles come up to nest, they are instead stymied as they try to dig, and they hit these buried boulders. So what you have is many cases, beaches that look like they should be okay for nesting. When turtles come up, they try to dig fruitlessly because they're not able to dig nests that are deep enough. And in much of, on the bottom image, if you see that red arrow where there's a pocket of sand, on some occasions they do find what you would consider a sweet spot, either between the boulders or behind the revetment, where they are successful in laying their eggs. However, because of the rocks, there is reduced water flow, and often when we get heavy rainfalls during the nesting season, those nests become waterlogged and the eggs die or the hatchlings drown. There is no sand. She's literally scraping her flippers on the cement at the moment. She's gone about as deep as she can possibly go. It's just cement there. So this is an example of what I was speaking about earlier, with a turtle that is exceedingly determined to nest, but the sand was only about a foot deep, so she was unable to dig deep enough. So while we mentioned that there are some direct threats to turtles, there are also indirect impacts that have affected them as well. So we talked about boardwalks earlier. The South Coast Boardwalk especially is an amazing social feature. There are tons of people, if you go on it at any time, that you will see exercising. Lots of tourists utilize it, and it has been fantastic for that purpose. However, as turtles come up to nest, they often get into difficulty. So in these images here, we have turtles becoming trapped inside a section of the boardwalk. In the first image, this is a turtle that came up straight off the boardwalk trying to find somewhere to nest and fell over the headland. In both of these cases, the turtles were rescued, and that is one very good thing because the boardwalk is so heavily utilized. There are lots of people, and when there is an issue, these animals are quickly discovered, and we are often able to get there in time. But the beaches that I mentioned, for example, on the boardwalk are highly dynamic. The sand comes and goes. They're often quite narrow, and the turtles come off of the beach and will stray onto the other side of the boardwalk to lay their eggs, and sometimes go into properties and other places. We've had turtles in the Hastings gazebo, for example, all the way up the steps and inside of the gazebo itself on multiple occasions because they were trying to get further on the beach. So in terms of some of the management issues that can happen, you can have, as the boardwalk requires maintenance, during those winter swells, you get sand being pushed onto the boardwalk. You have concerned citizens who try to clean it, and then we have formal maintenance of the boardwalk as well. Nests can often become covered with sand during the cleaning process. We have been fortunate that we've been able to work often with the persons who are doing the cleaning to try to ensure that nests are not covered, but this is a continual maintenance procedure that has to be undertaken every year. And then every year we can only really advocate for the nests that we know about. Turtles will come up at times that we do not see, so there's always the chance that nests will become covered. Why is this a problem? Because it takes hatchlings 3 to 5 days to dig out of an average size nest, which is about 50 centimeters deep. When we put sand over it that is about 3 times as deep, it is impossible for them to get out. They simply do not have enough resources, and they will die in the sand. Boardwalks provide the public easy access to turtles as they struggle to find nesting sites. We've had increased instances of harassment and, in extreme cases, the killing of turtles. And I say extreme cases because it has also been very positive. There are many persons who were able to see turtles and interact with turtles for the very first time because of the presence of the boardwalk. But there are, as we know, a variety of types of people in our society, and those persons who mean the animal harm have also had easy access as well. So these images may be difficult to see, but we've had turtles killed both on the west and on the South Coast Boardwalk. In both cases, the killings appeared quite malicious, and in recent times, we've had some of that malicious behavior extend to sea turtle hatchlings. Now, this very lovely lady here, it's hard to see, but there is a turtle. She's on the land side of the boardwalk in the bushes, right there by the yellow arrow nesting. But this lovely lady was being taken out for an evening stroll on the boardwalk, and she was in her 80s, and this was the very first time she'd ever seen a turtle. So it is, as you can see, a mixed bag. There are some benefits, but there are also some issues that turtles are dealing with as well. Another management issue is rats. With the presence of all of these lovely people come their waste, as we know very well. And when we have persons with waste and food and so on, we also have issues with rats. We have rat predation of turtle nests, so they dig down into the nest and they eat the eggs. And then we also have significant predation of sea turtle hatchlings as well. And I say significant, these rats are bold. We've had to fight the rats for the hatchlings. We've had to stand guard over the nest while one person runs for a bucket with a stick to try to keep the rats off as we try to collect the hatchlings. But we know that it is not necessarily a boardwalk problem. It's just coincidental because of the number of people who utilize the boardwalk. It is perhaps at this point a national problem, but it is something that has impacted the turtle nests that are laid in that area. Now, Barbados has recently signed a deal to expand the South Coast Boardwalk, and we are looking at a variety, I think as you may have heard yesterday, a variety of projects to increase our coastal resilience. It is important because, as I mentioned, beaches are crucial for tourism. Tourists do not come here to just step off a pier and into the sea. They come for those white, sandy beaches. It's important. Beaches are important to Barbadians culturally as well, and sea turtles need these beaches to nest. But what is really important is that when we are designing our adaptive strategies to these climate change impacts, that we consider impacts on biodiversity. Designs to increase coastal resilience through adaptation need to carefully consider the potential impacts on sensitive biodiversity and ecosystems, both in the short and long term. And we need innovative designs which mitigate potential negative impacts. Those impacts which we recognize are unavoidable, we simply cannot do anything about. There need to be mechanisms and systems in place which allow us to manage those impacts on biodiversity to ensure that that biodiversity is able to survive and to continue to thrive. In as much as that beach is ours, these turtles are ours too. And it will take coordinated efforts involving conservationists, decision makers, technicians, citizens, funding agencies, innovators, creative thinkers, the public sector, coastal property owners, and legislators if we are going to be able to protect them both. Thank you.
Okay, don't leave yet. I'm sure that some may want to ask a question. Or come in. Oh, you're here. I was looking for you. Just come to the table, and it's now your opportunity to pose any questions or offer any comments to Chad, to Connor, or even to Nivio coming also, right, and to Carla. All right. Questions or comments?
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Christina Yearwood, and I am from the Sanitation Service Authority. My question is to both Connor and Chad with regards to invasive species, both plants and animals. I'm wondering, where are the sources? Like, if you can tell us where are some of the sources that these invasive species would come from, both plants and animals. Oh, and lastly, are any of the thread snakes venomous or harmful to human beings?
Okay, so no, the thread snakes aren't venomous. They're not harmful in any way. None of the snakes we have on island, the Mastigodryas or the thread snakes, are harmful to us. The pathways, so there are a couple different pathways, all generally human associated. Obviously, dispersal can happen in multiple ways. You can have access via, air or seaports. Containers, for example, might have a stowaway, and things like reptiles are quite good at stowing away because they can
survive for quite a long period without water, and their eggs are also quite resilient to things like salt and desiccation. Boats, I think, are a potential pathway. I'm not sure if all of the boats coming into the various ports are searched quite thoroughly. The mourning gecko, for example, we've found at Independence Square, and right next to there is the dock for all the pleasure boats. So I think there might be an association there. So that's an example of how some animals can get on island. There's also potential for illegal wildlife trade, getting animals here. But yeah, that's all I can think of so far.
Regarding the plants, majority that we know of are actually brought in for horticultural purposes. So once they actually get out into the environment, so persons don't dispose of them correctly. And when we look at areas, for example, near the bell, some people would have the same snake plant potted in their gardens. When they're ready to dispose of it, something just goes in the backyard. When it gets out of the pot now, then it spreads rapidly. Regarding, for example, the invasive New Guinea flatworm, it's possible that they would have came in with plants as well. But it is key to note that with the snake plant, sometimes cuttings can go a long way. So if you try to dispose of something the proper way, but if the person taking it to the landfill takes shortcuts, goes to a gully somewhere nearby, drops it in the environment, they can spread quickly via cuttings. So it's not just a fully grown plant or seeds. The smallest of cuttings can actually cause it to get out into the environment and become invasive as well.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dwight Leach. I have two questions. Well, one for Carla and then one for the gentleman in black. Can't remember your name.
Chad.
Chad. Chad, my question is, well, I must say I'm a bit disappointed with the scope of the gully study after being a bit more familiar with the 2003 one. I was hoping to get a new or updated gully map, particularly because I use it for presentations as well. That study area is so small in comparison to the many others. However, the issues remain the same from what you presented. They're really the same issues. So what are the outputs of this? Is going to be a change in policy? Because I know your colleague next to you would have spoken of policy this morning. As we have 1,000 million policies in Barbados, we are probably the most legislative policy writing people in the Caribbean, but that's, well, whatever. So what are the outcomes of this gully, of this last gully study? Is it going to be more protection? I mean, we've done presentations with the Barbados Marine Spatial Plan. We've done presentations in schools with the gully's ecosystem. We have feedback from senior school students that speak to policy. What about pollution? What about you put up, have animal runoff? If you look at St. Thomas, you could go above, not above Trents, get my brain, above Rock Hall. You can see where you have people running pig silage straight into the gullies. You know, this is 25 years, same problems. What is the outcomes of that study? My question for Carla would be then,
Do you want allow Chad to answer your question?
Go ahead, Chad. Sorry.
Regarding the gully map, that was also part of the project. I would have received some data from Labs and Surveying and basically did an interpolation to get a much more accurate surface model of the gullies, and the database that previously existed, those weren't quite accurate when I compare that to the actual database right now. So I'm actually redigitizing those lines, trying to get as well as some polygons, which can help us to identify the extent of gullies with regards to area rather than just length. As it relates to policy, that's beyond my scope of work right now. You'll have to potentially speak to the senior environmental officer or the minister of environment on that.
Then my second question then will be to Carla. I can't tell if Carla, if you have a love-hate relationship with the infrastructure or the boardwalk. I really can't figure it out based on the presentation, but one of the main purposes of that particular piece of infrastructure, and I'm not speaking for the coastal management unit, is that it is a climate change. It's supposed to prevent, or rather a protective measure. And a lot of those beaches that the first one you mentioned actually didn't exist before. As you will know, opposite Golden Sands, there was nothing there.
So it has created beaches in some parts, and it's supposed to protect the coastline as well. So you made a recommendation. So what would you recommend for any future developments? Be it more turtle friendly, less boulders? What do you recommend that policymakers and management agencies, engineers that coming in or engineers locally can implement or add to these structures?
Thank you very much for putting me on the spot. What would I recommend? So I think in some cases it is like on a site-by-site basis. So some of the issues that we face, for example, are that the boulder structures are very low. What that means is that it's great, it makes it aesthetically pleasing because you don't have a massive boulder wall in the eye line of guests and on the beach, but it means that it gives turtles access to the boulders so that they can try to clamber up on top of them to get over. If they were higher, the turtles would not be able to access them at all. With reference to the beaches on the boardwalk, those very highly dynamic beaches, they are not great for turtle nesting. They are essentially attracting turtles away from more stable, better nesting habitat on either side of the boardwalk. So for example, Rockley and the index nesting beach, which is directly to the south. The beaches are very narrow, they erode quickly, and turtles often come to nest on the beaches, but they leave the beach and go across the boardwalk and nest on businesses and in narrow strips of sand along the other side. So really and truly, they are not particularly beneficial. It would be better for a turtle, for example, to nest on Rockley Beach than to nest on some of the beaches on the boardwalk. So it is, the presence of beaches is great, but the quality of the beach is extremely important, both for the security of the nesting female that's coming to shore, but also for the incubation of the eggs and the survival of the hatchlings that are produced. So I think there have been some very good coastal projects. For example, Schooner Bay in Speightstown, that beach was extremely narrow. Heron Bay, the beach has come back very well, and that's great for nesting. There's also a couple other areas south where there have been interventions in terms of boulders that have worked very, very well. But places that didn't have beach before, when we create these unstable beaches, it's not beneficial.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Will there being none, thank you.
Hello.
One? I'm so sorry, Thora.
This is an easy question for Chad. When you had a screen talking about invasive species and you had ackee, just confirming this is our normal ackee or the Jamaican ackee?
So this is the normal ackee. It is an introduced species. While it does produce fruit, the problem with it is that when seeds actually start to germinate, you can have an area that is dominated primarily by ackees compared to any other native plant species. So that's why we would consider it as invasive.
Okay. Yes?
Yeah, I had two questions as well, again for Carla and Chad, I think. But yeah, I think regarding the invasives question, looking at your slide, it was like, yeah, a lot of those things are like, in my relatives' gardens and stuff, but we still forget that they're invasive, So I had a question about, you spoke about the removal of some invasives like the mother-in-law tongue. Yeah, how do you go about doing that, again, when you have these invasives, but they're still playing some kind of role, especially in terms of like, holding soil together or things like that. So if you have to do mechanical removal, do you think about like immediately planting like, a native species or something like that to take the place? Because it seems like it can be really difficult to do that in terms of the way things grow and how fast they grow. And my second question on the gullies was...
I just allowed the first question. The first question...
Yeah, was it invasives, and how do you go about the removal of invasives like that without creating further problems, or how do you mitigate that? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do acknowledge what you're saying, and that is correct. With regards to Sansevieria, it does also help to prevent soil erosion.
What we do in terms of removal at this point is we don't just take off the tops. Some people might think taking off the top will be the solution, but you actually need to get the rhizomes out because that is how they will continue to spread. We will follow up any removal with the introduction of native species into the area, as well as just monitoring to see whether or not the hand removal is as effective as we would hope.
All right. You can pose your second question now.
Thanks. The second question, second question for Chad. There was, I think in another presentation there was mentioned that there is sometimes concretization of gullies or partial concretization. Is that a major issue as well? Yeah.
So if it was an issue?
Yes, in terms of like one to be concerned about, yeah.
From our field studies, I can only see one area where concrete may have gotten into. It doesn't seem to have been intentional, but there doesn't seem to be areas that we've come across as yet where that has happened. Obviously, you do have the areas along the coast, which was for specific purposes to help with the drainage of water from storms and what's not. But aside from that, inland, I've not seen that as yet.
Thanks. And the final question was for Carla. Again, yeah, really hard presentation. Again, the big question is like, how do you find a balance? And I really like your recommendation in terms of, these structures needing to be more turtle friendly, but how do we come up with standards, even like, again, draft designs, things like that. I'm thinking regionally as well, not just in Barbados, because I'm seeing the same issues in Grenada, and have these incorporated into EIAs. So I don't know your thoughts in terms of the future to try to ingrain that into the process. And also whether you saw any effects from beryl on the beaches affecting turtles as well.
Mm-hmm. So I will speak very quickly because there were many effects from beryl. So beryl came along and the impacts on the fishing industry, but she also significantly eroded the south and the west coast. She happened on the 1st of July, which was just around the peak of the nesting season. So we lost, I would say, about 75% of the nests that were laid prior to the 1st of July were simply swept out to sea. We then had a situation where we had extremely steep berms on the beaches and exposed roots. We had, at the time, the majority of the turtles were still trying to nest. They were trying to get up onto beaches and not able to, so we had a significant increase in the number of unsuccessful nesting attempts. Then we had turtles getting onto these berms and falling off and getting flipped upside down. So we had a number of sea turtles that were stranded on their backs. We had a number of situations where turtles died as well. There is one notable instance where on the south coast in particular, beryl pushed the sand inland. So a lot of that sand, as you know, would have gone into the road in places like Oistins and by the South Coast Boardwalk and KFC and so on. And that increased the height of the beach with relation to some walls. So we even had turtles coming up, crawling over the beach, encountering a wall that would not have been accessible before, going straight over and, breaking her neck and dying. So it really, really negatively impacted nesting last year. It made it very difficult for those turtles that were coming up. But not just that, because the work of the Barbados Sea Turtle Project is only possible because of some amazing interns. Many of them are university students. And it made it difficult for them in the field as well, because now you have exposed boulders, exposed concrete and steel. So a lot of the beaches were no longer accessible. So it impacted patrols, it impacted the safety of the volunteers, the safety of the turtles. It killed lots of eggs. Lots of hatchlings never developed because they died in the nest, so there was a lot of waterlogging and drowning of hatchlings as well. So I would say almost every aspect of sea turtle nesting was impacted by that one storm, which was not a direct hit on Barbados at the time. And you had another question? Okay, so that is really, I think, the $1 million question, and I think we would all be rich. Because as I was trying to express, these things are real, they're happening, they are a problem for sea turtles, but we do recognize that in many ways the goals of this infrastructure are necessary goals.
We have to have a resilient coastline. We have to be able to maintain our beaches. They are, of course, green solutions that persons would recommend. In some countries, people are planting more mangroves. They are doing coral oak plantations. They're doing all of those things. Barbados doesn't have a coastline that makes it feasible to plant mangroves to shore up our coastline. And a lot of our development in terms of changes to the coastline happened decades ago, long before climate change was even a phrase. So we are perhaps in a unique position, I think, in the Caribbean, and that unique position will require unique solutions. I am absolutely not sitting here to tell you that I have the answers. What I'm trying to do is to highlight one aspect or one impact of what we have done so far, and hoping that if we can get, minds together, I'm not an engineer at all, that we may be able to come up with something new, something innovative that gives us the coastline results that we want, but also allows us to protect our vulnerable biodiversity at the same time.
Thank you.
Hi.
I'm going to allow just 2 more questions because we have 2 more presentations before lunch. So if you'd be so kind and crave your indulgence in this regard.
No problem. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I have a question for, double-barreled for Chad and Connor. With Chad, we saw your video of the animal waste in the gully. I was just wondering if there's been any work to identify what kind of larvae were, thriving in the animal waste, and just identifying it or looking at the potential differences in different gullies, depending on differences in livestock, that sort of thing.
To date, we've come across, I think, 2 sites such as that, but we have not sought to try to identify the organisms within that. If that's something that you're willing to assist with, I guess we'll be open. No, seriously.
That would be very interesting to do, so yes. All right, and then for Connor, we know that the African house gecko is pretty much everywhere. But I just wanted to ask a little bit more about the relative distribution of the Asian house gecko and what you've seen regarding the distribution of the mourning gecko.
Yeah, so that's actually an excellent question. So we're only seeing mourning gecko so far at this one small structure next to the dock in Independence Square. Hemidactylus is everywhere on island, like you said. But graciously, I suppose, they're larger and they're almost biologically superior on edificarian habitat, so like walls, and they're very good at monopolizing clumped insect resources. And they also will eat juveniles of other gecko species. And literature suggests actually that where Hemidactylus is, mourning geckos can't or are less successful at establishing themselves. Hemidactylus, there are these 2 invasives. The Hemidactylus probably is working in our favor to control mourning geckos because they are less successful in areas where Hemidactylus is. So hopefully they kind of keep them contained so that we can get a handle on the situation as soon as possible.
Thank you. Final question.
So much. Carla, I admire your diplomacy so much. I wish I had just a teeny weeny little fraction of that. But hey, weren't you at the engineers when they presented regarding sandals up in Haywoods? I think I remember you talking about the trees. There were trees up there. There was a really important tree. But I'm trying to remember if you're there. But the thing is, the engineers presented on the work that they had done. They had built a big warehouse up in Canada, I think, and they had simulated wave impact on rocks and tried placing the rocks in different places. And I just wondered if you remembered that, because they said that if you put the rocks out in the water, I think it was 100 yards, I'm terrible with numbers, but at least 100 yards out, that it broke the wave energy out and then accreted the sand onto the beach, as opposed to if you put the rocks up on the beach, they found that actually washed away the sand from the beach. I just wondered if you remember that.
Yeah, I think you're talking about the study that was done by Baird on behalf of Sandals for the Haywood site.
And yes, I think most of the coastal work in Barbados does have engineering studies done by Baird or similar firms, and they often will build replicas and simulate to see what weather events and what waves will do to certain, size structures and so on. So there is some of that work that is done, but it really does just come down to pluses and minuses. We have to weigh the benefits against the costs, and we have to find a way to perhaps reduce those costs so that we are able, because at the end of the day, yes, protecting infrastructure and all of those things are great, but as was mentioned, I think with the One Health approach earlier, unless we're able to protect the ecosystems and the biodiversity that maintain our quality of life, we are still not taking a holistic approach to these potential climate change impacts.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Neil Jinks, Chad Barrow, Connor Blades, and Carla Daniels. As a matter of fact, Carla, you have, to some, you have a new name. Yeah, I was in a little speakeasy in Bajan terms, and they were talking, men were talking. Men talk from one thing to the next. And then they were talking about fishing. They were talking about fishing and the incidents and how the fisher folk will benefit with the changes and so on. And one guy made reference to, I don't know how it came in, but he made reference to what is also happening as far as the turtles, and he kept saying the turtle woman. The turtle woman, but the turtle woman say. So, ladies and gentlemen, the turtle woman. Thank you very much. So we move swiftly along now. And there's been a lot of talk about Whole Town, the history, the changes that are taking place. It has been discussed at Parliament level. Whole Town has brought so much. Voices of opposition, marches, removals from the Senate. But let's hear from Carlos Jilts now of the National Conservation Commission. And he will offer a presentation, Whole Town, whole history and future perspectives. Please acknowledge Carlos Jilts.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Right. Right. Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Jilts, and I'm here to present on the Whole Town Whole and the suggested future perspectives. I am currently the manager of Folkestone Marine Park and Reserve. If I'm off the top, you would ask, why NCC? Why Folkestone? How was the correlation between NCC, Folkestone, and the Whole Town Whole? In the early 70s, we had the Parks and Beaches Commission being formed, and this was done to manage and maintain the public spaces and the public beaches. It then morphed into the National Conservation Commission in 1982, continuing with the said mandate. Folkestone Park and Marine Reserve was designated as a marine protected area in 1981, and its northernmost boundary between Colony Club and Coral Reef to the southern boundary immediately south of the Sandy Lane Hotel. The NCC manages and maintains beach accesses for public use. Whole Town Whole's northernmost site is an active beach access. The Holton Hole is also one of the 3 remaining mangroves in Barbados. And these, along with Graham Hall Swamp, Transfer Lane, and on high rainfall events, the Holton Hole empties into the Folkestone Park and Marine Reserve. So therefore, Folkestone regarded as a stakeholder of the Holton Hole. As a drainage entity, the Holton Hole is managed by the Ministry of Transport Works and Drainage Department. Water Resources, sorry, I had to change. A bit of context for Folkestone and where the Holton Hole will sit at Folkestone. Folkestone is 2.2 kilometers squared of the heaviest used west coast of Barbados. And if we look at the green mark at Folkestone, the Holton Hole would be in the northern water sport zone, but it would then empty into the scientific zone. On March 31st, one of the stakeholder hotels would have called Folkestone due to the occurrence of a small fire at the Holton Hole. This fire occurred the same March 31st, and it was extinguished by the Barbados Fire Service. But when we got to the hole, this is what we met. You see some receptacles for oil, as well as the stripping of the trees for that mangrove area. This is one of the photos prior to the fire at the Holton Hole with the bridge at the top. The bridge is where Lime Grove will be at now. So that is one of the sites where we're going to make a lot of mention of. Right, again, this is taken from the Mango Bay Hotel with the said bridge at the top. So we're going to delve right into the history of the Holton Hole. The Holton Hole is a major waterway currently located between Mango Bay Hotel and the construction site of the Royalton Chic Hotel, which was formerly the Discovery Bay Hotel. It is easily identified by the Indian Bridge, which we just referred to as the bridge at the top of the feature. It is located quite near to the Lime Grove Lifestyle Center, and this geographical feature serves as a natural waterway for floodwaters from St. Andrew, St. Thomas, and St. James to run their course to the ocean via the numerous rivers and tributaries without any adverse flooding to the Holton area for centuries. This photo shows the largest opening of the Holton Hole, which, after Henry Powell was blown off course, invited observation and then exploration. He took 2 small boats, and they were called drogers, similar to the dinghies. And they would have encountered a primitive bridge, not the same ones that we see in the photographs earlier, but a primitive bridge, stretching across the Holton Hole, and it was referred to as the Indian Bridge. Right? This happened in 1625. As I said, Henry Powell was blown off course by gale force winds en route to Brazil from England. The Holton Hole was the first point the English settlement in Barbados in 1626. While this site was chosen 1 year in 1625 by the first settlers, the first group of colonist inhabitants arrived in 1626. Waterways delineated lands, and the Holton Hole, being a major waterway, separated Trent from La Salle's. The Holton Hole was the first point of English settlement to Barbados in 1626. While this site was chosen 1 year prior to the first settlers, the first group of colonist inhabitants arrived in 1626. It's important to note that the Holton area was not always called the flood capital of Barbados. I know if you're familiar with the Holton area, once the rainfall is anywhere in Barbados, you guarantee Holton is flooded, right? Flooding in this area became prevalent due to coastal development in and around the Holton swamp, i.e. the building of sites for hotels, especially the Discovery Bay Hotel in 1967. This blocked the whole swamp, which had drained the hill water as the aforementioned for thousands of years. Thus, the water no longer had a designated exit route. In 1965, Discovery Bay was given permission to build on what was regarded as the swamplands. This was completed in 1967, along with a nice stone wall on the northernmost boundary of the property line. The next high rainfall event occurred in 1970, and the floodwaters reached the windowsills of the chattel houses of the residents in the close-by areas. The residents then took matters in their own hands and then knocked down the offending wall. But seeing the magnitude of the water, most of the residents moved themselves from that area. As history notes, they said that only 2 remain, but those particular lands were then sold to promote further coastal development. Right? So what is the plans for the Holetown Hole? The Holetown Hole at best can mimic or resemble what we have now with the Graham Hall Nature Sanctuary. Not of that magnitude, but a nice recreational area for persons to come and chill, and then have the nice walkway from the beach access to the beach. We at Folkestone, we are undergoing some renovations, and part of the renovations will see the administration building, our administration building being home to a pictorial display on the historical value of Holetown Hole, the Holetown area, the St. James Parish Church, and the Folkestone Administration Building. Those are all 17th century buildings, sorry. Right? And with that being said, the hope is to get the stakeholders through corporate social responsibility to be active in the clearing and the cleaning of the Holetown Hole, to ensure that we not only see it as a recreational space, but as a true mangrove sanctuary. Thank you. I would just like to also thank Mr. Morris Greenwich, who I would have sat down for, it was supposed to be for 10 minutes, but it ended up to be like 4 or 5 hours, just talking about the history of the Holetown area. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Carlos. The Sanitation Services Authority, as we know, play an integral role as it relates to solid waste. And there is now a project referred to as the Yard Waste Project. I will now invite Christina Yearwood of the Sanitation Services Authority to share with us what exactly this is about and also the outcomes of this Yard Waste Project, which is primarily a solid waste research program. The clipper? Carlos, will you do your thing?
I probably want you closer.
Okay, testing. I want to test. Can't make me share my ear today.
Good.
No, because they ain't going for it. Okay, all right. We're going to go. Point to here. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. As aforementioned, Yeah, I think I told you. Yes, thank you so much. My name is Christina Yearwood, and I am here on behalf of the Sanitation Service Authority to present to you today the Yard Waste Project. Now, yard waste is definitely a term that everybody's been introduced to before. You've heard it, right? It is essentially, as we see here, the byproduct of or maintaining your gardens or your yards. Now, these can range from large to small scale gardens. So it can range from your residential areas, your home garden, to large corporate green spaces or entities, or places like the National Botanical Gardens, right? Now, even though you're going to be maintaining your gardens and your yard spaces, it doesn't necessarily mean that everything that comes from this maintenance goes into the yard waste topic that we're talking about today. So as you can see here, we have a photograph that shows by the green ticks what we're talking about today, what is accepted in the waste stream that we're targeting today. And at the bottom, you can see what is not necessarily included in what we're talking about today, right? Some of these things are organic, as you can see, such as the rock and bricks, but then you have the plastic pots and the plastic barriers from the fencing that we do not want included. Now, the main reason why we brought up yard waste today, and I really appreciate Neil for the presentation that he did today, because he kind of set a foundation for what we're talking about. Much of the waste streams that we have here in Barbados are very beneficial and can be utilized for future purposes, and yard waste is one of them, right? Right now, the idea behind this specific initiative is to try to divert the yard waste from going into the landfill, right? Currently, it is locked into our MSW, which stands for Municipal Solid Waste. And this is what is generated from just your daily activities. From when you wake up, you do breakfast, you do lunch, you open something, you wash something, that's your municipal solid waste, right? Currently, there is no separate collection for yard waste. So this means when we collect your garbage and we collect your yard waste, it is commingled and it goes to the same place, which is the landfill, right? We're gonna get into how we're gonna differentiate the two more later into the presentation. But right now, we would like to utilize brown paper bags to separate the two. So I know that most of you right now, even if you have a gardener, even if you do it yourselves, the person that cuts your grass and maintains your yard, he puts it in a plastic bag and he puts it outside. By a show of hands, is that what we do right now? How many of you do that? I got see hands, data collection purposes, man. I can judge you. Okay, good. So, and this is what we're targeting, right? Because right now, the idea is to get it out of that MSW. Once it's in there, there's nobody to go and open up the bag and say, all right, I gotta get out this piece of grass here and digging through. No, we don't have anybody right now doing that. So we would like to separate it from inception, which is the idea behind the brown paper bags. And I'm gonna show you those further in the presentation, right? Further here at the bottom, I just want to note that the reason why we're also doing this initiative is because yard waste poses a problem in the landfill. The reason why I have unnecessary space here in quotations is because, as I said, it is beneficial and it can be utilized for other purposes aside from just being in the landfill. So that's the unnecessary factor. And lastly, the breakdown of these organics. I don't know if some of you remember, but Neil had a graph where he showed the breakdown of the different wastes, and organics made up almost 70%. It was a significant amount. And yard waste falls into these organics. So here I have a graph of currently the yard waste and other organics that are accepted at SBRC. You probably can't see it down at the bottom. But firstly, these are percentages, right? And SBRC stands for Sustainable Barbados Recycling Center. This is where most, if not all, of our waste goes, right? So these are some of the organics that I pulled out, because right now I'm the person that deals with all the data at sanitation, which is why I couldn't answer Neil's question, right? So these are taken to SBRC, and these are what are recorded. In the blue, you have coconut husk. In the red, you have green waste. In the clean green waste, and in the green is mixed green waste. I'm gonna differentiate between the two. And then in purple, you have pallets and lumber, right? So the coconut husk and the pallets and lumber essentially are shredded to create animal bedding, but the focus today is the green waste mixed. Now, clean green waste is just a homogeneous type of organic materials. So it would just be either just grass, just clippings, just branches or leaves. That's clean. Mixed green waste is when all of that comes together. So you have grass, you have branches, you have trunks, you have maybe a little bit of rocks, which shouldn't be there, but that is our mixed green waste. And that is what is at the highest of percentages, one of the highest percentages being 18.22%. Okay, these percentages were extrapolated from all of the recorded waste at SBRC. So this is 18.22% out of all of the waste, right? Now, as I mentioned, currently what is happening, the sources of yard waste, the main sources of yard waste would be home maintenance, commercial maintenance, sorry for the typo there, and the cleanup programs. And something that all three of these things have in common is unless your landscaper or you yourself or the person responsible for this maintenance knows where to take this green waste, it is more than likely going into the MSW and put out with the rest of the garbage, right? Especially specifically for cleanup programs as well, they utilize skits and not necessarily bags. And when you have a skit, anything can go into a skit. Anything. We have to strip this whole room down, we put it in a skit, right? So that's the issue that we have. And again, the idea is to try to separate out this yard waste from being commingled with the municipal solid waste. Once it's collected, if it is collected, we mentioned taking it to SBRC, where it is stockpiled in different categories, and I'll show you an example of that as we go forward. And according to what type of material it is, it would be shredded, further separated, composted, and sent to final stages such as animal bedding, mulch, compost, soil, or what's the third thing? Mulch, compost, animal bedding, soil, or the return to the environment where we use it as cover for the landfill, right? But that can be classified as soil as well. And I just want us to remember that the main idea behind this initiative is to remove the yard waste from being commingled with the municipal solid waste. So, between last year and this year, my boss got us to do a feasibility test. Now, the reason why I call it a feasibility test and not quite a pilot project as yet is because this was done to see if we could actually do the pilot project, right? So in this corner, you will see the brown paper bags that I was talking about before. These are available from Do It Best. They're a bit expensive. It was five in a bag for $5, so $1 for a bag. That is a bit expensive right now, but we're working on that. In the further corner here in the right, we have where SBRC stockpiles the green waste, right? This one is mixed, right? In this far corner, this is their mixed green waste. That's how it's stockpiled before it is shredded and turned into a similar material that you can see here at the right bottom. That's what that is utilized for, to turn into that, right? Here is where they stockpile their pallets and lumber, and in the far back, if you can see where the trailer is that long and you have a long piece of equipment there in the corner, that is what their shredder looks like. And that is essentially what we would send the bag through. So the feasibility test that we did, I sent this bag through the machinery to see if it could be shredded, right? And if we could utilize the material in it as it is without having to open the bag and go for the material. So it says so done, that's fine and available. So the stage that we are at right now with regards to the feasibility test is seeing how the bag composts with the rest of the material. Because all of this will be pointless if at the end of the day, the bag does not decompose with the rest of the material, right? The only thing that's worrying me is that it's a 3-ply bag. So the material, I'm not sure, I'm waiting to see how it breaks down because it's very sturdy, right? So I appreciate that, but I'm looking to see how it breaks down. Now, the reason why the feasibility test was done is to see if we could actually do a pilot project. And the reason for doing a pilot project would be to answer some of these logistical questions and to see if it is feasible and smart to do. Now, this was something that came up from, I think her name was Crystal before. She had a question with regards to the collection schedule and the truck availability, right? Now, we at the Sanitation Service Authority are quite aware of the areas in which we can most definitely be better. Right? And the reason why these logistics would come up in doing a project like this is because that's a very important question. How are we going to be able to collect the yard waste if we cannot efficiently right now collect our solid waste, our municipal solid waste daily, right? Is it a situation where we're going to utilize the current collection schedule, or are we going to change the collection schedule? Are we going to utilize the same fleet, which means if a truck is finished collecting garbage, we would literally have to send that truck to be washed significantly and cleaned before it could collect the green waste. Are we going to do that? Are we going to get a new fleet? Because we definitely do not want to put an additional pressure on our current fleet, right? SBRC's capacity and managed facility. Now, the reason why I also have these included in the project logistics is because currently, as you can see, we have the pictures and SBRC does its part, but do they have the capacity to hold this project if it is that it comes off of the ground? If this project is successful and we're collecting the yard waste from all the households in Barbados and then we extend into commercial spaces, can they handle it? Do they have the labor to support this as well? Or do we have to look to get another managed facility, right? And lastly, very similar to what Neil had in his presentation as well, the reason we are here, and holistically Barbadians are becoming very open and willing to recycle. And we actually want it. And aside from that, we have the IDB and different entities giving us loans to move forward to become a more sustainable society. However, I do believe that a little bit more public awareness has to occur with regards to educating our people on how to recycle, that it comes to a point that is second nature. That it is second nature to us. So that is definitely another aspect that would have to come up in this project with regards to making sure the project is successful. Because again, Neil, I really believe me and Neil sit down with this presentation together. But these societal behaviors are important because the waste needs to be clean. When you clean your garden and you put your waste outside and we're coming to collect it to turn into compost, it can't have a plastic ball in it. It can't have a Tide ball in it. It can't have a piece of ham in it. Right? It has to be clean, and that is going to require a societal behavioral change. And lastly, product demand. Something that I have found being at the SSA and being in a lot of spaces that is talking recycling is that it's very okay to come up with an idea for a byproduct of a recyclable. So if Jaleesa had to come and tell me, Christina, I really like shoes made out of your jacket. It is a little bit unfair for me to assume, you know what? Jaleesa likes shoes made out of my jacket. The whole of Barbados like shoes make out of my jacket. So what you can do is go and get 1,000 jackets and make shoes when you only have one person in demand for that product, right? So it's very important that when this comes off of the ground, we have a conversation with SBRC to find out where they are at, if they're already supplying the demand. Do they have an excess? Do they have a deficit in what they're having? Because we don't want to start this project, collect all this yard waste, send it to SBRC, but they're already at, I don't want to say a plateau, but they're meeting their demand. Because if we send it now and they have no use for it, we're creating an additional problem. We're creating an additional waste stream because they have no use now for this byproduct, right? So it's very important that we just assess all of these things through doing the pilot project so that we know if the project would be successful or not, right? After this, I have a short video here. Yes. So essentially what this video will be, if it loads. Yes. So if the project is successful, let's say hypothetically it's successful, we've changed all these societal behaviors and people are putting out their garbage in the brown paper bags, we have the trucks to collect it, we have the schedule, everything is perfect. This is an example of what is happening in Canada, right? Now, yes, it did have some audio, but we can talk through it. Essentially, this is what their brown paper bags would look like. They have shredded all of them together, so there's no need for separation. This is a windrow machine that's turning the compost and turning the shredded material that can be utilized and essentially returned to a grade A soil. And the soil can be utilized back at the landfill. They use it in parks and other recreational facilities. And if you want to add it to a mulch as well, or even people who need the soil for construction purposes, they can have it as well. I practiced so hard for y'all to not see my YouTube suggestions. And thank you so much. Y'all see I'm interested in. But my boyfriend's watching this and he's like, babe, you should download the video so they don't see that. I'm like, I'm trying. So these are some pros and cons attached to the yard waste project. They're pretty self-explanatory, but two things that I do want to focus on are the two cons. Essentially, less feedstock for gas to energy potential. Now, in these sustainable development goals, and with places like the IDB giving us loans, there are a lot of entities that are interested in making bioproducts. Yesterday, we had an example of somebody making a biofuel from fish offal, right? And different entities like that are interested in doing things like that in Barbados. However, it is a situation where, again, if the project is successful and we have done everything we needed and SBRC actually does need it, there is a product demand for it, and we're successful in that regard, they're not going to be, we can't share. Barbados is a very small country. And one thing I have realized is that while we may think that there is a large influx of certain types of waste, there really is not. It's not enough to do two things. So it's either going to do the yard waste project with SBRC, or it's going to be a feedstock for the companies. It can't do both. So that's only one of the cons that we have and would have to pay attention to in the project logistics. If we have a company that's interested in it, then really and truly this project doesn't make any sense because the waste stream would be utilized, right? And lastly, landfill degradation is slowed due to the removal of in situ breakdown catalysts. These organics, such as yard waste and other wet waste like your food scraps and what's not, they break down in the landfill. They break down faster than other materials such as textiles, plastics, and other things. When this breakdown happens, the landfill actually sinks to a certain regard, right? This level of sinking does not exceed the rate at which garbage is coming in, so it's not really that impactful. However, it is important to note that a level of sinking does occur once these, over a period of time, I'm talking years, a level of sinking does occur to the landfill once these organics have broken down. If you remove these organics now from the landfill, and we are not yet in a position where we have diverted a lot of our recyclables, then it's gonna slow the breakdown. It's gonna slow down the breakdown altogether because we're removing it, right? This is an additional solution that my boss definitely wanted me to add in this with regards to the yard waste project. So grass cycling is a process that some of you may be exposed to already as well. It is where you reutilize your grass after you have cut it back into your gardens. It helps with temperature regulation and disease prevention, right? I ain't no big grass cutter, but I was told as well that you have to cut the grass in shorter intervals, because if you cut it longer, it's going to take longer to fertilize the soil. So if you cut it in shorter intervals and you have a piece of grass this long, it works faster in the job that it's supposed to be doing in comparison to if it's like this long, when you cut it when it's really high, right? I really practiced. I really wanted to be like 15 minutes, right? So in conclusion, I just wanted to say that this is a larger part of a whole waste management plan, and it's a situation where my boss wanted me to have this data so that when we get to a point where we address and we get to this waste stream, because as Neil mentioned, and Thora mentioned, we are in the process of doing a lot of recycling and building up a lot of programs and initiatives. And this is one that she just wanted to have the data there instead of now having to go for it when we get to yard waste, right? And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, you know the drill. A quick Q&A, if you will. Carlos. You have Carlos Jilts, Christina Yearwood. So your comments, your questions, as they take to the table. Carlos, as you know, presented on Whole Town Whole and its future perspectives. And Christina just concluded on the yard waste project. Any comments or questions, please? Okay, that means we're ready for lunch. Thank you very much. Do you have any final comments, Carlos? Carlos? Any final comments from you? You or even Christina, any comments, final comments?
I said this is the one final comment I have, and I will say this all the time because it came up. It comes up all the time when we talk about recyclables, you know, with regards to people understanding that this is not necessarily a venture that is financially beneficial, right? We're really doing this to actually have a planet to live on in the next 10 to 15,000 years, right? This is not the space to be in if you're looking to make money. And when we appeal to people for these projects, we are not appealing to their pockets. We genuinely have to appeal to their hearts and their human nature. And that's going to be very difficult, but I am so proud and glad to be in rooms like this to see it happening in real time, right? So I just want to remind you guys of that, and I'm so excited to go forward with you.
Thank you. That's a good point on which to end. Oh, Turtle Woman? I could have missed that one.
And who pays it? When you take your bag full of 200 bottles, and you receive $20, whose $20 is that? Is it taxpayers' money? Is it bees recycling money? Where does that money come from?
What I am going to do is very eloquently tell you that we work in conjunction with a lot of entities that have better answers to these questions. So, working at sanitation, I will start by telling you that the money does come from bees. Like when you take it to bees, he has money there that he gives you. Where bees is getting that money from now, I will allow either Thora Lord or Neil Gills from the project management unit to answer you.
Thora?
The quick way to explain that, the returnable containers it started back in 1986 when there was only one entity that we had to deal with dealing with recyclables. So what happened was that how do I start? It's so involved to explain this, looking back at the ad. Yes, you pay the deposit, and then you take it back to the supermarket, and then part of that money is supposed to go back to the entity that first caused the problem, which was Coke. And part of it is to help fund the whole system. It's a quick answer, but I know it didn't make it totally clear because I can't answer that very, very quickly. But I thought she asked where it ended altogether. Oh, it comes from you, Carla. You pay the money, you take it back, and you get back your money. So a 350 drink has 10 cents on it? Yes, and you should get back 10 cents. That is the part, Dr. Douglas, that I was trying to stop us from having to deal with right now, so that we can go to lunch, Dr. Douglas. Thank you.
It can be a discussion at lunch.
Yes.
I know.
You can check me at lunch. Thanks.
We are very hungry, but something I just wanted to point out because it did hurt my heart seeing it in Chad's presentation. I just want to reiterate that taking a lot of these waste streams to the certain disposal sites are free. So that fridge that we saw in the gully, where that goes to the Bagatelle metal and bulky waste disposal site in Hoyts Village, at lunch, if you want to, you can come to me and I will give you the location of majority of our disposal sites, because literally taking most things to all of our disposal sites is free of cost. There is no reason to be dumping or littering. The transportation, you mean for the person that has to take it? No, that is where it comes in, and I do say that. No, there is a bulky waste collection vehicle from the Sanitation Service Authority that you can call and schedule to come to you. I will say currently, unfortunately, there are only about 1 or 2 on the island, so it does take a minute to get to you. However, it will get there. You're put on a list and it will come there. Aside from that, if it is that you do have access, if it's something really big like a fridge, you would have to find your own transportation. If you have a friend that maybe has a small Hilux, you could get them a little $50. Yo, John, can I carry this here for me? Instead of dumping it, again, this is why we have to appeal to people's hearts and not their pockets. But certain things can't fit in your car. I have a Baleno, and I take all of my wine bottles to bees. And something I wanted to touch on that this lady spoke about with regards to just the zero waste and the choices that we make, is my boss, her garbage can literally probably has in maybe just plastics from the things she opens because she has no control over that. She is as close to zero waste that I know because she recycles everything. Now, we are working on getting these recycling facilities in place so that you have somewhere to send these recyclables so that we can achieve a point like that, right? But I will say for now, again, a lot of our disposal sites, aside from having to put the burden on you to take them there, disposal is free. All right? Thank you so much.
Thank you. One final question.
Hey, I wanted to ask Neil a question, but then the Q&A closed, so you're the next best person and you're talking about recycling. For the plastics, we had a plastic ban, and then we're bringing in the PLA plastics, which, the end of life cycle for the PLAs is still the landfill because we don't have a high heat compost facility for them to degrade. I was wondering if there's any plans for that in the SSA or the PMCU to do so.
What I will say is that, interesting enough, that is like we're dealing with one thing and that has come so quickly, right? I do believe that under the waste management plan, holistically, that can be interjected, and I thank you for bringing that up. That's definitely a discussion that people like Thor and I will have. But currently, holistically, is just a general workings of understanding how we can separate these different recyclables, what are the logistics for what's already existing. So I will say they probably kind of caught us with our pants down, bringing in the new plastics that are more biodegradable, and because I think that's, you said they're PLA plastics, so I think they're just a bit more biodegradable than the regular plastics, right? So we're still trying to deal with the regular plastics, oh my goodness. Right? But it is a very good question, and I think the most I can say to answer that is that it will fall under the category of addressing all of these plastics holistically.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Christina. Thanks to all of you for your kind participation. We're going to break for lunch now. We'll be back by 2:30, keeping it short and sweet. Thank you very much.
Time I go on the sea, I come back home with fish.
I would just like to see more women in the industry, all women. Because in fishing industry, they say that fishing industry is dying. And I ain't saying that. Fishing industry is one of the biggest industries we have in Barbados right now. Fishing is bringing real money. Women don't know you. I remember till me left home and I take trips like break, I go to the beach and get some money today. I come to the beach, I clean fish. I do a lot of different things. I on board barracuda is a thing. When I went home in the evening, I have about $1,700. Now one day. You gotta work. You really have to work, and you gotta be determined. But the industry isn't dying. The industry ain't dying at all. At least try to get more women into it. Men is driven by women, Men is driven by women. Anytime a man say he don't want to go fishing, and a woman say, man, I feel like going fishing, he going fishing. And 9 out of 10 times, that'll be the biggest catch they get. If you give up, you will never know what the following week will bring. That's why you gotta be persistent, got the drive, got all that thing.
I'm third generation. My grandfather would have done a bit of fishing. My dad fished and was also a boat owner. That's where I got my passion, and it's all I know, all I think about, all I do. Fishing, boats is our life.
The Caribbean region is highly vulnerable to natural hazards. The fishing industry, in particular, is susceptible to impacts.
The closest experience I had was I was caught in Hurricane Ivan along with my dad and my grandfather. I'd never experienced things like that before. It actually had the boat spinning all around in different directions. We had to take the boat off a pilot and hand steer. Large waves, high wind, light lane, lots of rain. I guess you couldn't see probably 2 feet in front of you.
We was out to sea. We get the weather update late, so we had to ride it out. You couldn't sleep at night. You had to keep the boat facing up and just riding and riding the seas all night. The experience was not good.
With the potential threat of natural hazards ever present, reliable early warnings become especially crucial.
The major bad weather impact that we had was Hurricane Janet, and that was years ago. Since then, we try to get the fishing vessels with import at least 48 hours before the system impact. That will give enough time for the vessels to be taken out of the water if need be, or to secure in port.
All weather systems are treated with high importance and urgency. We don't take nothing for granted. Once we hear of a system, we put all things in place to protect our investments. The only way really to prepare for the upcoming hurricane season is to stay on top of weather news.
Communication we depend upon as radio station is 900 or 1400 as the thing not coming out, station not coming out to Carco. We just tune into mostly 1400 and 900 cause 900 is a Barbados channel, but we don't hear it good on the sea. Barbados short here and Grenada all the way southwest of it. And just pick up 1400 like you're home.
We get it around the same time as the public, wishing I guess we should get like a head start, being that we are actually closer and more out there in the elements. But if we get the information around the same time as the public, we ain't really got any more time to actually prepare yourself or get sure in time.
Other than technology, some guys would feel it in the atmosphere.
You see this, pick it up first, the swells and the rain. The rain start to blow a little harder. The waves get a little bigger and the sea get choppy.
There's always a change in the wind direction and it gets really gloomy. So when they say we're having the weather, we're really expecting it by that.
As a diver, I also use the creatures of the sea. Surprisingly, they pick up the weather long before the media houses do. So we know that there's got to be something coming along. The problem we would have is that we have to wait now on the authorities to open up certain places or ports of entry for us. Even though you have to go there for safe shelter, they don't open to us, I would say, in a timely manner. Fortunately for us in Barbados, we haven't had a situation where it requires us to spring into action to help one another in terms of their vessel is damaged or anything. But we have a unity going on, so what we do, we help each other out in any eventuality.
In case of bad weather, we make sure that everybody is secured and have everything prepared. So that is one of the best things that, we can do, help each other.
I love the sea. Fishing is something, I love it all in my heart. I love the excitement of catching a fish. What's going on here though? Yeah, fishy, fishy. Come on, girls and boys, I'm out here. My great-grandfather, my sisters, my older sisters, my older brothers, my mother, my father, everyone was in the fishing business. Oh, these down here, my brothers and sisters, you know. Everybody you see down here. His brothers and sisters, sisters' children, sister, children. She taught us that we would need more than one job. But always we can go back to the sea.
I love fishing. If I could fish every day, I would. To be honest, the only thing that stopped me from fishing would be the bad seas. For me, would like to pass it on to my kids, but then in the end of the day, is if that is something that they're like how I love it, I have a passion for that. For fishing, I love fishing.
I just had to come on the beach by a certain time because I wanted to know what was going on. I wanted to see what the people caught. I wanted to see who's going out. You know, this is amazing, you know. It is amazing. Fishing, I just love it. I just love it.
What made me feel more proud about fishing is that I get a chance to feed people. I love the opportunity to go and look for food, bring home and supply to households. I like that opportunity.
I get up in the morning, I just can't wait to get up on the beach. We can't select when it comes to fishing. We gotta put in love.
For me, it becomes natural. I feel good to know that I could get out there among the guys and kill.
If you're giving up fast, this is the place for you. Because some days you go fishing and you go fishing the whole week, I went fishing the whole week already and ain't catch anything. But I ain't give up. All right. Damn, man. Man, don't they pulling out my bait all the time, I'm gonna take off that hook and put on a smaller hook.
Like, it's got 3 different things. Then just want to teeth your bait. But you want to teeth them too.
I could remember one time I was going fishing and I put on the engine and everything, but I forgot to tie it. And I was going along very good, and I spin around, engine fall off. You know what, engine fall off, boat stop. I tie the boat, I throw off my creeper, and I went for the engine. I tie on the engine with the rope, there's some rope, dive back up, and haul it back up. When I pull the engine, it starts.
Some of my friends always just tell me about the Titanic and this and this and this and this. Put that aside and let me get going. Give it a try. I don't think that you will regret it because for me, I had to give it a try first and then it wasn't a stopping for me. This is the conga that got me playing the guitar.
That we need to teach more in school about fishing. The younger ones, they're not being educated enough. When we were small, some days at school you had to come to the beach. You had to come to the beach. And when you come to the beach and you see fishermen and things, you're excited. I see them bringing fish. I see them getting money exchange day and day. We had Fisherman's Day. I think out of Fisherman's Day we get 11 children that was interested in fishing. Because Fisherman's Day, we take them out on the boats. We take them fishing in the boats and to let them feed the fish biting. Some of them get big ones, some of them get small, but they were excited. At least 2 or 3 of them will come out of there. You understand? And that's what it will like. You ain't gonna get all. It is fishing and car racing. So much little boys that come here that know there's men, they tell me, you remember you teach me how to fish? So much little boys just tell me, you can't remember me. You give me food for my mother. You help my mother. You help me. When it comes to fishing, once it comes to fishing again, the hooks, I got my lines and I got lines, a whole big reel of line in there, a whole set of hooks, a whole set of legs. If we see it come down there and it look like a waterfish, I get back a rod for you. You're a little bigger, man. There you here, a little bigger. When I go fishing, I catch a particular size fish because I want when I come back tomorrow or next 3-4 weeks, I can get a bigger one. Because if you take out the small ones, there won't be no big ones. So when it comes to sustaining, that is a problem.
I think we need more fishing women, but I think that the women are scared. It just needs to be focused, and you got to be serious. Is something that you just can't up and get into, and you about sport. You got to be very, very serious. When it comes to the sea, you got to be very serious. You got to be positive. You got to got good energy. You got to be able to, whoever the team is that you're going, willing to, the good energy. Always good energy is important to start the journey. In my 12 years on this lovely water, every single time I go on the sea, I come back home with fish.
I would just like to see more women in the industry, all women. Because in fishing industry, they say that fishing industry is dying. And I ain't saying that. Fishing industry is one of the biggest industries we have in Barbados right now. Fishing is bringing real money. Women don't know you. I remember till I left home and I take trips like break, I go to the beach and get some money today. I come to the beach, I clean fish. I do a lot of different things. I on board barracudas and things. When I went home in the evening, I have about $1,700. Now one day. You gotta work. You really have to work, and you gotta be determined. But the industry isn't dying. The industry ain't dying at all. At least try to get more women into it. Men is driven by women, you know. Men is driven by women. Anytime a man say he don't want to go fishing, and a woman say, man, I feel like going fishing, he going fishing. And 9 out of 10 times, that might be the biggest catch they get. If you give up, you will never know what the following week will bring. That's why you gotta be persistent, you know, got the drive. Got all that thing.
I'm third generation. My grandfather would have done a bit of fishing. My dad fished and was also a boat owner. That's where I got my passion, and it's all I know, all I think about, all I do. Fishing, boats is our life.
The Caribbean region is highly vulnerable to natural hazards. The fishing industry, in particular, is susceptible to impacts.
The closest experience I had was I was caught in Hurricane Ivan along with my dad and my grandfather. I'd never experienced things like that before. I actually had the boat spinning all around in different directions. We had to take the boat off a pilot and hand steer. Large waves, high wind, light lane, lots of rain. I guess you couldn't see probably 2 feet in front of you.
We was out to sea. We get the weather up there late, so we had to ride it out. You couldn't sleep at night. You had to keep the boat facing up and just riding and riding the seas all night. The experience was not good.
With the potential threat of natural hazards ever present, reliable early warnings become especially crucial.
The major bad weather impact that we had was Hurricane Janet, and that was years ago. Since then, we tried to get the fishing vessels with import at least 48 hours before the system impact. That will give enough time for the vessels to be taken out of the water if need be, or to secure in port.
All weather systems are treated with high importance and urgency. We don't take nothing for granted. Once we hear of a system, we put all things in place to protect our investments. The only way really to prepare for the upcoming hurricane season is to stay on top of weather news.
Communication we depend upon as radio station is 900 or 1400 as the thing not coming out, station not coming out to Caracol. We just tune into mostly 1400 and 900 because 900 is a Barbados channel, but we don't hear it good on the sea. Barbados short here and Grenada all the way southwest of it. And just pick up 1400 like you're home.
We get it around the same time as the public, which I guess we should get like a head start, being that we are actually closer and more out there in the elements. But if we get the information around the same time as the public, we ain't really got the amount of time to actually prepare ourselves or get sure in time.
Other than technology, some guys would feel it in the atmosphere.
You see this, pick it up first, these swells and the wind. The wind start to blow a little harder. The waves get a little bigger and the sea get choppy.
There's always a change in the wind direction and it gets really gloomy. So when they say we're having the weather, we're really expecting it by that.
As a diver, I also use the creatures of the sea. Surprisingly, they pick up the weather long before the media houses do. So we know that there's got to be something coming along. The problem we would have is that we have to wait now on the authorities to open up certain places or ports of entry for us. Even though you have to go there for safe shelter, they don't open to us, I would say, in a timely manner. Fortunately for us in Barbados, we haven't had a situation where it requires us to spring into action to help one another in terms of their vessel is damaged or anything. But we have a unity going on, so what we do, we help each other out in any eventuality.
In case of bad weather, we make sure that everybody is secured and have everything prepared. So that is one of the best things that, we can do, help each other.
I love the sea. Fishing is something I love it all in my heart. I love the excitement of catching a fish. You going on here though? Hey, fishy, fishy. Come on, girls and boys, I'm out here. great-grandfather, my sisters, my older sisters, my older brothers, my mother, my father, everyone was in the fishing business. Oh, these down here, my brothers and sisters, you know. Everybody you see down here. His brothers and sisters, sisters' children, sisters' children. She taught us that we would need more than one job, but always we can go back to the sea.
I love fishing. If I could fish every day, I would. To be honest, the only thing that stopped me from fishing would be the bad seas. For me, would like to pass it on to my kids, but then in the end of the day, if that is something that they're like how I love it, I have a passion for that, for fishing. I love fishing.
I just had to come on the beach by a certain time because I wanted to know what was going on. I wanted to see where the people caught. I wanted to see who's going out. You know, this is amazing, you know. It is amazing. Fishing, I just love it. I just love it.
What made me feel more proud about fishing is that I get a chance to feed people. I love the opportunity to go and look for food, bring home and supply to households. I like that opportunity.
I get up in the morning, I just can't wait to get from the beach. We can't select when it comes to fishing. Because I put in love.
For me, it becomes natural. I feel good to know that I could get out there among the guys and kill.
If you're giving up fast, this is the place for you. Because some days you go fishing and you go fishing the whole week. I went fishing the whole week already and ain't catch anything. But I ain't give up. All right. Damn, man. Man, don't they pulling out my bait all the time? I'm going to take off that hook and put on a smaller hook.
Like, it's got 3 different things. Then just one teeth your bait. But you want to teeth them too.
I could remember one time I was going fishing and I put on the engine and everything, but I forgot to tie it. And I was going along very good, and I spin around, engine fall off. You know what engine fall off, boat stop. I tie the boat, I throw off my creeper, and I went for the engine. I tie on the engine with the rope, there's some rope, dive back up, and haul it back up. When I pull the engine, it starts.
Some of my friends always just tell me about the Titanic and this and this and this and this. Put that aside and let me get going. Give it a try. I don't think that you will regret it because for me, I had to give it a try first and then it wasn't a stopping for me. This is the conga that got me playing the guitar.
That we need to teach more in school about fishing. The younger ones, they're not being educated enough. When we were small, some days at school you had to come to the beach. You had to come to the beach. And when you come to the beach and you see fishermen and things, you're excited. I see the branding fish. I see them getting money exchange day and day. We had Fisherman's Day. I think out of Fisherman's Day, we get 11 children that was interested in fishing. Because Fisherman's Day, we take them out on the boats. We take the fishing in the boats and to let them feed the fish bugged in. Some of them get big ones, some of them get small, but they were excited. At least 2 or 3 of them will come out today. You understand? And that's what you will like. You ain't gonna get all. It is fishing and car racing. So much little boys that come out here that know there's men. They tell me, you remember you teach me how to fish? So much little boys tell me, you can't remember me. You give me food for my mother. You help my mother. You help me. When it comes to fishing, once it comes to fishing, again the hooks, I got my lines in there. I got lines, a whole big reel of line in there, a whole set of hooks, a whole set of legs. If we see it come down there and it look like a waterfish, I get back a rod for you. You're a little bigger, man. There you here, a little bigger. When I go fishing, I catch a particular size fish because I want when I come back tomorrow or next 3-4 weeks, I can get a bigger one. Because if you take out the small ones, there won't be no big ones. So when it comes to sustaining, that is a problem.
I think we need more fishing women, but I think that the women are scared. It just needs to be focused, and you got to be serious. Is something that you just can't up and get into, and you about sport. You got to be very, very serious. When it comes to the sea, you got to be very serious. You got to be positive. You got to got good energy. You got to be able to, whoever the team is that you're going out willing to, you know, the good energy there. Always good energy is important to start the journey. In my 12 years on this lovely water, every single time I go on the sea, I come back home with fish.
I would just like to see more women in the industry, all women. Because in fishing industry, they say that fishing industry is dying. And I ain't saying that. Fishing industry is one of the biggest industries we have in Barbados right now. Fishing is bringing real money. You know, women don't know you. I remember till I left home and I take trips like break, I go to the beach and get some money today. I come to the beach, I clean fish. I do a lot of different things like on board barracudas and things. When I went home in the evening, I have about $1,700. Now one day.
Responsibility to help protect Sustain it so it could sustain away. The marine spatial plan.
All right, we're going to give 5 minutes, no more than that. I was going to say 2, but that may be a bit ambitious on my part. 5 minutes, which means that we will resume at 3 o'clock. So those who are on the outside, be so kind to nip out and call them and say, come in, because we really need to start, all right? So at 3 o'clock, we're going.
For us to bronze, but to live and grow, it's so important.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in session. And our first section, post-lunch, is titled BIM Skin Project. I'm sure that offers lots of curiosity as to what exactly is this. Dr. Kurt Douglas of the UWI Biosecurity will ease your concerns. I invite you now to present.
Thanks very much. Okay, it's working. Good. Do you have the... Is this it over? Is this it? Okay. So good afternoon. I hope everyone is filled to capacity with your lunch and you aren't going to be dozing off to sleep. But I wanted to start with the perception of waste. We often think of the negative connotations that come with waste. But what I would like for this particular presentation to do is to shift that perspective, shift that narrative, that waste is something negative, onerous, and costly. And actually, waste is a resource. It is a resource to be exploited that can then generate economic value. Sorry. Going back, this is the team of BIM Skin. Myself, Professor Troy Lord, the Dean of the Faculty of Social Science, and Mr. Gavin Bovell. He's a supply chain management and logistics expertise. Because what we are doing with this project is taking waste and transforming it into a high value commodity. And what exactly is that high value commodity? The fancy name for it is marine derived extracellular matrix. And this is basically fish skin, right? But it's fish skin that has been stripped of the fish skin cells. It has the skin scaffold, which interestingly resembles our own human skin. And because of that, it functions as a human skin graft with very, very potent effects. Now, the fish skin graft industry is worth, or was worth, about $21.5 billion in 2025. That has expanded to almost $30 billion. So there's a lot of potential for this type of product. Then when you overlay that with the problem, NCD problem that we have, one of the most prominent ones is diabetes. Barbados is known as the amputation capital of the world. It costs about $64 million to treat diabetes. This is projected for 2030. So it's going to become increasingly more expensive and more difficult. But it's not just about diabetes. There are other parts of wound care management that definitely are problematic. We've seen the number of gunshot victims within this year alone. And you would know that when you have a gunshot, these wounds have to be taken care of. We also heard Kaelon from EPD speak about AMR. If you have wound care and you are an unfortunate person who's infected with an antimicrobial resistant bacteria, that makes your wound care management that more difficult. So what about the product? Well, it has a number of benefits in terms of wound care management. The use of fish skin grafts accelerate wound healing times. There are less dressing changes that have to be done. Actually, if you apply one of these fish skin grafts, you don't actually have to go back at the wound again. And so this allows you to do one application and reduce the risk of infection of the wound There's no adverse reaction because human beings, we don't have the adverse reaction to fish like you would for pig skin, for instance. Then there's the underlying religious grounds under which people would not be able to utilize pig skin grafts because of whether they're Muslim, Jewish, or other such religions. And it's applicable in global regions, and there's tremendous global export potential. The mechanism of that wound healing comes primarily because of the omega-3 fatty acids that are embedded in the fish skin that then recruit all of the wound healing chemicals, biochemicals to the wound healing area and accelerate the wound healing. So, product feasibility, if we look, and this is some old data, hopefully we can get some of that new data that I've seen being generated on the fish landings. This is data from 2010 to 2016, but the species that are being most abundant would be tuna, fish, flying fish, and dolphin in terms of the landed catches. This is going to be important because if we're looking for the fish skin waste that is coming from the fish processing on land, then these are the types of fish species that we would target. So there are a number of different strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. For example, this one strength is we already have a business model that has been working quite well in Barbados. For those of you who may not know, there's actually a medical device manufacturer in Barbados. They've been in business for almost 30 years, and they manufacture intraocular lenses. And one of those lenses can cost anywhere between $200 US to upwards of $1,500 US. And these are lenses that are actually implanted surgically by an ophthalmic surgeon into the human eye. And so, whilst Barbados may not be a large manufacturing country, if we have a high value commodity, there is a pre-existing business model that has been working for several decades that we can utilize. And I know because I actually worked for this employer several years. Then the opportunities. So we don't want to necessarily go into the US market because it is fraught with a lot of regulatory hurdles. Getting FDA registration and approval is quite daunting. So the initial strategy would be to look to India or China, where the regulatory hurdles are not as difficult, and also where there's also demand. The weaknesses is that the startup capital, this is still a concept at present, but what we have done so far is made connections with an entity, the University of Pittsburgh, where they have been partners with us to be able to take this from concept to an actual but a solid product. So we know that there are several threats. We have, for instance, climate change, sargassum seaweed that will influence the fisheries industry and as a result also influence the input that we get, which is the fish skin waste. There's also competition from a competitor that's actually on the market. And what I found interesting is in sharing this particular presentation with some persons from within the fisheries and the Barbadian community at large, a number of them remarked that their grandparents used to use saltfish skin on nail jukes, as we would call them, when you get punctured by a nail in your foot, or by wounds, and that would accelerate the healing of the particular wound. So this company, Coresis, has taken this to a whole new level. They're a multi-billion-dollar company, actually using fish skin from saltfish that we consume. That industry in Norway, they actually utilize that waste to generate these medical devices. This is a look, going back. This is a look at the market analysis. As you can see, they are not humongous, but we do not want to start with a massive part of the market. We want to do what is accessible first and what we can manage so that we can definitely sort out the bugs that will come up, because it's new to Barbados and also new to the Caribbean in terms of manufacturing. So we're targeting about 1% of those two markets to get us started, and then look to see how we can grow. But if you look at the market, you would see that the products include, surgical wound, the traditional wound, and also advanced wound care products as well. So this would include bed sores, this would include burns, all of these different wounds. So it's not limited just to diabetes. And the end user would be hospitals and clinics, long-term patient care in terms of palliative care. We know that's increasing within the Caribbean, because as we become more gentrified and we have persons living longer, this is what we'll be facing in the future as well. So how would we actually accomplish this? So this is just a general layout of how the actual process will start. We will look at the intact fish skin graft harvesting, and this will include having to work along with persons in fisheries to ensure that the starting material that we use is of a very high quality. And I know with the fish silage project, there have been deliberations on how you could actually increase the value chain of fish skin waste in general, which I think will redound to the benefit of this type of project where the whole nation is going in that trajectory. And so the fish skin would have to be held at a certain temperature. Obviously, you don't want them exposed to flies and such like. But once we have that part sorted, the next stage will be to have that fish skin decellularized. And it's important to remove the fish DNA and the fish cells from the skin. But it is a very delicate process, because you have to balance not damaging the scaffold with removal of the DNA so that you don't have any adverse reaction. And this is where the technology and the expertise from the University of Pittsburgh is going to be very important and pivotal, because they've done tissue engineering for about almost 35 years very successfully. Next will be the fish skin sterilization, because it's going to be a medical device. So it can't be raw going onto a wound. It has to be medically sterile. So no living organism or spores will have to be on it. So it has to go through a sterilization process, and then to finally evaluate the fish skin graft. So we will be targeting a number of the fish species in Barbados that have not yet been utilized for this particular process, to see what the value it brings. Now, to give you an idea of the scope in terms of economic value that comes from it, as you can see, Coresis is valued, well, that was valued at $0.6 billion. And this is a snapshot of the products that they actually make. So the first skin graft to your left, that's $240 US for a 3 centimeter by 7 centimeter skin graft. The second one is $525 US dollars, and the other one is about 420. And you see the size of the graft. So it gives you a value or an appreciation for that fish skin. It is actually quite valuable. And this is just a budget that we had thrown together. I will skip that. I want to definitely underscore the value for healthcare as well, and the patient as well. This is a study that was done with Coresis wound care for skin grafts, and what they found is that the utilization of fish skin grafts for wound care management within this particular hospital that they were studying actually resulted in over 4,000 US dollars in savings per wound. Now, a person may have more than one wound, and so it gives you an idea of the transformative transformative impact that this can have on healthcare. And to make it even more impactful, Gavin, as I mentioned at the beginning, when we were developing this, he had the unfortunate incident of, he had an accident in the kitchen where his hand got burnt with hot oil. And whilst he was in Guyana, he got some tilapia skin, and being aware of the benefits of it, applied it to his hand, and you can see the healing effects of it. So we're not just talking about it, we actually were using it. And this is showing you on the right, on your left, a skin graft that's come out of the package in surgery to be used, and then you can see the skin graft actually embedded into an actual wound. So the question is, why wait? And who is ready to join us on this mission? Thank you.
Join us on this mission. Why wait? It is very interesting. And questions and comments will follow after our next presentation, which will be presented by Dr. Julian Walcott, UWI Surmis. And he's going to be tackling the sargassum crisis. How do we go about it? We cannot in any way believe that it is not here, because it certainly is. The Ministry of Environment and National Beautification has spent lots of time, money, resource to tackle the crisis. So your presentation will definitely be of interest as we all come together to tackle the sargassum crisis. Please welcome Dr. Julian Walcott.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. As said, my name is Julian Walcott. I am a lecturer at the University of the West Indies in the Faculty of Science and Technology, specifically at the Center for Resource Management and Environmental Studies, or CERMES. And CERMES was established in 1985. And the idea was to bring the concept of natural resource and environmental management into the academic realm and to improve the capacity throughout the region to be able to better manage our natural resources. And so it's very fitting that in the concept of sargassum and the crisis that we're facing, that CERMES has been at the forefront. So CERMES is a postgraduate level department. We offer a taught master's in natural resource and environmental management with specialization in coastal resource management, land management, water resource management, climate change, and a non-specialization stream. And then we also offer research-based degrees in terms of MPhils, PhDs, and postdocs as well. So what I will present today is just an overview of the work that CERMES has been doing to try to tackle the sargassum crisis. Okay, so first I'm just going to start with a basic introduction to sargassum, recognizing that worldwide there are over 300 species of sargassum, or brown seaweed. But when we talk about the pelagic sargassum that we get within the Caribbean region, we're really speaking about these 3 species of sargassum as shown here. And the unique thing about these 3 species is that they spend their whole life floating, so they're never attached. And so they're influenced by the ocean currents and the winds, which help to determine where they go. Now, most of us are probably familiar or have heard at some point in time about the Sargasso Sea, which is found in the Atlantic. But in actual fact, research has shown that the inundations of sargassum that we've been receiving is actually not coming from there. It's actually coming from this area that's shown in the red, which in literature has been termed the North Equatorial Recirculation Region, or the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt. And it's an area that's being influenced by climate change and nutrients inputs, such as from the Sahara dust, for example. And so we've seen, because of a rise in water temperature, the influx of nutrients, that this is a thriving new source of sargassum, which is actually here to stay. And the sargassum itself, as I said, because it's not attached, it is moved by ocean currents and winds, and so it's taken into our marine environment. And we started to see this in 2011. That was the first major mass inundations of sargassum, and we recognized that it was not a one-off event. Since then, we've had numerous instances of sargassum, to the point where today it seems to be an everyday event. So it's now really our new norm. Now, one of the first things I want to make clear is that out in the open ocean, sargassum is actually a very important ecological ecosystem. It provides food for many species, protection, especially commercially important species such as the dolphin fish for us, the flying fish, sea turtles, angelfish, and so forth. So out in the open ocean is very important, it's very useful, it provides a habitat, and in some cases, a breeding ground for some of the species. The problem when we talk about sargassum as an issue is where sargassum comes into the nearshore environment. So this is within areas where we bathe, ports, harbors, and the like. And the reason is that the detrimental impacts that sargassum bring when they inundate our coast. So they cause significant impacts on our critical marine ecosystems like coral reefs, seagrass beds, even mangroves. And then when they land on the beach, then there's significant economic costs, there's significant public health associated with that, and significant ecological damage. So when we talk about sargassum as an issue, is really when it works its way into our nearshore environment, becoming a problem primarily for us as humans, as well as some of these critical ecosystems that exist. Now, there are many threats that are associated. I'll highlight just a few. So, of course, one of the first significant threats sargassum brings is to our fisheries. Sargassum obviously challenges or presents a number of challenges at landing sites. Boats are not able to go out. They get into the propellers, they cause them to overheat, and so we lose fishing days. So it causes a significant disruption to fisheries and also to the fish caught. So studies have shown that with the recent sargassum influxes, we've actually had decreases in our dolphin fish and our flying fish landings, for example. So that in itself has led to lower amounts being available, higher costs, and therefore socio-economic impacts. There have also been cases where we've seen other species start to thrive. So fishers, people in the fishing community have said, with the loss of the dolphin and the flying fish, the amberfish, for example, has been a species that has become more plentiful. Tourism. Being Barbados are a tourism-based product. Primarily, tourists come for sun, sea, and sand, definitely not sargassum. But sargassum is definitely here to stay, and there have been many cases of inundation of beaches. Tourists have obviously become very upset and angry. They've asked for refunds. People have canceled trips to Barbados, for example. No control of the hotel or organizations. It's just something that happens. And so these beach inundations obviously remove these white sandy beaches that tourists come to lounge on. They also make the water inaccessible for swimming, and many people would say they don't like to be in the water with sargassum. So there are many socio-economic challenges that are associated with sargassum as well. Environmentally, there are a lot of problems. So when the sargassum is beached, Oftentimes we use heavy machinery to scoop the sargassum up. This unfortunately removes a lot of the sand, so it leads to beach erosion. The sargassum deterioration leads to deteriorating water quality. So sargassum brown tides, which can smother seagrasses, impair the water quality. So it degrades the water quality, causing damage to our critical habitats, and then endangered species. So you will see here, Carla, who gave her presentation. This was back in, I think, 2019 or so, where we had a situation where we lost about 40-something of our sea turtle species. Because, as was said, sea turtles are air breathers, so sometimes they become trapped in these large mats of sargassum. So if they're not able to surface, if they are trapped at the surface, it also could lead to desiccation and death. And then on the flip side, it also makes it hard for sea turtles then to find suitable spaces on the beach to nest. And then the hatchlings also would have significant issues making their way from the nest into the water. And then finally, it also has significant public health. So I don't know if any of you have ever been on the beach with deteriorating sargassum, the stench that's given off, the hydrogen sulfide, and it's led to increases in respiratory illnesses. Persons with asthma, allergies have been complaining. Someone told me that someone in Wildy Gymnasium was complaining for sargassum on the coast. So there needs to be studies to look at how far these impacts from the deteriorating sargassum actually gets. This is just an infographic to give you a sense of what it would take. So they estimate, and this came from the United Nations Environment Program back in 2015, that it would cost the Caribbean region approximately $120 million to really deal with the sargassum problem, and over 100,000 people to assist with cleanup efforts for the sargassum. And then it just gives some little bits of information provided from Barbados, Trinidad, and Mexico. So sargassum has been recognized as a significant problem, not just in Barbados, but of course throughout the region as well. So how has CERMI responded? Primarily as an academic institution, our first step was to conduct research. So we've conducted research at many different levels. So for example, Mr. Joseph Weeks, he was a student in the program, and he conducted research as part of his research project, and he looked at the application of drone technology and quantifying stranded sargassum. So looking at volumes and trying to estimate the volumes from drone imagery. We also had Ms. Makeda Corbin. She actually did a research-based program. So she looked at an assessment of pelagic sargassum growth rate and associated macrofauna in Barbados, tropical Atlantic with implications for management. And then at the higher level, we also have Dr. Christy Allen, who did her PhD research with a university in Sweden, looking at the spatial temporal analysis of sargassum influx events in Barbados. So CERMI has undertaken a wide range of research to be able to speak to that, and that has led to the communication of this information. So CERMI is really trying to communicate the science and the innovations and the technology associated with tackling the sargassum crisis. So there are a number of peer-reviewed publications that have been produced, and CERMI is not only focused on the ecological. We recognize the importance of the social element as well as the socio-economic, the governance and management. So you will see here that we have, just in this example of peer-reviewed publications, those that focus on the ecological side, those that focus on the governance and management, and those that focus on the social side as well. And so I would encourage you, when you do have time, to visit the website to be able to get a better sense of the range of research and publications that we've done. Now we recognize that peer-reviewed publications are not for everyone. Scientists like to look at peer-reviewed publications, researchers, but not everyone. And so we really also wanted to make an impact on the ground. And so we also produce a wide range of guides and protocols. So for example, We produced a sargassum use guide, a resource for Caribbean researchers, entrepreneurs, and policymakers. So this was primarily targeted to them, and you can see that Dr. Cox, the Chief Fishery Officer, had been very involved and pivotal in the research. We also then wanted to provide help for persons on the ground. So you can see there are a number of different protocols that have been developed. So for example, the sargassum monitoring protocol using drones. So for countries that have the technology, how to handle sargassum when it actually lands on the beach, how to monitor species that may be associated with the sargassum, and also biodiversity. And we also created a sargassum shoreline inundation toolbox, providing useful tools for practitioners, persons on the ground, to be able to do that. And very nicely in the middle, we created some communication products that focused on fishers. So really breaking down the information into a level that fishers could use. So this provided information on the best practices for Caribbean fishers coping with sargassum. Of course, one of the things that STERMIS focuses on is also public awareness and getting the spreading of information at many different types of forums. So for example, you can see here, these are different presentations that have been made. The first one on the left looks at challenges of managing sargassum influxes and providing information on the way forward. We looked at sargassum threat or opportunity for blue economy. So blue economy is now one of the hot topics, and how sargassum could fit into that. As we've been hearing before, kind of moving from trash to cash, fitting into that. So looking at impacts of sargassums, but also recognizing that there are a number of opportunities that could be had within there. So these are a number of different regional and national types of forum. We also sought to bring together like minds, so persons interested, researchers, scientists, technical people, and so STERMIS has hosted 3 symposia, the most recent one being in 2023, but back in 2015, we had our first sargassum symposium, which took place in Barbados. 3 years later, we then got together again. We had a second sargassum symposium, and this one was convened by the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. And then 2 years ago, we had a third sargassum symposium. And the link provided there will take you to the actual recordings. So the person interested in seeing what was discussed, potential solutions, best practices, looking forward, could always visit and see. Now we also recognize that communication is very important. We as scientists, we tend to do a lot of work, but we never communicate it, or we never communicate it in a manner that the average person, fishers, could understand. And so we also developed some, unique ways of telling stories surrounding sargassum. So there have been a number of story maps that have been developed. So again, the link is provided. I would encourage you to go and have a look. So telling stories about surveying the gold, changing the narrative from trash to potential gold mine, a story map around protocol, training course, how to cope and adapt, and then looking at things like sargassum invasions and coastal stakeholders. So bringing in the people. And then in the very center, when and where. When we talk about sargassum inundations, the question is, when is it going to happen and where is it going to happen? So one of the things that we also did is got into the forecasting side of things, trying to forecast when and where inundations would occur. And some of you may be aware that we produce a sub-regional sargassum outlet bulletin. So it's primarily for the Eastern Caribbean, and it utilizes dashboard infographics. So it makes it very easy for persons to see, the threat level. And it also utilizes a stoplight type system where red is bad and you're going to green, that's much better. So on the screen is actually the sargassum outlet bulletin. This is for the period the 1st of April 2025 to the 1st of July. And it indicates that we will be somewhere between moderate and severe. We will have moderate to severe levels of sargassum inundation. So it also provides some information breaking down the Eastern Caribbean into 3 different levels, the north, the middle, and the south. And then it also provide some extra information on implications for the tourism sector based on the outlook, the fisheries sector, the environment, and some of the changes that will be coming soon. So again, a very useful output product that CERMES has worked to put together. Now, as I said, sargassum is not a national problem, it's a regional problem, and so there have been a lot of collaborations and partnerships that we've embarked on, and one of the most prominent of those is the Sarge Adapt project, or Sargassum Adapt. So the project ideally was developed to try to help countries of the Eastern Caribbean adapt to these inundations of sargassum, so adapting to a new reality and how to manage responses to influxes of sargassum seaweed in the Caribbean. And as you can see, the project had three main components. The first one to try to mobilize existing knowledge, to develop capacity, and then also to use that knowledge and be able to develop these adaptation plans. Like I said, we are very focused on the ground, tangible benefits to people within Barbados and throughout the region. As I said, we also recognize the importance of people. People are at the center of our ecosystems because we rely heavily on these ecosystems, the resources and the services, but we are also part of the problem. And so, stemming from the Sarge Adapt project, we hosted a webinar which looked at sargassum social science in the Caribbean, so really focusing on the social element, not so much the ecological and biological, and looking at the contributions, the challenges, and the way forward. Another key output of the project was the development of these SAMs, these sargassum adaptive management strategies that have been developed for the project countries, so Barbados, Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Barbados. So these, we went in and we will work with them to be able to look at the inundation patterns, identify areas of high risk, and be able to develop these management strategies. And since then, we've updated these volume 1s to volume 2. So you will see some countries that are volume 2 that speaks now to providing greater information with respect to dealing and adapting to sargassum. Now, we've been talking a lot about research throughout the entire symposium, and nothing happens without funding. And this is one of the areas that we really need to focus on, is being able to have sustainable funding to drive the research. I just wanted to highlight that the work that CERMES has been doing has been driven primarily through these two streams of funding. So the first one is the Climate Change Adaptation in the Eastern Caribbean Fisheries Sector, or the CC for Fish project, which is through the Food and Agriculture Organization, and the funding came through the Global Environment Facility. And then the Sarge Adapt project was through the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, CBF, Ecosystem-Based Adaptation Facility, with financing from the International Climate Initiative of the German Federal Ministry for Environment, Nature Conservation, and Nuclear Safety. So the funding that we received from them is very pivotal in being able to support students, being able to conduct the research, being able to embark on the different bits of information that have been developed, and the development of the various communication products, the peer-reviewed publications, and so forth. So looking forward, as Dr. Douglas said this morning, is really looking at biotrash to cash, right? We recognize that with sargassum is not all doom and gloom. There is a massive opportunity, and it has driven a lot of innovation and entrepreneurship. And so it is postulated that sargassum potentially could act as a raw material for a wide range of products, as you can see there. Textiles, bricks, agar. People have been using it as mulch, fertilizers, and so forth. So there really is an opportunity there to be had and to be seized. And so for us going forward, one of the things that we really want to focus on is looking at sea harvesting, perhaps being able to remove the cost of beach cleanups by being able to intercept it before it actually gets on to the beach. And within an area where the associated fauna is much lower. Looking at the characterization of it, to seeing the makeup of it to identify what potentially it cannot be used for. Looking into the valorization, obviously how the value-added chain, how to add value to it. Potentially looking at sargassum as carbon sequestration, so a mechanism to sequester carbon from the atmosphere and to lock that away. And of course, we now want to really improve our forecasting modeling. So a lot of our forecasting modeling is very broad scale, but we want to move to the nearshore region to be able to identify where and when potentially sargassum may actually be landing on given beaches. So we have a student this year who will be working in his research project to try to work on the nearshore modeling of sargassum. Ultimately, we also want to build and maintain existing collaborations and partnerships. So with the Fisheries Division, CZMU, EPD, the Center for Biosecurity Studies, all of these we really want to work with to be able to drive innovation forward. And then ultimately, like I said, we at CERMES are committed to continued communication pertaining to the latest sargassum science and innovation, not just at the high level, peer-reviewed publications, policy briefs, but at all levels so that persons in primary school, secondary school, the general public, technical people, all could be well informed on what's going on and how they could actually help. So these are just some references. Like I said, those that are interested in learning more about CERMES, you can visit our website. And I just want to point out that we have created a sargassum reference repository. So there's a wealth of information there, literature documents, so those that are interested could visit that. And I just want to thank some of the team members who've been working very hard on this. This is not an exhaustive list, but it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the work that the CERMES team has been doing with respect to trying to tackle the sargassum crisis. And with that, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, both Dr. Walcott and Dr. Douglas, they are now in a position to answer any of your questions or to share any further explanations rather, on their presentations. I now wait on you, members of the audience. Yes, please. I see two hands. I recognize the gentleman in the back, and then I'll come to you.
Good afternoon. The question is for the... Oh, sorry, I think my voice is loud enough, right?
No, for recording purposes and streaming. Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gerald Anthony, and the question is for the CERMES lecturer. So, excellent presentation, by the way. Yes. From what I saw and heard from you, so we have the strengths, we have the weaknesses, and we have the threats from sargassum. What I would like you to perhaps expound on for us is what are the opportunities that exist for sargassum. Now, you had one slide up that showed us the bricks and the textiles and that kind of thing. But I guess the first question is, are those opportunities happening? The second part of that question is, if they're not happening, what are the factors stopping them from happening? And the third part of that question is, how soon, because sargassum, I understand, has been a threat to our region now for a good 6-7 years, if not more, how soon can we expect now to see some returns from this sargassum? Instead of just picking it up from the beach, and going and dumping it in some landfill, and we're not getting any returns, any benefits from this sargassum. So I guess it's a three-part question for you, Dr.
Walcott.
Walcott, sorry, forgive me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All good questions. So there have been work done with sargassum in Barbados. And as my colleague just said, for example, rum and sargassum is probably one of the more famous publicized kind of opportunities that have been going on. But I think when sargassum first came, you heard about people going on the beach, scooping it up and using it as fertilizer and what's not. I think one of the key things is the characterization. We really need to get a better handle on, so for example, some studies have shown that sargassum has high levels of arsenic, for example, heavy metals. So you really need to characterize it to identify what it can be used for. I think even more important than that is the management framework. Because here we're talking about harvesting sargassum. The question now becomes who owns it? How do you get access to it? So I think these are things that we also have to look at and consider with respect to how and who harvests it to be able to use it as raw material. There have been talk about using it for bioenergy, biogas, and those are areas that are being examined and explored. My colleague Joseph is here, so he has a good handle on that. But I think the real key with respect to how to move forward would be to characterize it, to know exactly what we can do, what we can use it for safely, and to have the framework to know who then can harvest it, where to harvest it from, and so forth. So the question of how soon is a good question that I cannot answer. Yes, that's true. Everything is dependent on funding as well to drive these initiatives as well.
So true. Thank you. Christina?
So I have three questions, one for Mr. Walcott and the other for Mr. Douglas. Right, Dr. Douglas, Dr. Walcott? Both. Okay. So Dr. Walcott, I just was interested because I haven't seen it physically as yet. It could be, but I'm not sure. So I just wanted to know, when you do the cleanups from the beach, where does that sargassum go? Because I don't think I've seen it in the landfill. It could be coming in skits. I'm not sure, but I have not physically seen it in the landfill at this moment. Right? So I'll let you answer that and then I'll get to Dr. Douglas.
So that's really a good question for the NCC. Unfortunately, Carlos has left. My understanding, though, is that it does go to the end. I don't think there is a special collection unit for it. So my understanding, and again, I don't know, Joseph, if you know any different. Yeah, so primarily I think that's where it goes for now. But as we look more into the opportunity side of it, then we may have to look at developing storage facilities to be able to store and handle it, to be able to use for along the value chain.
Yes, understandable, and that's probably going to be extensive because, like you said, with the breakdown and the things that are in it, the facility in itself is going to have to be very specific. So I understand. Yeah. Dr. Douglas, I do believe this is the case, but I just wanted to confirm. The first question is that the decellularization and the sterilization of the fish graft, dynamic presentation, by the way, both of you, very great, very interesting. Does that remove the possibility of allergic reactions if it's placed on patients?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Yes, the process of decellularization is to remove the fish DNA and the fish cells. So that is usually the major reason for whether it be tissue rejection or whatever, but essentially going through that decellularization process, and that is the patent pending part of what we would be doing, because there's a particular series of steps that you would have to take to remove gently all of those fish cells from the skin, leaving just the scaffolding or the architecture of the fish skin, which is very similar to the human skin architecture. So it's almost like you're putting human skin on your own wound, but with all the benefits that fish skin can give. So thanks.
Thank you very much. And this is the last one. Now this one may be a bit tricky because there was a slide that you had with regards to how utilizing the fish grafts is more beneficial in terms of money and quicker healing and lesser uses of this. Now, I just find that tricky when you're in a field of people who the main point is to not to get as much money. That might sound bad, but it's not in their best interest to heal, because in longevity, that's where the money is. So how do you think people are going to want to invest in something that is going to probably literally reduce there is savings, yes, but savings for us, not savings for them. So how do you feel like that's going to be received in the medical field?
Well, I mean, you raise an interesting point, but I think the savings will redound to the benefit of whichever healthcare institution implements it, right? Because there are associated costs with bedtime, the time you spend, the number of days you spend in the bed. Also in terms of the treatment, in terms of if you have to use more and more antibiotics to treat whatever infection you may have in the wound. So those costs start to escalate. And so it would be incumbent on that facility to basically get you treated and healed as quickly as possible to get you out. So it is embedded in their business model for their, I guess, profit making, to ensure that it doesn't profit them to keep you there longer, from what we understand. You're welcome.
Thank you all. Thank you. There's another, yes?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christina Gittins. Dr. Walcott, you would have mentioned research and collaboration. I had the opportunity to participate in a workshop last week. It was an AI-aided drone capture of sargassum seaweed, and it was carried out by the professor at the University of Calgary in Canada. And he was looking at sketch-based interfaces and modeling, so SBIM. I was wondering if you and Sir Mies would be in collaboration with that project.
Thank you for that. So, I don't think we are in actual collaboration with that project, but as I said, that's actually what Joseph actually did his research on. So using the drone technology to look at sargassum, and through that we've developed a number of protocols looking at the use of drones, trying to do volumetric analysis, quantifying the aerial coverage of sargassum. But, in this game, you really need collaboration, so it will be interesting potentially to learn more about that and the potential opportunity for collaborations. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Walker, me again. I come to you. Now, you mentioned at the end of your last answer to my series of questions that there's more research that's required for the sargassum. And essentially, it costs a lot of money. Now, has an analysis been done, a cost-benefit analysis as to how much money is required to get this sargassum problem to some benefit to the people of Barbados? That's question one. If that has been done, then is it that the IFIs out there, the international funding institutions out there, they're not interested in our problem here in Barbados, that they don't want to give us some money, yes, so that we can convert this problem into, a resource? And I'm thinking, because I'm a consultant engineer, and I'm thinking that something like biofuels, if we can get this sargassum off of our beach and turn it into biofuels, yes, that will reduce our energy bill. That means more money in the government pocket for schools, for roads, for transportation, for hospitals. Those are some of the key factors that, to also reduce the crime, put some more police on the street. I mean, those are things that if we can reduce our energy bill, yes, and stop paying so much for fuel coming into the island, produce some biofuels here on the island, then that money could be channeled into something different. Now, I'm not a politician, but I just, as an engineer, I look for solutions. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm thinking that there's a solution there. And I want to know, what has your academic department not necessarily how much you've done, but what is being done in a sense to try and get this sargassum out of the research domain into the reality domain so that we can, we can start benefiting from it. So I guess that's the two questions I got for you. I might come up with another set, don't worry.
You may have to speak with him after.
Thank you.
So to the first question, on one of my slides, I did have an infographic which provided information from the United Nations Environment Program. It was from 2015, but it kind of spoke to what would be required for certain countries. So they had it for the Caribbean, but for Barbados, Trinidad, and Mexico. And these are rough estimates. Of course, that was 2015. Looking at the frequency of inundation, the amount of sargassum, those numbers would have to be updated. So we really need to have research being continued on a continual basis. Yesterday, Dr. Cox had mentioned, looking at how sargassum is actually impacting fisheries. A lot of the data on the dolphin fish and flying fish is very dated. So we really need to look at what is actually needed. So we believe in a kind of solution, not just doing research for research's sake, but seeing what are the threats, the questions, and doing research to speak to those. And then in terms of the funding, so there's a lot of stuff going on. Sargassum is a hot topic. And I can't speak to all, but there are many different collaborations going on with us, University of Southampton. There are a number of projects that we right now are potentially going to embark on, for example, to, as you say, really provide on the ground tangible benefits, perhaps from taking the sargassum from being a problem to potential opportunities that can benefit Barbados and the region on a whole. So that's the direction that we're definitely looking to move in.
Okay. Go ahead. This will be our final question as we make way for our last presentation on stage.
All right. Hi, Jaleesa King here. I have a question for Julian. So there was a publication that came out about the toxins that the sargassum would have, absorbed. And that has impacted the progress, in my mind, of people using sargassum for stuff such as fertilizers or for skin products. And I'm wondering if there was any follow-up study done to that, one, and two, if there was a way to isolate any heavy metals or toxins in the sargassum so that we can use them for those products.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So, like I said, that's the next stage that we're really looking at, the characterization of the sargassum. So being able to really identify what it can and cannot be used for. And I believe that there are ways that we can then try to break down or isolate different elements out of it so that it becomes useful for certain areas going forward. So these are all areas that we intend to tackle, hopefully sooner rather than later, so that we could really start to progress with the valorization and the value chain aspect of sargassum.
Thank you very much. Tackling the sargassum crisis, presentation by Dr. Julian Walcott of UWI Sermes, and an introduction to BIMSkin project by Dr. Kurt Douglas, UWI Biosecurity. I'm sure that you would want to seize the opportunity to have further collaboration and discussion with the presenters, and I sincerely trust that connections that you're going to him. You're not waiting. All right, so our final presentation now will take the form of a panel discussion, and the moderator for the panel discussion is Mrs. Tamisha E.T. Harvey, Director of Future Barbados, and the panel discussion will take a look at the future of innovation, science, and technology in Barbados. I yield control to her now as she introduces the members of the panel.
Hello. Oh, look at that. I'm sure you can hear me without a microphone. We're going to call this more of a beachside chat than a panel because it's the end of day today, and I would like Dr. Yawson from Sermes to join me on the stage. Woo! Come on down. The price is right. All right. As the least academic person in this room, this is going to be a fun, we practiced outside, we had a whole rehearsal. So Dr. Yawson is not scared of me at all. You can see he has no fear in his eyes. As he, good, we can go like this before the tech team hates me as well. All right. I also came themed with the fish today because, you know, I was told this is a fisheries symposium. So I came with my starfish and my fish necklace. So I'm ready for this today. Guess what? So I'm the director of Future Barbados, and I'm pretty sure none of you have any clue what Future Barbados is other than the 3 people in the room that I know. I get the pleasure of running a think tank that was born in the Prime Minister's office, born in 2021 as a call for talent, so all the smart people to solve the challenges of Barbados. This was the Prime Minister's one-line instruction, and after that we did a talent call where we met the lovely Dr. Shelley-Ann Cox before she became even more important, and we were able to realize that Barbados has invested so much in education, but we've never invested, as this lovely gentleman said, in embedding the solutions that the talent has come up with. So for the last few years, we have been trying to build the R&D ecosystem of the country. This has 3 main pillars for us, and we are running a great experiment, since you guys may understand the more experimental terminology. The 3 main pillars for us are talent and community. So how are we building the bridges between the silos? How are we finding the talent and placing them in opportunities? This could be on statutory boards. This could be on research projects. This could be in consultancies. The other part is how are we building the regulatory framework to support this? Because it'll be cool to come up with all the experiments, but if the lawyers and the regulators don't understand what to do with them, then things will get stalled in bureaucratic processes. So we've developed an innovation regulatory sandbox that we'll be operationalizing in the next few months. So that's a very exciting space again. And then finally, it takes cash to do all of this. So we are finally building an innovation fund, which will be a blended finance mechanism that blends venture capital, early stage piloting, R&D funding, because we believe that Barbados can be the perfect prototype hub for global solutions. We are 166 square miles, I think. We are 300,000-ish people, I think. So we don't have market, but what we do, it's in our smallness is our bigness. It means that people, the chief fisheries officer is in my WhatsApp. The head of the university, I can find him in the supermarket. The minister of industry, I can find him at a rum shop. So, you know, you can find and access your bureaucracy and the people who in larger societies are harder to access, but we are trying to value that social capital to help leapfrog the economies. And for us, we've defined entrepreneurship as the deep R&D entrepreneurs, because if we're not early adopters or creators of these technologies, we will always be behind where the rest of the world is moving. So on that note, we get to move to our questions. Dr. Yawson, in your experience in the academic space, what have you seen as your biggest challenges and barriers for the commercialization of academic ideas and concepts?
Thank you very much, Tamisha.
I know, this is made from very tall people. You can pull it, it won't. Oh, look at that. There we go, all right.
Thank you very much, and hello, everyone. Thanks very much for the opportunity to be here. I was wishing that we had the other panel members.
Am I not enough for you? Am I not enough for you? We can add them to the panel. There are lots of people here we can add to the panel.
Yes.
Get ready.
That's all right, but it is what it is. Coming back to your question, I think it's a very personal question, so I would take it that way as what I see as the most important challenge. I think that we need structure. From system dynamics perspective, structure determines everything. So you may have several things happening, several products, several outputs, several innovations, but if there is no structure to take up that, researchers, as researchers, will normally do the research, and they are in a hurry to go on to the next research problem. If there is no structure to take up that research further up, they just do what researchers do. They'll go on to the next. And unless you find someone who is, just as we have policy entrepreneurs, you can have research entrepreneurs who are interested in traversing that, gamut of taking research from idea to product and then to commercialization. And so I would say the greatest challenge is structure. And you know that while a researcher may want to go to the other end towards commercialization, the requirements in that area are so rigid, so time-consuming, to the extent that a researcher who is assessed by research output will almost always revert back to doing the research, because if I'm in a university or research institute, I would not be assessed by a commercial product. I'll be assessed by what researchers are assessed by, and that is it. And so there is that temptation. I think we need to create a structure that easily takes up the research products and ideas. Thanks.
So what I'm hearing is that there is an innovation ecosystem that's lacking. So the researchers know how to do the research. Then you hear that there's an entrepreneur who probably has no research experience who wants to do the entrepreneurialing. And then you have the government who might say, we need these things and these solutions, but things are happening in these silos. So if we were to wave a magic wand, what would be your ideal innovation ecosystem? How would those pieces of the puzzle, you gave me a great scientific analogy outside. I don't remember what it was, but ecosystem, something around that.
Well, I think in this sense, I wouldn't say there is an ideal ecosystem, but we should look for a functional ecosystem, that which works for us and for our context, our particular situation and problems. What I would say is critical is that we need, first and foremost, the basis to interconnect. You need the government, you need the scientific institutions, and you need the entrepreneurial world to connect. These units naturally will be trapped in their own individualities. And as geniuses as there are many geniuses within government, within the business sector, within academia, you will still find a chaotic environment if there is nobody to pull them together in a structure. And once someone is able to pull them together in that structure, you have an order imposed. And that is where the chaos begins to peel away. And I think this is what is lacking. I keep saying that, for example, we need a scientific council as part of that ecosystem. Because researchers, if I get an appointment to a university, on that appointment letter, I'll be asked to determine my research interests. And so I can decide to go back and investigate gravity. As to how that is useful to Barbados, it is science, and I'm doing science. If the Barbados government, the Caribbean, has something specific to focus on, we need to discuss that through the framework of, say, the Scientific Council, and set the priorities. And if we set those priorities, and once you set priorities, we can put some funding behind that. And the funding behind that will mean that the researchers can pick up that signal and do the research. And then they know government is there, the industry is there. Once this comes out, the industry is ready to pounce on it and use it. Go to scale, whether it needs to be scaled out, scaled up, whatever the structure and the resources are there. Beyond that, it will be difficult. So my basic element on that ecosystem landscape is to create that scientific council, which will bring order onto that landscape and onto that ecosystem. And then all other things can come into place. So, for example, once we have priorities set, for example, we will see what to do with education. How Do we reduce the amount of time we spend on English grammar? And I'm not
the social scientists and the literature,
I'm not
people in
disrespecting
the room,
English.
it's okay.
Our language
They
is
still
very
need us.
important. But personally, this is me and not anybody's or any institutional position. If you look at the amount of time we spend on English language versus the amount of time we spend on science and math, from primary through secondary schools, I think we need to recalibrate this. And so once we have this framework in place, then we can determine what needs to go into the vocational education. Do we need to train more carpenters, for example, so that we don't have to go on importing the kitchen cabinet? Do we need to train more electricians, for example? So when we have to wire a building like that, we will not need external contractors, etc. What do we need to do at the Polytechnic? What practical activities are there? At the university, are we going to focus on something like electronics? Because today everything boils down to electronics. Internet of Things, sensor networks, AI, big data, electronics, and that will bring us back to math, science, education, electronics. So if we have that order imposed on the landscape, I believe that we can get somewhere.
Okay, so you're saying that somebody needs to own the space. Somebody needs to take responsibility for pushing the agenda forward. And that's what's been missing. And at Future Barbados, we've noticed that taking a risk is what everybody is scared of. And R&D is all about taking risks. And where is the safe place to fail? Typically, universities tend to be that safe place to fail. But culturally, we are only about success, and success means the grades, and success means the research being published, and success, these metrics have taken away the ability to fail. So as we're building this talent pipeline from primary education right up to tertiary, how do we better enable this culture around failure and figuring things out? Is it money and resources? Is it additional talent we need to bring in to help change that culture? What do you think about that?
I think you said that. You talked about metrics. So we need to redefine the metrics of success. I keep saying, look around. If we have the resources, we can get a few talented folks, put them in a room like this, let them not worry about bills, and don't ask them whether they produce the desired outcome or not. Give them 2 years. Oh, we want this sensor developed. Let them play with ideas and tools. And I believe that they will get somewhere. As long as there's not that pressure on their back that tomorrow you have to deliver this and Thursday you have to deliver that. And they will get somewhere. And it is this that the chance to fail without being judged. That's why researchers will always go back to what researchers do. Let me sit in my small corner, do my scientific research, where the principal or the prime minister or minister of science and technology is not on my back for a certain product. I can spend the next 3 years investigating gravity, and whatever I get, I get. Yeah? And so that space is there. We've talked, just as I came in, I heard about sargassum, for example, and this issue. And it's a big problem for us. And the question that we have to ask is, where have we put some priorities on sargassum? What do we want to know about sargassum? What is the funding that is going with this? And who is doing that? We do not have that, let alone the chance that if you do this research as curiosity research and nothing comes up, okay, we are fine. We know you're working on the problem, but at least it's fine. We are doing something indigenous, something internal, something for us, something for we. Yeah? And so the way to create that space, again, is if we have this scientific council and we can create within it some specific pipelines for some priorities and say, you play with ideas and see what you come up with. And sometimes accidents are breakthroughs in science, and you can have that.
All right, my last question for you. is around, we are at the Fisheries Symposium, there is the Coastal Zone Management Unit. So we talked about priority areas, and we just spoke about sargassum right before. Talk to us about what you feel the R&D space and the ecosystem around the ocean discovery and science and technology for the ocean could look like. The talent, the investment, the problem spaces.
Well, I will revert to Siamese tradition. So at Siamese, when something is wet and salty, I point to my colleagues over there. And I say, they got to deal with that. If it has to do with something that has fins on it and it can, fly under the water, I point in their direction. So I'm saying this to say that I'm not a coastal marine fisheries resource management person. I am more on things like that, things that are as fine as soil and vegetation and where you can breathe on land. But in the marine space, I think that we should not just be looking at scientific advancement. We should also be looking at the economic module of it. And just this morning and before, if I could go back to my balance, before, I have been saying in different places that, one, why is it that Barbadian children have to pay private instructors to learn to swim, and then they become old people and they cannot swim? Your nearest neighbor is the sea. It should be mandatory. Holland made it mandatory, and Holland is not an island. It's just they recognize that they are below sea level, and so it's important. And so this is something, that a low-hanging fruit we can look at. If you look at as it is today that the concept of blue economy has come up, and we are all always trying to revolve around it. But hey, we are a small land developing state from day one. Again, our biggest natural resource has been the sea. So if there are deep sea divers, we should be the one exporting them. If there is underwater precision welding, we should be the people exporting those skills. If there is industrial fishing, we should be deliberate in investing in these and not be clamped down with small-scale fisheries management. We should be exporting tuna big time because we have large marine space. And so we should have that deliberate investment in these activities and areas. That aside, in terms of scientific focus or monitoring, I think that we are blessed in the Caribbean, in Barbados, with a lot of underwater resources. And I think what we are not blessed with is consistent monitoring, data collection. And when we do the data collection, we do it in silos and under protected cabinets, such that the same data may be collected by 5, 10 people or entities, maybe within the same year. That is not good enough. We should have a data transparency system as part of this framework, and we should have priority data points that need to be collected. And then we build the networks with units, the university, polytechnic, government entities, and all of us will be happy to contribute to this data collection and then adding value to the data. Once the data comes in, it's worthless if it is kept under lock and key. The more people access the data, the more value will be added to the data. And so it's important that we are able to create systems that enable access to the data. I think it's important in this scientific area. We can do everything oceanic. We can do that. We should be one of the countries in the world that are big time on maritime studies. There are opportunities for us. Maritime studies, we should be deliberate. And if people want maritime studies, they shouldn't have any challenges coming to Barbados to do that. It will be work and happiness. You have these nice waters around here, you have all the resources, and if we put in place the infrastructure and the resources and the systems, that would be great. And so, to answer your question, I will summarize and say we need to look at the scientific components, create monitoring programs instead of projects, and then think also of the economic module where there are jobs to be created, to be exported, and let those people pay back something in taxes or anything. In this space and connected to everything else, let us not make our researchers or scientists secondary consultants or tertiary, even quaternary consultants. That we always want to bring in consultants and then we ask them to go and talk to them and go and see how they can help you collect the data locally. They will not be better unless they get their hands directly in the pie. No learning is better than doing. Give them the chance. Give them some resources. We want this done. And don't judge them. Let them do it. They will get better as they do it. So let's do this for we. And I keep saying that talent will be unearthed without scraping the soil. If we put the right seed in the right place, we will realize that the resources are there. All the requirements are there. The only thing that was missing was somebody putting a seed there and watering it. Thank you.
And here ended our panel. I don't want to ask anything after that. I do want to say thank you for that. He's like, I don't like to talk. And he just dropped gems on us and pearls on us in theme of our theme. So thank you very much. I'm really big on next steps and what's happening after this. And Future Barbados has committed to being that innovation engine to move these concepts and ideas forward. And as we are now under the Ministry of Industry, Innovation, Science and Technology, one of our mandates for the year is the Ocean Institute and Ocean Learning Hub. So we look forward to working with all of you in the upcoming months to establish and roll this out. So again, Dr. Yawson, thank you very much. I stay between you all and drinks. So have a great evening, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That brings a fitting end to our two-day experience, one in which we can describe as enlightening. Our presentations both today and yesterday focus on areas of great importance to all who are here, described as stakeholders, but surely to the general public. And the question is, what happens next? The ministry, the Barbados, the Bridgetown Fisheries Division, and the Ministry of Environment, all this information that we have garnered, of course, we have now to treat it in a special way through the editing purposes and all that. But this will inform the report on the state of the environment, and of course will also be used as an avenue to educate and to build awareness to the general public. At the Fisheries Division, there are a number of interns, UWI students who are keen on learning more and having a better understanding of all of the areas that we have expressed here today. So while we talk about the general public, we also have to speak about that particular segment so that they too can use the same. They can go out there, they can be innovative and also be part of the entire landscape. Before I invite Jaleesa King to bring the vote of thanks. I crave your indulgence as I share with you some information. I am not sure if you're aware that this symposium forms part of the general program for Environment Month. And so we've had this program presently at the Caribbean Gallery of Art, and you're all invited to view this exhibition. It's an exhibition entitled Harmony with Nature and Sustainable Development. It really is an opportunity to celebrate International Day of Biodiversity and Environment Month. And at the beginning of today's experience, I did make mention of the connection between the arts, the environment, and all other industries. So this is an opportunity for you to view the work of young Barbadian artists. As I said, it is at the Caribbean Gallery of Art, which is in Speightstown, Queen Street, Speightstown. And this ends right up until the 30th of June. Well, no, actually it's before the end of the month. Let me not say the exact dates because I'm not clear as that on that. But again, this is hosted by the Ministry of Environment and National Beautification, and you are all invited to go view, have a chance to meet with the artists once they're there, and see it from a totally different perspective. And as we continue the celebration of Environment Month, I also want to bring to your attention the Barbados Fisher Folk Festival. And that has started already. And what happens is that all of the landing sites, they have their Fisher Folk Day. So tomorrow there's a Sandpit Fisher Folk Day. And then on Sunday, the 22nd, Pearl Bay Fisher Folk Day will be celebrated. Again, you're all invited to go, to participate, to relax, speak with the fisher folk, have a beer, have some fish, just be part of the experience. And I want to shift from that part of the, let me not say the part of the environment, but let me shift to another activity, because I do believe everything is connected. We are celebrating the season of emancipation. And within the season of emancipation, we're all celebrating Heritage Month. And on Sunday at the Golden Square Freedom Park, there's the historic Bridgetown Antique Market, preserving and protecting our heritage. And our heritage is found in all of what was shared here today. So it's an opportunity for you to go from 12 to 5:30, and there you will have a chance to observe, to buy authentic and unique Bajan antiques. You'll get information on the care of antiques, see collectibles by some of Barbados' best antique dealers. There'll be furniture on display, household goods, jewelry, records, books, and I spoke to Senator Drakes and Klish about being there and introducing their books to the general audience, demonstrations of caning and heritage restoration. And for those of you who may be interested, there will be a mini auction at 4 p.m. I invite all of you to be there and to be part of that activity. I now invite Jaleesa to offer the vote of thanks.
All right, good evening, everyone. This brings us to the end of our research symposium, and I just want to know who of you had a good time? By show of hands. All the hands in the room should go up. I see 2 hands up. So I would like to thank y'all for participating in our research symposium, for being our audience. Give yourselves a round of applause, please. And we'd like to thank you so much for being here. We would also like to thank the Ministry of Environment and National Beautification, Blue and Green Economy, for putting on this timely event. This would have started in the very mind of our own Dr. Shelley-Ann Cox, who, as we know, is a visionary, and she set this research symposium into motion. She would have extended this invitation to the Coastal Zone Management Unit and other organizations within our ministry, and we would like to thank them all for participating. We would like to thank the Caribbean Aqua Producers Association, Intergen Tech, our disaster risk insurance panel with Lynch Brokers and the General Insurance Association of Barbados, the Marine Spatial Plan team, and Mikey and Nikita, the Voices of the Shore Theatre Collective, the Environmental Protection Department, and those from the Research Financing Panel, from the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, the International Development Research Center, and Compete Caribbean. We would also like to thank Senator Dr. Crystal Drakes and Klish Gittins for bringing us the Beyond the Beach book, highlighting the cultural experiences and inspiration that the sea can provide. We would also like to thank the Project Management Coordinating Unit of the Sanitation Service Authority and Christina Yearwood for bringing back the recycling and the yard waste project to the forefront of our minds. We would like to thank the biodiversity team for aptly presenting on our endemic species, the Barbados thread snake and the Barbados leaf-toed gecko, as well as showing us the challenging issues that gullies face. We'd like to thank the Wild Owl Trust, the National Conservation Commission, UE CERMES, the Biosecurity Branch of UE, Future Barbados, and Export Barbados, and Kyanite for giving their contributions to the Research Symposium. We'd like to thank our MCs, Carrie Gooden, she's not here at the moment, but we'd like to thank Anton Williams as well for taking charge of the event, and I think they did a very good job, I must say, so please let's give a hand to our presenters and MCs. And we would like to thank the people that you may not think of, our audiovisual team, Fabian and everybody else, Michael on this side. We'd like to thank you very much, and it was very well coordinated, so I'd like to give them a hand as well. We'd like to also thank Katrina Coleman and the Hilton team for making this possible, for giving us a venue, a space, and dedicating their time and services towards us. And finally, I would like to thank the Fisheries A-team, as Dr. Cox would like to call us, inclusive of the interns and everybody in the fisheries sector who gave a hand, participated, was here late at night to make this event all possible. And as I close, I would like to say that I think that this event was very incredibly eye-opening. I did not know so much research was happening in the environmental industry, and I think it was very relevant. And if you missed it, if you missed this event, you can watch it on the Barbados Fisheries Division YouTube page. And we hope to see you next year, because we would like to do this again next year for our Environment Month at our Research Symposium. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much, Julissa. And just to endorse your comments, it certainly has been an eye-opener, a wow moment. So thank you very much. And let me be bold to say, I see you on Sunday at the Heritage Fair. Thank you, everyone. Do have a wonderful evening.